Chapter 491. He discovered that this was a very strange and extremely beautiful creature. She wore golden armor, held a golden spear and golden shield, and radiated dazzling golden light. Behind her were 7 pairs of wings, 3 pairs of which were snow white, and the other 4 pairs were golden energy wings. He had seen many creatures with wings, such as dragons, demons, swans, harpies, others, flower fairies, special elves, etc., all of which often had wings, but most of these creatures only had 1 or 2 pairs of wings. This was the first time he had seen a creature with 7 pairs of wings. The most important thing is that she is so beautiful. Gabriel the tiger god can be sure that among all the creatures he has seen, no creature can match the creature in front of him in terms of beauty. Her beauty is comparable to the elf goddess, the goddess of light, the goddess of fate and other supreme goddesses. This is the first impression of the tiger god Gabriel on the god angel Gladys. As for the second impression, it is amazement. The black technology heaven, a castle force that has descended on the god and demon continent for only 1 month, has cultivated a high-level god in such a short time. This is incredible. Tiger god Gabriel originally thought that the existence of several mid-level gods in the black technology heaven was already very surprising. After all, according to the information collected by their gods about the castle forces, those who claimed to be the top castle masters only had demigod-level troops at most, and they were a minority. As for the castle forces that had god-level troops, they were the only ones except the black technology heaven. So the black technology heaven had gods, and they were mid-level gods. This was already incredible, surpassing all castle forces. But what shocked him now was that the middle god was not the strongest force of the black technology heaven kingdom. The strongest force of this kingdom was the upper god, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. How could this be possible? The tiger god Gabriel screamed in horror. He had practiced for more than 100,000 years, experienced the ancient god war era, conquered the different dimension, and even had believers of alien intelligent races under his command. He was also well known among all the gods of faith. But even so, he has just entered the realm of the upper god. And the black technology heaven, a dynasty that has only taken 1 month from its advent to its development to today, has actually cultivated an upper god on par with him. If it gets out, even the gods in their faith system will find it hard to believe it, because this kind of thing is really too terrifying, enough to scare the gods. Sure enough, my premonition was correct. I shouldn't have approached the black technology heaven alone. I should have withdrawn the moment I had the premonition. I was careless. Sensing the powerful divine power of Gladys, tiger god Gabriel suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Last night, when he was approaching the black technology heaven, he had an inexplicable ominous premonition in his heart, but because he knew the black technology heaven well, and did not think there was anything in the black technology heaven that could threaten him, he instinctively felt that the ominous premonition came from the divine imprint left by the elf goddess and the goddess of destiny in the black technology heaven. Now he finally understood that the ominous premonition did not come from the divine imprint of the 2 goddesses, but from the beautiful creature in front of him. It was his peeping into the black technology heaven that led to his current force situation. This was obviously not good news. At this moment, the god angel Gladys also stared at the tiger god Gabriel. She held a golden war spear, and the expression on her beautiful face was extremely cold. Heresy. Zodiac Virgo god angel Gladys, according to the oracle of the Lord, purify you. I'm not a heretic. Being called a heretic again, tiger god Gabriel was quite depressed, and then he defended himself. I just happened to pass by the black technology heaven, and I have no hostility. You attack me without authorization. Are you trying to start a war with the gods we believe in? Heretics, no matter how you argue, it's useless. Gladys was shining with golden light, and her attitude was quite strong. I have been monitoring you in the dark universe for a whole night. What is your intention of coming here? Do you think you can hide it from me? What? Hearing this, tiger god Gabriel suddenly felt cold. This beautiful creature in front of him could actually hide in the dark universe and spy on him all night. The point is that he didn't notice it at all, which made his scalp tingle. Wait. Tiger god Gabriel suddenly thought of something, and looked at the capital of the black technology heaven covered by the holy angel shield below with a look of horror. If this beautiful creature in front of him really beat him with a sword in the dark universe all night, then who was promoted to the upper god realm in the capital of the black technology heaven just now? Could it be that the black technology heaven now has 2 upper gods? Thinking of this, tiger god Gabriel's face suddenly turned green, and he immediately exclaimed, "This is a misunderstanding. I am Gabriel, the god of faith of the faith god system, not the god of truth of the truth god system. I am not an enemy of your castle forces. From the perspective of the camp, the Faith God system, and the Castle forces are indeed not enemies. The enemies of the Castle forces are the local empires, and the Truth God system in the central area. Relatively speaking, the Castle forces and the Faith God system can even become partners, besieging the local empire and the Truth God system together, so that the power of faith can return to the God and demon continent. Unfortunately, the words of Tiger God Gabriel were useless to Gladys. There is no misunderstanding with heretics. Since you are against my Lord, you should be prepared to fall. I am the Virgo angel Gladys, and I will purify your body and soul in accordance with the Lord's oracle. Gladys held the golden spear and pointed it at the forehead of Tiger God Gabriel, saying coldly, "Heretics, when you are on the verge of death, I believe you will understand the truth." Tiger God Gabriel felt a strong danger and instinctively retreated, and asked, "What is the truth?" Gladys said quickly, "Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." The Tiger God Gabriel said immediately, "I am a god myself, and a superior god with powerful divine power. I have already obtained eternal life." "Heretics, it seems that you still don't understand." Gladys looked at the Tiger God Gabriel coldly and said, "Believe in the Lord and you will have eternal life, and if you don't believe in the Lord, you will die." Bang! The golden spear thrust out, instantly blasting the 10,000-meter space, piercing the body of the Tiger God Gabriel. The angel Gladys did not say anything more to the Tiger God Gabriel. The moment the voice fell, she took the initiative to attack, trying to suppress the Tiger God Gabriel on the spot. The abominable Tiger God Gabriel did not hesitate, releasing his own divine power and laws, stirring up the world. At the same time, he also raised his natal divine weapon, a pitch-black sword with dense divine patterns, and countless strange creatures carved on it. The Eternal Sword. The intermediary of the superior divine artifact, the sword was born, and immediately emitted a terrifying divine power fluctuation, causing the surrounding space to vibrate. Tiger God Gabriel roared, holding his natal divine weapon, and instantly slashed at Gladys's golden war spear. Chapter 492. The collision of swords and spears immediately caused a violent storm of divine power. The terrifying divine power shook the surrounding alien space cages, and made them tremble constantly, as if they could collapse at any time. How is it possible? In a blink of an eye, the Tiger God Gabriel was knocked back thousands of meters, his expression filled with disbelief. In the competition between divine power laws, he actually lost. Such a beautiful creature, but it only took one move to repel him. This can almost be said to have crushed him at the level of divine power laws. We are both in the early stage of the upper gods. You and I are at the same level. How can you be so much stronger than me? I don't believe it. The Tiger God Gabriel roared, holding his black divine weapon, the everlasting sword, and roared with his head raised. Then his body grew wildly, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from several meters tall to nearly 100 meters tall. It turned into a 100-meter giant tiger man. It was still in human form, with a human body and a tiger head. But the difference was that his body was covered with golden hair, and his hands turned into thick tiger claws, looking like a tiger standing up. This is not some kind of transformation. The 100-meter tall giant tiger man that appeared now is the real body of Tiger God Gabriel. The previous one was his form after forced compression. After returning to his real body, Tiger God Gabriel's strength also increased several times. Although the increase was not his divine power law, but only the increase of his physical strength, it was also very terrifying, because accordingly, his combat power will become stronger. It's impossible for a creature from another world to kill me, Gabriel. Tiger God Gabriel roared, his voice like rolling thunder. He swung his sword that had also grown to tens of meters long, and slashed at the god angel Gladys. Compared to his 100-meter giant body, Gladys, who was only 1.75 meters tall, looked like an ant under the giant's feet. The power of Tiger God Gabriel's sword was extremely terrifying, and it was his strongest attack. Not to mention mountains and rivers, even the stars in the sky could be split in half with one sword. However, the god angel Gladys was indeed fearless, and the expression on her beautiful face was still cold. She did not tactically choose to give in because Tiger God Gabriel burst out with the strongest fighting power. On the contrary, she went straight up with the golden spear in hand, and shot the sword of the Tiger God Gabriel. In an instant, the two superior artifacts collided again, and the terrifying divine power laws also collided with each other, causing the sky and the earth to change color, and the sun and the moon to lose their light. The divine power that the two people burst out in this fight was simply too terrifying. The divine power storm surged around like a tsunami, destroying the alien space cage in an instant. Even the black technology heavenly kingdom hundreds of thousands of meters below was affected, and the holy angel shield was shaking wildly, emitting aurora, as if it could break at any time. "Protect the holy angel shield," the 14-winged seraphim caddis shouted softly, and all the god-level angels in the capital immediately took action, releasing their own divine power and infusing it into the holy angel shield. The purpose was to strengthen the defensive ability of this magic defense shield, because once the external divine power storm destroyed the holy angel shield, it would inevitably cause a devastating disaster to the capital. Apart from the buildings in the capital, the millions of people in the city would definitely be annihilated at this moment. Those mortals simply could not resist the divine power storm caused by the collision of the two upper gods, not even the aftermath. After an unknown amount of time, with the efforts of nearly 70 god-level angels, they finally infused divine power crazily, and made the holy angel shield, which could only defend against the attacks of the middle-level gods, resist the divine power storm of the upper god level from the outside world, and did not cause the property of the Lord's kingdom to suffer losses. On the top floor of the tower, go. Tang Xiaofan nodded to Stark beside him. After absorbing millions of divine powers from the upper god, Stark successfully promoted to the realm of the upper god. And it is not just the early stage of the upper god, but the late stage of the upper god. Stark, who has been promoted to the late stage of the upper god, combined with his own main divine artifact, can be said to be an invincible existence among the upper gods. After all, he once ruled the entire farmer god world in the illusory world. He must have mastered countless powerful divine arts, and the supreme divine power laws to suppress thousands of planes. Tang Xiaofan believes that facing Stark now, even the Medusa goddess Christine, who is at the peak of the upper god, may not be his opponent. As for the tiger god Gabriel, and Stark could suppress him with a flip of his hand. "As you command, my lord." Stark saluted respectfully, and then his figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield hundreds of thousands of meters high. The tiger god Gabriel spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was horrified and unbelievable. Obviously, he had recovered his body, used the strongest means, without any reservation, and could be said to be completely desperate, but in the end, he was still no match for Gladys. After a fierce battle, he was knocked away again, and this time he was directly injured, and even the precious blood of the gods spurted out, and the loss was great. The most important thing is that his opponent Gladys is still in full strength, with no signs of injury. Obviously, he is crushed by the other party in terms of combat power. They are both early-stage upper gods, but the gap is so big, the tiger god Gabriel is unbelievable. He knows that if he continues to fight, once he enters this battle, he will definitely be the one who falls. He can only injure Gladys at most, and he will die. What is this? The combat power of creatures from another world is so abnormal. When tiger god Gabriel saw Gladys coming to kill him again, he did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated. At this moment, he suddenly found that the alien space cages around him disappeared and he regained his freedom. It must be that the power of the divine power collision just now was too strong, which directly caused the space barrier of the alien space cage to break, and it was difficult to reunite. Finally, the entire alien space collapsed. This is the only good news at present. Tiger god Gabriel showed a trace of joy on his face, and then he turned around and ran without hesitation. In order to escape from this dangerous place as soon as possible and escape the pursuit of the beautiful creature, he burned the divine blood in his body, allowing his speed to increase tenfold in an instant. At his current speed, he could fly out of the Karami prairie in a breath, or even in a few breaths, he could directly enter the outer world and be reborn. Gabriel, the tiger god, has made up his mind that he will never act rashly next time he deals with the black technology heaven. He will only participate in the battle after Morris, the god of destruction, and Osvid, the god of hourglass, the two evil gods, have taken action and are sure of victory. This experience is a lesson for Gabriel, the tiger god. He needs to remember this lesson to prevent mistakes next time. After all, not every time he can escape and ascend to heaven like this time. One day I will destroy the black technology heaven and avenge today. Tiger god Gabriel thought bitterly, but at this moment, the ferocious expression on his face suddenly froze. Because in front of him, a figure appeared at some point. That figure was extremely cold, and what terrified tiger god Gabriel the most was that the figure also exuded the power of the upper god. But the power he released was extremely terrifying, the late upper god. At this moment, tiger god Gabriel's face turned green. Chapter 493. The tiger god Gabriel had never expected that the black technology heaven actually had two upper gods, and one of them was a powerful god with a late upper god position. The divine power fluctuations emanating from him were so strong that he almost despaired. Such a terrifying existence was invincible. The tiger god Gabriel even suspected that the figure in front of him, who was intercepting him might be more powerful than the god of destruction Morris, and the god of killing Osvid, and was definitely not an opponent he could fight. Tiger God Gabriel did not dare to hesitate. He tore the space apart and fled to the outer world along the space crack. This time he really fled to the outer world, because he knew that if he continued to stay in the gods and demons continent, he would most likely die at the hands of the powerful god in steel armor in front of him. He could only choose to temporarily flee to the outer world for refuge. When this storm is over, or when the Medusa goddess Christine returns to the Karami Prairie, he will return to the gods and demons continent. Before coming to the Black Technology Heaven, he did not want Christine to return early, fearing that she would disturb his good deeds. But now, he hopes that Christine will come immediately to provide him with shelter. If I had known that the Black Technology Heaven was so powerful, I would not have appeared here at all. Damn Morris and Oswit, they are all these two evil gods. At this time, the Tiger God Gabriel regretted to the extreme, but regret was useless. All he could do now was to escape. The farther you run, the better. Death as a heretic is your fate. Seeing Tiger God Gabriel escape into the space crack, Stark shouted and waved his hand. The surrounding space collapsed, and even the deepest dark universe was revealed. And Tiger God Gabriel, who had already entered the space crack, was directly shaken out. What a terrifying divine power! For a moment, Tiger God Gabriel trembled all over, and his whole tiger face was distorted. At this time, he finally understood what despair was. Just like in the battlefield of the gods in ancient times, he was suppressed by a powerful abyss demon god, the feeling of powerlessness and fear. At that time, if it wasn't for a main god in his own camp who saved him, he would have fallen. And today, I'm afraid no main god will save him. After all, he is the instigator of the war, and the opponent is not the abyss demon god. Before returning to the continent of gods and demons, the main gods of the Faith system conveyed the oracle that the gods of Faith should not interfere in the war between the castle forces and the local forces, and at the same time, the gods of Faith should not wantonly slaughter the lord of the castle. Now, he almost violated the oracle of the main gods. Those who believed in the main gods were already very good not to punish him, so how could they save him? No. The Tiger God Gabriel screamed in fear. He wanted to escape into the space crack again, or even deeper into the dark universe. But he found that the world around him had been imprisoned by a terrifying divine law, and he was trapped in the same place and could not escape. At the same time, he was still in the center of the broken world, and there were countless large and small space fragments around him converging towards him. The slash on his 100-meter-tall tiger god body instantly left him with numerous wounds and blood, and even bones could be seen in some places. At this time, he was being attacked by 1,000 cuts, and he was in excruciating pain. Ordinary space fragments could not break his upper god-level tiger god body, but these space fragments were different. They contained Stark's mysterious laws, and had extremely terrifying attack power. In a short period of time, he was covered with wounds. And very quickly, in the blink of an eye, the body of the tiger god Gabriel was cut into pieces, and the sky was filled with broken flesh and blood. The scene was extremely horrifying, but the strange thing is that those large and small pieces of flesh and blood did not fall to the ground, but instead floated in the air, twisting and moving closer to each other. Obviously they want to reunite. The tiger god Gabuli, as a superior god, is fully capable of regenerating broken limbs, or even regenerating with a drop of blood. As long as his soul is not annihilated and his godhood is not collapsed, then even if he only has a drop of blood or a hair left, he can be resurrected. This is the superior god, terrifying strength and very difficult to kill. However, Stark did not stop Gabriel's divine body from reorganizing, because as soon as Gabriel's divine body was reorganized, he stretched out his hand and forcibly grabbed Gabriel's soul from his body. Only an empty body was left standing in the sky. Suffering such treatment, Tiger God Gabriel was almost scared to faint. He had never seen anyone who could forcibly grab the soul of a god from his body. Even the Abyss Demon God did not have such a terrifying evil ability, right? It was so terrifying that Tiger God Gabriel immediately begged for mercy and fear. Don't kill me. I am a true god of faith, not an enemy of your Black Technology Heaven. At this moment, his fate was controlled by others. If he didn't want to die, he could only beg for mercy. If this beautiful creature in front of him was more ruthless and crushed his soul directly, he would fall immediately, even if he wanted to go to the underworld. Heretics from the orcs. Stark held the soul of Tiger God Gabriel in his hand and said expressionlessly, "Now, do you understand the meaning of eternal life?" The Tiger God Gabriel struggled. The meaning of eternal life in Stark's mouth was different from what he understood. He knew what Stark meant because the Virgo angel, who claimed to be Gladys, had explained the meaning of eternal life to him. Eternal life. If you believe in the Lord, you will have eternal life. If you don't believe in the Lord, you will die. This is the meaning of eternal life. In the eyes of the tiger god Gabriel, it is just like an evil god who is forcibly spreading faith, and the object of the spread is him, the beast god of faith. Once it spread, the whole world would be shocked. The reason why tiger god Gabriel struggled was because if he didn't want to believe in the so-called Lord, he would die. Even gods fear death. The same is true for tiger god Gabriel. He is also afraid of death. He also wants to fight for the throne of God King in the future God War, so he doesn't want to die. But the problem is, as a high-level god with powerful divine power, how can he be willing to believe in other gods? Once he lowers his head, in order to survive, he will have to become a believer of the Lord. And if you become a subordinate god under him, it will be difficult to betray and regain your freedom in the future. Don't you understand? The expression on Stark's face showed a ruthless indifference. At this time, the tiger god Gabriel, who thought he was about to fall, finally failed to overcome his fear of death and shouted in horror, "No, I understand the meaning of eternal life. I am willing to become a subordinate god of your ruler." Subordinate god? My lord does not need a subordinate god. Chapter 494. Stark said coldly, "It seems that you still don't understand." At this time, the Virgo angel Gladys flew over, and Stark directly handed the soul of the tiger god Gabriel to her, saying, "Put this heretic soul into the Holy Grail to purify it." "Yes, your majesty, Stark." The angel Gladys saluted respectfully, then grabbed the soul of the tiger god Gabriel, ignoring his frightened pleas for mercy, and flew straight back to the black technology heaven, and threw it into the Holy Grail of the Holy Light Temple. In the Holy Grail, the soul of the tiger god Gabriel will receive a holy baptism, and after the soul transformation is successful, he will become a fanatical believer of Tang Xiufen. At that time, Tang Xiufen can consider resurrecting him and reincarnating him into a higher god's soul, which can be said to be priceless. Because as long as Tang Xiufen is willing to consume soul stones, he can be directly resurrected and reincarnated into a higher god, restoring his peak strength before his death. As for how many soul stones will be consumed, Tang Xiufen still does not know, but it should be a huge amount. But Tang Xiufen probably wouldn't feel bad. After all, he was a follower of a god at the upper god level. Not to mention how powerful he was, the power of faith he could provide would be terrifying. Inside the Holy Grail, there were a large number of souls being transformed, one of which was an old friend of the tiger god Gabriel. When he saw him, the tiger god Gabriel was shocked and said, "Balki, you are not dead?" "Dead?" The beast god Balki said, "The Lord said that death is eternal life. I have embarked on the road of eternal life given by the Lord, and I will be reborn soon." Tiger god Gabriel's voice trembled. "Balki, are you crazy? Also, what is this place? Why is it filled with divine power?" "This is the baptism place for the soul," said the beast god Bart. "Gabriel, my friend, don't be afraid. Pray to the Lord with me, and you can also be reborn." Tiger god Gabriel said angrily, "I am a superior god with powerful divine power. How could I pray with you? That is what humble believers do." The beast god Balk said, "It is our honor to be the Lord's believers." The tiger god Gabriel breathed, "Balk, have you been brainwashed? You were once a god, and you had the dream of fighting for the throne of the god king. Have you forgotten it?" "I am not crazy, nor have I forgotten. Now I am more sober than ever. The throne of the god king belongs to the Almighty Lord. When I, Balk, am reborn, I will fight into the battlefield of God and grab the throne of the god king for the Almighty Lord. Those heretics are not qualified to fight for the throne with the Lord." Listening to the fanatical voice of beast god Balk, tiger god Gabriel was shocked. He suspected that beast god Balk had been brainwashed, but it was not easy to brainwash a god. At this moment, tiger god Gabriel suddenly found that the soul of beast god Bart was floating towards him. He felt inexplicably dangerous and said angrily, "Balk, what are you doing here? Don't come near me." Beast god Bart said, "Gabriel, my friend, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Pray to the Lord with me. Pray for the Lord's protection. This can speed up our baptism. You need to learn from me. I will be completely reborn soon." "No, I don't want baptism." The tiger god Gabriel screamed in fear, "Damn, Balk. I warn you not to get close to me, otherwise I will kill you after I get out. Damn, I told you not to get close to me. Balk, what do you want to do? Don't come over here." "Gabriel, my friend, you need help." "No, I don't need it." "Ah, Balk, I hate you." The howling of the tiger god Gabriel sounded from the golden Holy Grail, and at the same time, the Holy Grail burst into dazzling light. As time passed, the howling in the Holy Grail gradually became smaller, and finally disappeared completely. Hundreds of thousands of meters high, the broken space has been restored to its original state. Compared with the space in the outer world, the space of the god and demon continent is more solid and has super strong recovery ability. This is because it is protected by the laws of the world. If it were the outer world, once the space was broken, it would not be easy to recover. And it is very likely that a cosmic black hole will be formed before the space is restored, and it will be difficult to repair itself. As for the possibility of forming a black hole after the space inside the god and demon continent is broken, it is infinitely close to zero. Under the protection of the world's laws, even if the space of the god and demon continent is broken into nothingness, it will quickly return to its original state. In the sky, there stood a giant nearly 100 meters tall. The giant had a tiger head and a human body, and was covered with golden hair. It was the body of the tiger god Gabriel. When the soul was stripped away, this divine body became an empty shell. However, he still has a strong vitality. As long as the soul of tiger god Gabriel returns, he can be resurrected immediately. Even if he loses the soul of tiger god Gabriel forever, he can slowly condense a new soul. This is because he has a strong vitality, and is not completely dead. Stark had already received Tang Xiufan's order, so he did not kill him. Then he summoned the 14-winged angel Caddis, the 12-winged angel of wisdom Shirley, the angel of love Nina, the 12-winged angel Irene, the angel of death Dale, the angel of fate Claire, and other upper angels in the royal capital. Leave it to you. Yes, your majesty Stark. The upper angels did not hesitate at all, and released their magic, bit by bit destroying the vitality of this divine body. Due to the huge gap in the divine position, it was not a simple matter for them to destroy the vitality of this body with their strength. But after all, this was just a divine body without a soul, and it did not have the power to resist or fight back. Under the joint efforts of the upper angels, the vitality of the divine body was constantly disappearing. In the end, they completely destroyed it. This divine body also turned into a cold corpse of a god. At the same time, a large number of soul stones, blueprints, equipment, and even godhood were exploded. Only a clean corpse was left, and the upper angels such as Caddis, Shirley, Nina, and Dale who joined forces to besiege the divine body were all shrouded in the upgraded golden light. Olivia, the spirit of the elf mother tree, was also among them. She is the only elf god in the black technology heaven so far. Not bad. The special energy of the upper god is still very rich. Looking at Caddis, Shirley, and the others who were all promoted to the godhood, Stark nodded with satisfaction. Then, his eyes fell on the corpse of the god again. The corpse of the upper god is very useful. With the god angel Gladys guarding it, Stark did not stay for long. After he put away the exploded items, he took the corpse of the god back to the capital. At the same time, he also purified it with divine power to prevent it from becoming an undead creature. If the corpse of the upper god becomes an undead creature, it will definitely be very terrifying. Even the famous Lich is just a little brother in front of him. So Stark directly purified it, and did not give him the opportunity to derive the power of the undead. At the same time, it eliminated the possibility of him turning into an undead creature. Chapter 495. King's Capital. When the vitality of the divine body was extinguished, Tang Xiufan also received a message from the official system. Congratulations to the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. Your kingdom's strongman killed the upper god of the beast god system, Gabriel. You get energy value plus 200 million soul stones plus 1 god plus 2. Congratulations to the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. Your dynasty's influence and reputation in the god and demon continent have been greatly improved. Congratulations to the Lord of the Black Technology Kingdom. Your dynasty's influence and reputation in the god and demon continent have been promoted to famous, and the next level is world famous. Special reminder 1, because you killed the upper god of the beast god system, causing the hatred value of the beast god of fate towards you to increase significantly. Special reminder 2, because the truth god begins to pay special attention to your dynasty power. Special reminder 3, because the faith god system pays special attention to your dynasty power. Special reminder 5, pays special attention to your dynasty power. Special reminder 6. For a while, with the fall of the tiger god Gabriel, all the powerful forces in the god and demon continent focused on Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Kingdom. After all, the tiger god Gabriel is a superior god with powerful divine power. He is well known in the circle of the gods, unlike the beast god Balko, who is only a lower-level true god. Except for a few beast gods, no other forces paid attention to Balk's fall. But the tiger god Gabriel was different. He was a high-level god. His fall also made the major forces in the god and demon continent begin to re-examine the strength of the black technology heaven. However, Tang Xiaofan didn't care about these things, because at this moment, he was also shrouded in the dazzling golden light of upgrading. As the lord of the castle, he also gained a lot of experience. After an unknown period of time, the golden light of Tang Xiaofan's promotion finally dissipated. At the same time, the strength of his divine power soared dozens of times, reaching a new height. The experience from the upper gods was so huge that it directly elevated me from the early stage of the lower gods to the early stage of the middle gods. I have improved a whole realm. This kind of power surge is really cool. Tang Xiaofan was full of smiles, and then he checked his own information. Tang Xiaofan, the lord of the castle. Identity, the lord of the kingdom of black technology. Rank, the early stage of the middle level true god. Divine power strength, 1000 points of divine power. Possessing divine power, 1178 drops. Mastering the law of space. Equipment, King's Scepter, the blessing of the natural elves, the holy light ring, the sky city. Soul stone, more than 23.5 million. Divine power crystal, 404 the position of the early stage of the middle level true god, the power of 1000 points of divine power, plus the law of space divine power. With my current strength, I am afraid that destroying a small planet is not a problem. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, and the smile on his face became extremely brilliant. Among the hundreds of castle lords, who can compare with him, it can only be said that there is not a single one who can fight. At this stage, most of the hundreds of castle lords are only at level 21, and only a few have reached the level of demigods. Those castle lords who united to besiege the dynasty forces in their own area have the fastest promotion, but I believe they have only promoted to the demigod realm. Even when Bear Grylls followed the kingdom army to clear the Karami grassland, the wars of all sizes added up to hundreds of times, and he also captured several dynasty-level forces including the Naga dynasty. His current rank is only the middle stage of demigod. It can be predicted that among the hundreds of castle lords, Tang Xiaofan is the only one who has become a god at this stage, and none of the other top castle lords have become gods. Not to mention Tang Xiaofan, who has not only become a god, but also reached the level of a middle-level god, mastering the rare law of space power and possessing the power to destroy planets. If it is spread out, it will definitely shock the entire castle force. There will be countless castle lords and wanderers lamenting that the gap between Tang Xiaofan and them is getting bigger and bigger. It is almost impossible to catch up with Tang Xiaofan and be on par with him. Even the masters of the top castles could only look at Tang Xiaofan's back from afar. A middle-level god is not weak in the world of gods. With the addition of dozens of god-level angels, millions of steel warriors, and the upper god Stark and the god angel Gladys, I am now truly based in the god and demon continent. Even if I fight against the local empire, I am not afraid. Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself that his current disadvantage compared to the local empire is only the population of the kingdom and the size of the army. The population and army of the local empire are often counted in the hundreds of millions. It is also very easy for the local empire in the central area to mobilize an army of 1 billion in a war. Relatively speaking, Tang Xiaofan's black technology talent is too weak. So far, the total population of the black technology kingdom has not reached 10 million, and the size of the kingdom's army is only nearly 3 million. Naturally, it is impossible to compare with the local empire's population and army, which are often counted in the hundreds of millions. These two aspects are the weaknesses of the black technology kingdom. But in terms of high-level combat power, the black technology kingdom is not weak. 2 upper gods, nearly 70 middle gods and lower gods. Such a lineup is also very powerful in the central area. The high-level combat power is not weak, but if we go to war with the local empire in the central area, my black technology kingdom will still be at a disadvantage. After all, any local empire has a large number of truth gods. Even in the war of gods, Stark and others can compete with the truth gods of the local empire, but my kingdom army will definitely lose the war of mortals. There is still a long way to go. We still need to continue to develop the overall strength of the kingdom. When I have an army of tens of millions, I can try to go to war with the local empire in the central area. Tang Xiaofan already has a simple war plan in his mind, and it can even be said that the target of attack is Palenque City. Palenque City is a border city of the Huiyao Empire. It stands opposite the wilderness and no man's land. Its purpose is to guard the forest, Karami Prairie, Balalai Highlands and Death Swamp. It is about 230,000 kilometers away from Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven, and it is also the nearest local empire city to him. If Tang Xiaofan wants to go to war with the Huiyao Empire, the first thing he has to do is to capture Palenque City, and at the same time station a large army to move the battlefield to the territory of the Huiyao Empire. With the wilderness and uninhabited areas as a natural isolation zone, Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven will avoid being enveloped by the flames of war. It can be said that as long as Tang Xiaofan captures Palenque City, he can attack the native cities of the Huiyao Empire, and retreat to the wilderness and uninhabited areas as a buffer for war. If it is not captured, then Palenque City is equivalent to a killing sword. The Huiyao Empire army stationed in Palenque City can gather at any time and place, cross the wilderness and uninhabited areas, and attack Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven. Chapter 496. The only thing Tang Xiaofan can do is passive defense, which is very disadvantageous. Therefore, when the national war starts, Palenque City must be taken at the first time and garrisoned. Using Palenque City as a base, attack the native cities of the Huiyao Empire. Of course, this is a matter for the future, and it is also a simple plan in Tang Xiaofan's mind. He has no intention of going to war with the Huiyao Empire. After all, so far, he has not even occupied the Tarami Prairie and the Baolai Highlands, and has no capital to go to war with the native empire in the central area. Development is the kingly way. Hundreds of castle lords, including Tang Xiaofan, now have to speed up the development of their own forces, because they don't know when the sudden war of gods will come. Many castle lords have speculated that when the castle forces develop and gather to besiege the local empire in the central area, the war of gods will come. Because at that time, even the game officials may not be able to stop the gods of the true system from taking action against the castle forces. Once the gods of the true system take action, the gods of the castle forces will inevitably join the war, and even the gods of the faith system may also participate. The gods of the three camps will fight each other. What else can it be if not a war of gods? Tang Xiaofan didn't think about it anymore, and turned his attention to the information prompts from the game official. Killing the tiger god Gabriel, he can be said to have made a lot of money. The energy value alone has gained 200 million, directly raising his god status from the early stage of the lower god to the early stage of the middle god, and the soul stones have exploded as many as 5 million. It must be said that this was the first time that Tang Xiaofan had so many soul stones after killing an enemy, and even he felt a little incredible. In addition to the soul stones, killing the tiger god Gabriel also revealed a blueprint and 2 artifacts. As for Gabriel's godhood, Stark also dug it out directly, which can be called a great harvest. Moreover, after killing the tiger god Gabriel, Tang Xiaofan also gained a huge amount of reputation points, raising the reputation level of his black technology heaven in the god and demon continent to a famous level. You have to know that this is the entire god and demon continent, not just the forest, Karami Prairie, or a few areas, but the whole world. His black technology heaven is famous throughout the world. To put it simply, after this god-killing incident, all the local forces in the god and demon continent knew about the existence of the black technology heaven, and its reputation was well known. Even the sea tribes in the distant sea were shocked by the achievements of the black technology heaven. This is famous. Everyone in the entire god and demon continent knows about it. All the races in the world already know that near the Huiyao Empire, near the wilderness and uninhabited area, there is a very powerful castle force called the black technology heaven. This castle force is so powerful that it killed the famous tiger god Gabriel. In the face of the powerful black technology heaven, only powerful races cannot provoke it. Some weak races, such as goblins, two-headed demons, etc., originally blacklisted Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven, but after learning the news of the death of tiger god Gabriel, their tribe leaders immediately withdrew the blacklist and frantically increased the friendship value with the black technology heaven, just because they were worried about being attacked by the black technology heaven. And they dared not to be enemies with the black technology heaven anymore. As for the powerful forces on the god and demon continent, such as the Beast King Court, the Natural Elf Empire, the Shining Empire, the Dragon Empire and other empires, they continue to pay close attention to Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven. Before the restrictions are lifted, they cannot send the Imperial Army to wipe out the black technology heaven. The only thing they can do is to pay close attention to it. Of course, there are also local empires that secretly connect with certain faith systems, attempting to use the gods of the faith system as a knife to destroy the threat of the black technology heaven to them. However, no god of faith dares to take on this bounty mission for the time being. After all, the fallen tiger god Gabriel is a high-level god with very strong divine power. Before figuring out the specific strength of the black technology heaven, which god of faith dares to rush into the black technology heaven at will? Here, Tang Xiufan is still checking his gains. This time, killing the tiger god Gabriel not only promoted him to the position of god, but also all the angels who surrounded and killed Gabriel, including Katie, Shirley, Nina, Dale, Angelia, etc., were promoted to the position of god. Katie, the one who gained the most experience, Claire, the angel of destiny, Sherry, the 12-winged angel of wisdom, Olivia, and others, were promoted to the level of middle gods. Nina, Dale, Angelica, Irene and other upper angels were also promoted to the peak of lower gods. They were only a hair's breadth away from the middle guard god. Everyone gained a lot this time, and on the other side. On a mountain in the northern plateau of the Karami Prairie, in the Black Temple on the top of the mountain, Morris, the god of destruction, and Osvid, the god of killing, two powerful upper evil gods, sat on the throne. At this moment, their expressions were gloomy, and their faces were almost distorted. They, the faith gods who had just returned to the gods and demons continent, were not local forces, so they did not receive special reminders from the game officials, but as powerful gods, they naturally had a lot of sources of information. Now, they received news that their partner, the tiger god Gabriel, had fallen in the black technology heaven. Damn it, the god of destruction Morris said in a gloomy voice, we underestimated the strength of the black technology heaven. We didn't expect that they could even kill Gabriel. Gabriel, as a high-level god, possessed powerful divine power and divine tools, but even so, after leaving, he died in the black technology heaven in just one night, which was beyond my imagination. The god of killing, Osvid, also nodded. He did not expect that Gabriel, whom he had just met last night, would die in the black technology heaven overnight. This made him feel very incredible. A small castle force actually hid such a terrifying strength. Thinking of Gabriel's death, he, as a high-level god, also felt a chill. He couldn't be sure if he could escape from the hidden strongman of the black technology heaven. If not, then he and the god of destruction Morris would be in big trouble. After all, the two of them were the ones who persuaded the dynasty forces of the Karami Prairie to form an alliance and go to war with the black technology heaven. They could be said to be the masterminds behind the dynasty alliance. If the ruler of the black technology heaven knew about this, the flames of war would most likely burn directly on the two of them. Osvid, are you afraid? The god of destruction Morris looked over and his eyes fell on the face of the god of killing Osvid, with obvious sarcasm in his voice. Chapter 497. Osvid, the god of slaughter, was very dissatisfied and said in a cold voice, how can I, who is a late-stage upper god, be afraid of a castle force? I was just thinking about what the hidden power of the black technology heaven is that could kill Gabriel, who was in the early stage of the upper god. What else could it be? Morris, the god of destruction, said with a smile, if I am right, it must be related to the huge white city floating in the clouds. It is said that it is called the Sky City, and is a war fortress of the farmer clan. This war fortress has the power to kill gods. Gabriel is likely to be killed by it. What kind of giant cannon can kill a higher god? Osvid, the god of slaughter, frowned. His intuition told him that Gabriel's fall was not that simple. Maurice, the god of destruction, said, we have seen giant cannons of that power in the outer world. Isn't there such a technological weapon in the First Sequence Empire? The First Sequence Empire is a technological civilization that rules a large number of planets with life. It has a large-scale interstellar fleet and powerful technological weapons. The evil gods such as Maurice, the god of destruction, and Osvid, the god of slaughter, had come into contact with this technological civilization called the First Sequence Empire when they were wandering in the outer world. The weapon of this technological civilization. Not only can it blast planets, stars, and other celestial bodies in the universe, but it can also kill gods. In the eyes of these gods, this kind of technological power is equivalent to another kind of magical power. Of course, this technology does not care about bloodline or talent. An ordinary soldier can operate it and destroy the world. Once the terrifying black hole weapon is released, even the upper gods will die. The god of destruction, Loris, seemed to have thought of something and was a little frightened. Osvid, the god of slaughter, glanced at him and said, the First Sequence Empire is very strong, but they are in a distant alien star region. This is the god and demon continent, the territory ruled by practitioners. The Sky City of the Black Technology Heaven is not a war fortress of technological civilization. It is covered with divine patterns and has an unparalleled magic defense shield. It is obviously a product of our magic civilization. How could it be equipped with black hole weapons? I have also observed that Sky City from a distance, said Osvid, the god of slaughter. It is equipped with a large number of magic cannons. The most powerful sacred magic cannon does have the power to kill true gods, but it is only limited to killing middle-level gods. It is almost impossible to kill Gabriel, who is a superior god. No, 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 said Morris, the god of destruction, shaking his head. I suspect that there is a hidden attack method on the Sky City, which is extremely powerful, just like the interstellar cruise carrier of the First Order Empire, with an incredibly powerful main gun. Hiss. After hearing the god of destruction's analysis, Osvid, the god of killing, also felt that it was very likely. After all, how could a war fortress not have a killer weapon? Soon the two of them were sure that the tiger god Gabriel died under the strongest attack of the war fortress of the Black Technology Heaven, the Sky City. At the same time, they also breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, the Sky City was just a dead object, and they had many ways to deal with it. As long as they were careful, their lives would be safe. Unfortunately, they were only half right. Tang Xiufan's Sky City did hide a strongest attack method that could severely injure or even kill the upper gods. Its power was so strong that even the Medusa goddess Christine, who was at the peak of the upper gods, felt threatened. But it was not the Sky City that killed Gabriel. From beginning to end, Tang Xiufan never used the strongest secret weapon of the Sky City. Gabriel died at the hands of Stark, the god angel Gladys, and other higher angels. At this time, figures appeared out of thin air in the temple. The dozen thrones in the hall were full, except for one throne, which belonged to the tiger god Gabriel. Now that he has fallen, the throne is naturally empty. All of these figures are beast gods of the faith pantheon. They are in the same boat with the tiger god Gabriel, the god of destruction Maurice, and the god of slaughter Osvid. Now that Gabriel is dead, they naturally have to ask the gods of destruction and slaughter for advice. Lord Osvid, a beast god of faith with a human body and a wolf head, asked the god of slaughter very anxiously, now that Lord Gabriel has fallen, what should we do? Yes, my lords, even Lord Gabriel has fallen. If we get involved, we will all die. I want to retreat. No one expected that the Black Technology Heaven, a mere castle power, would have such a terrifying hidden power that even Lord Gabriel could not resist it and was annihilated. I suspect that the Black Technology Heaven is fishing to attract gods like us so that they can kill us all and deprive us of our godhood. The beast gods of faith spoke out one after another, and one of them said bitterly, the castle lords of the castle power and the intelligent races of the local power have no awe in the face of gods like us. I secretly checked the soul memory of a castle lord. Except for some memories about the other world that were sealed, the other soul memories showed. What did it show? Those castle lords treated us as bosses. Boss? What do you mean? It is the most powerful wild monster. After killing it, you can get a lot of experience, as well as a lot of equipment, blueprints, and other good things. The expressions of the beast gods present were all dull. Even the god of destruction and the god of slaughter were stunned. Those weak castle lords actually regarded these high and mighty gods as objects to hunt. This is simply a blasphemy to them. However, this is not the point. The point is, what should they do now? The dozen or so beast gods of faith present all turned their eyes to the god of destruction and the god of slaughter. The god of destruction Morris did not hesitate to tell the beast gods of faith present the truth that he and the god of slaughter had just analyzed, and finally said, don't worry, it's just a war fortress. We have plenty of ways to contain it. Osvid and I will personally take action when the grassland decisive battle comes, and with you, we will definitely be able to destroy the Black Technology Heaven. After listening to the analysis, the beast gods of faith in the hall also felt that it made sense and nodded in agreement. At the same time, their hearts also relaxed, their worries were gone, and they felt that they were fine again. Chapter 498. The Black Temple, the beast gods came and went quickly. Some of them went to the Dynasty Alliance of the Karami Prairie to coordinate the gathering of the Alliance army, and some went to the Boliri Highlands to form an army. They have already drawn up a war plan, and when the decisive battle comes, the Dynasty Alliance army of the Karami Prairie and the Dynasty Alliance army of the Boliri Highlands will respectively attack the territory of the Black Technology Heaven from the west and the south. They will not only destroy the branch cities built by the Black Technology Heaven, but also destroy the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, so that the power of the Black Technology Heaven will be completely eliminated from the god and demon continent. Another part of the believers in the beast god returned to the world of gods and began to contact friends from all sides, preparing to besiege the capital of the kingdom of Black Technology together at the time of the decisive battle. Originally, they would not do this if there was Tiger God Gabriel, because one more person would get a bigger share, and with the powerful power of Tiger God Gabriel, it was enough to help them win this grassland god war. But it was obvious that they underestimated the kingdom of black technology, and Tiger God Gabriel also misjudged his own strength. Now that Gabriel is dead, they have no backbone. They only have a dozen gods in total, and the most powerful one is only at the peak of the middle god. It is absolutely impossible for them to defeat the dozens of gods of the kingdom of black technology. In terms of the number of gods, they are several times less, so naturally they need help. As for the god of destruction Maurice and the god of slaughter Osvid, although they are both powerful upper gods, even stronger than Gabriel, the beast gods do not trust them. Because the god of destruction and the god of slaughter are both gods of evil divinity. No matter how stupid the beast gods are, they can't pin their hopes on the evil gods. If the god of destruction and the god of slaughter don't help them deal with the gods of the black technology heaven after the god war begins, then they are doomed. They didn't think that they could fight against the dozens of gods of the black technology kingdom with the strength of a dozen people, so they needed to attract more beast gods to join this grassland god war. As long as they had more gods than the black technology kingdom, they would not be wiped out even if the god of destruction and the god of killing didn't help them. A group of stupid beast gods, god of destruction Morris sneered. Then he turned to look at god of killing Oswald and said with a smile, "There is only one winner in this war, and that is us." "Yes." Oswald nodded. Those who believed in the beast god were just the knives they used to deal with the black technology heaven. Not only would they not help those who believed in the beast god, on the contrary, they would kill all the gods who believed in the beast god and the black technology heaven. All of them were their targets. There were many gods who participated in the grassland god war, and only the two of them were the only winners. For them as evil gods, betrayal of the contract was a routine operation. After a while, the god of destruction and the god of killing also left the Black Temple. They also had to make preparations, especially to find a way to contain the sky city of the black technology heaven that could kill the upper gods. If they could deal with this war fortress, victory would be in their hands. Soon, on the battlefield of devouring, I will be able to ascend to the peak of the upper gods with the divine nature and divine blood of all the gods. The whisper of the god of killing Oswi. While speaking, he also glanced at the back of the god of destruction Morris. This good brother, who has been with him for tens of thousands of years, is also his hunting target. And the god of destruction Morris, who disappeared in the distant sky, felt the gaze from behind, and his expression was also cold and mocking. It can be seen that while Oswald wanted to kill him, he also wanted to kill the other party. Although his position is the middle stage of the upper god, one level lower than the god of killing Oswald, he is very confident that he can kill his good brother. After all, he is the god of destruction. The law of the power of destruction is stronger than the law of the spirit of killing. In short, these two good brothers who have been together for tens of thousands of years seem to be in the same boat, sharing weal and woe. But in fact, they both want to kill each other, which is very evil. At this moment, the World Chat channel has also exploded, and countless successful systems and wanderers have participated in the heated discussion. Damn, I received news that a powerful upper god fell in Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven. We already knew about it a long time ago. After all, the local forces in the whole world are spreading the news like crazy. Even the distant ice and snow kingdom has learned about it. How come everyone knows about it, but there seems to be no world announcement? This news came from the local forces. After Tang Xiaofan killed the upper god, his black technology heaven reached a famous level in the god and demon continent. The whole world knows the name of the black technology heaven. So that's how it is. World reputation famous? This is terrifying indeed. I haven't opened the world reputation yet, and I haven't even reached the most basic reputation level. Reputation level, emerging, slightly famous, well-known, famous, world famous. It's very difficult to improve each level. Regional reputation is better, but it's hard to improve world reputation. Although I am the lord of the top castle, and my reputation in the region has reached a well-known level, but in the entire god and demon continent, my reputation level in the world is not even considered to be the top. This is the gap between boss Tang Xiaofan and us, just looking at the world reputation. One is in heaven, and the other is on earth, and they cannot be compared. I can only say that boss Tang Xiaofan is invincible. Agree +1. At this time, a castle lord spoke. Are you all not surprised? Why can Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven kill even the upper gods? This looks like cheating. What's so strange about this? I'm used to the miracles that happen to Tang Xiaofan. For us, the upper gods that we dare not look directly at are just big bosses for Tang Xiaofan. A few days ago, Tang Xiaofan had already killed the beast god Bulk. So what's so surprising about killing the tiger god Gabriel now? Agree, I just want to know one thing now. After receiving the news that the Black Technology Kingdom killed the Upper God Gabriel, what do the Castle Lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance think? I'm also very curious. Are there any Castle Lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance here? Stand out and let everyone take a look. Chapter 499. Haha, weren't the Castle Lords of the Prairie Paradise very awesome yesterday? They confidently said that the Black Technology Heaven would be destroyed in this grassland war because they were protected by the Upper Gods. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Tang Xiaofan killed an Upper God. I strongly suspect that the Upper God killed by Tang Xiaofan is the protector of the Prairie Paradise Alliance. It is very likely. I think so too. After all, Gabriel is not only an Upper God, but also a Beast God. He is most likely the mastermind behind the Kurami Prairie Dynasty Alliance. This Upper Beast God who possessed powerful divine power obviously died before he could accomplish his mission. Upper God, tut tut. Oops, he's going to be killed again. I suspect that after Gabriel's death, Tang Xiaofan was promoted to the godhood again. Maybe he was directly at the peak of the lower true god, comparable to the previous beast god Bulk. It is also possible that he is a middle god. That would be even more terrifying. I have just reached the peak of level 21, not even a demigod. But big brother Tang Xiaofan has already obtained the godhood of a middle god. The gap is too big. It's just a possibility, not a certainty. Why do we have to worry about whether it is a middle level god? Even if Tang Xiaofan is only at the peak of the lower level true god, isn't he awesome? Who says he is not? Even if he is a lower level god, Tang Xiaofan is far from being comparable to us. I don't know when I can catch up with Tang Xiaofan. It's impossible to catch up, even if you are a top level castle lord. For us castle lords, it's already great to be able to become gods before the War of Gods comes. When will the War of Gods come? It should be soon. After all, the belief in the gods has returned to the continent of gods and demons. And my intuition tells me that the dimensional demons that appeared in the ancient times will come again this time. Once the demons are born, the War of Gods will start immediately. Demons? Demon wars. The main force of Tang Xiaofan is demons. Compared to the abyss demons that swept across the battlefield of ancient gods, Tang Xiaofan's demons are still quite weak, with only a few gods at most. The Abyss Demon Clan is said to have not only thousands of demon gods, but also 12 demon lords, each of whom is a main god. Are the 12 main gods so scary? After all, demons are the source of all evil, the Burning Legion Sagras. Is the brother above confused? Haha, I am not afraid of demons. To me, demons are experienced treasures. I am worried that it is difficult to find monsters in the wild. When the demons come, I can kill them happily. My hope of becoming a god lies in the demons. Me too. Many castle lords have similar ideas. Demons are very strong. This is a fact, and they all know it. But this is not important. What is important is that by killing powerful demons, both the castle soldiers under their command and the castle lords can gain a lot of experience. Experience is the only way to upgrade the level. Compared with the native intelligent creatures in the god and demon continent, who are extremely afraid of the demons, the castle lords are looking forward to the arrival of demons. What is a demon? In the final analysis, it is just one of the 4 natural disasters. They, the players, are also members of the natural disasters. Even compared with the demons, the castle lords as players are the craziest, the most evil, the most murderous and destructive. The local forces of the gods and demons continent should not be afraid of demons, but of the castle lords. It's just that the castle forces have not yet fully grown up, so they don't look very threatening. They are not as notorious as the Abyss Demon Clan. However, once the castle lords grow up, the local forces of the gods and demons continent will know what the players mean. At that time, the whole world will go crazy because of the players, and the world chat channel. The castle lord suddenly spoke up, and the only thing I don't want now is the grassland war. I don't want to either, because my intuition tells me that whether it is the Dynasty Alliance of Kurami Prairie and Balalai Highlands, or the hundreds of castle lords of the Prairie Paradise Alliance, they are all sending heads to Tang Xiaofan. If they continue to send heads like this, Tang Xiaofan may have a chance to be promoted to a higher god. The most important thing is that not only these forces are sending heads, but even the gods of the faith system are sending heads. They just sent a lower god 2 days ago, and this wave directly sent a higher god. Some people always feel that they are good again. They will always overestimate their own strength and become cold corpses. In this grassland god war, once the Black Technology Kingdom wins, Tang Xiaofan will take off again and be truly invincible in the world. I can only say that I envy him. Many castle lords and wanderers are sighing, and some people are constantly contacting the top leaders of the Grassland Paradise Alliance, hoping that they will not make a fool of themselves and end this grassland war and withdraw from the grassland. However, their reminders fell on deaf ears and received no response. In fact, the top leaders of the Grassland Paradise Alliance are also very upset, because they have once again underestimated the strength of the Black Technology Heaven. The Castle Lord and the Wanderer in the World Chat channel were right in their speculation. The Tiger God Gabriel was indeed one of their reliance. As a result, before the final battle began, the Tiger God Gabriel was the first to die. Let them go to reason? No need to worry. Gabriel has fallen, but we still have the God of Destruction and the God of Slaughter. The power of these two gods is even more terrifying. In addition, we have a large number of beast men who believe in gods. In the Grassland decisive battle, the winner will definitely be us. Boss, we should find a chance to persuade the god. Before the Grassland God War begins, he must not go to send it again. To be honest, if he continues to send it, I will really quit. Me too. Now I am worried that those mentally retarded gods will go to send their heads again and directly send Tang Xiaofen's Black Technology Heaven to invincibility. It's okay, they won't be that stupid. Even Gabriel is dead. How dare those beast gods dare to provoke the Black Technology Heaven again? They will definitely wait until the Grassland God War comes. That would be the best. Boss, the God of Destruction and the God of Slaughter are both evil gods. If we cooperate with them, we won't be sold out by them and count their money, right? What are you afraid of? In their eyes, we are just mortals like ants, not up to par. They don't have the heart to plot against us, not to mention, we are just using their power to destroy the Black Technology Heaven. I hope so. I am very curious. What method did Tang Xiaofen use to kill Gabriel? Who knows? Perhaps Tang Xiaofen used the Sky City. Or maybe it was the king's artifact in his hand. In short, none of this matters. We just need to wait for the Grassland God War to start, and for the God of Destruction and the God of Slaughter to descend and destroy the Black Technology Heaven in one fell swoop. Boss, what if the God of Destruction and the God of Slaughter can't defeat the Black Technology Heaven? What to do? Of course, retreat. Chapter 500. In the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, Tang Xiaofan received the spoils from Stark, a blueprint, 2 artifacts, and a godhead belonging to Gadalier. First of all, the blueprint. The blueprint exploded from the upper god must be extraordinary. This is a routine. The more powerful the creature, the better the blueprint exploded. Unless Tang Xiaofan's luck is really bad, otherwise, this blueprint will definitely not be bad. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and directly used the Castle Lord's appraisal book to appraise the blueprint. In an instant, the dazzling light of appraisal enveloped the blueprint. It was not until a long time later that the light of appraisal disappeared, and the blueprint also revealed its information. Special Building Blueprint, Future Construction. Grade, Top. Description: this is a very rare building blueprint. You can use it to build any kind of building that your castle can build in the future, except the main castle. Restrictions on use: cannot be used by anyone other than the castle owner. Construction requirements: depends on the building being built. Special reminder: the rarity of this blueprint is beyond your imagination. Please cherish it, and do not waste it on ordinary castle buildings. Future Construction Blueprint. Tang Xiaofan's eyes widened suddenly, and he was stunned. He did not expect that there would be such a perverted blueprint. Its function is not to directly upgrade the level of the castle building, but to build any kind of building that may appear in his kingdom in the future. Except for the main castle, all buildings can be built. The effect of this blueprint is simply amazing. It is worthy of being a blueprint exploded from the upper god. Its value to me is simply higher than any of the artifacts above. Tang Xiaofan thought of its Sky City. When he asked the game official whether this future construction blueprint could build a war fortress like the Sky City, the official game responded directly that it was not possible. The reason was simple. The Sky City was a war weapon, not a castle building, so it could not be built. Tang Xiaofan was not disappointed with this answer, because he just asked casually. He had never thought of using this blueprint to build the Sky City. Even if the Sky City was a war fortress, it was not worth it. This blueprint had only one purpose, which was to build his angel reincarnation pool. There was no doubt about this. He had been looking forward to having an angel reincarnation pool for a long time. Since he summoned the angel, he had been looking forward to having an independent reincarnation pool, which was specifically used to breed adult angels, and one for breeding angel holy spirits. He waited for so long, and now the opportunity finally came. How could he use the blueprint for other buildings? In the entire Black Technology Heaven, no building can be compared to the angel reincarnation pool. Naturally, this future construction blueprint must be the angel reincarnation pool. Lord, Stark asked doubtfully, what is it that makes you so happy? Look at this blueprint. Tang Xiaofan handed the blueprint in his hand to Stark, who took it respectfully. After checking the blueprint information, he also showed a happy face and said, "Congratulations, you can have an angel reincarnation pool now." "Ha ha." Tang Xiaofan laughed. It was obvious that Stark had the same idea as him, that he would use this blueprint to build an angel reincarnation pool. He did not hesitate at all, and went directly to the vicinity of the farmer's factory, and chose the blueprint to use. "Do you want to choose a future building?" Tang Xiaofan immediately chose yes and said, "I want to build an angel reincarnation pool." "Do you want to build an angel reincarnation pool?" "Yes." Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and chose yes directly. At the same time, he became excited. After such a long time, he finally had an angel reincarnation pool. It was really not easy. Don't know that there are already 4 military buildings in his black technology castle, but there is no angel reincarnation pool. Borrowing the farmer's factory to breed angels. Now, it is Tang Xiaofan's troop building, and it can directly summon angels. Tang Xiaofan has always wanted to have an independent angel reincarnation pool to breed angels. After such a long time, even he has grown from an ordinary mortal to a powerful god with a middle-level god status, and an angel reincarnation pool has only appeared. It must be said that the wait is too hard, and there is a feeling of looking forward to it. But no matter what, an angel reincarnation pool finally made him wait. After having an independent angel reincarnation pool, he can fulfill his original dream and use it to breed angels. It is used to breed young angel holy spirits. Although the initial level of angel holy spirits is very low, and they need to obtain special energy values by killing enemies before they can grow up step by step, such a growth path requires a lot of time to breed. Adult angels are different. They are directly at the peak of the growth potential limit of the complete body strength level. For complete body angels, they can no longer gain experience by killing enemies, but if they want to use complete body angels, they need to consume a lot of divine power crystals. This is what Tang Xiaofan lacks the most now. In the case of insufficient divine power crystals, now there is an angel reincarnation pool, so he naturally cannot use this angel reincarnation pool to breed adult angels. The current angel reincarnation pool needs to be used to breed angel holy spirits, with the purpose of expanding the size of his angel army, increasing the number of angels, and improving the race of the angel family. When I have enough divine power crystals, I will use the angel reincarnation pool to breed adult angels. As Tang Xiaofan muttered to himself, a huge phantom appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. This illusory light and shadow was the constructed military building angel reincarnation pool. Its rebirth pool had a diameter of 1,000 meters, which was exactly the same as the scale of the farmer's factory. In this way, this military building was also level 9. Theoretically, the highest level of military buildings is level 9. This is the future construction. Tang Xiaofan's face was full of smiles. The angel reincarnation pool he built reached level 9, which was great news for him, because this saved him more than 100 million soul stones. With his current soul stone reserves, it was not enough to upgrade the military buildings to level 9. After all, his other 3 military buildings, except for the Elf Mother Tree, the Monastery of Light and Dragon Island, were still only level 8. Just because he didn't have enough soul stones, he couldn't upgrade them all to level 9. Now the angel reincarnation pool he built directly reached level 9, and he didn't need to consume a lot of soul stones to upgrade it. It was naturally good news for Tang Xiaofan. Construction successful. Please select a suitable location for placement. Special reminder, since the current castle building level is too high, the construction will consume more resources. This construction will consume 30 million units of wood, 20 million units of stone, and 15 million units of refined iron. At this moment, the illusory light and shadow of the angel reincarnation is suspended in the air, waiting for Tang Xiaofan to build it. Looking at the resource consumption in the special reminder, Tang Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. Generally speaking, a military building will consume at most hundreds of thousands of units of resources. However, the construction of the future angel reincarnation pool will consume a total of 65 million units of materials, which is simply terrifying. Chapter 501. If it were any other castle lord, even a top castle lord, they probably wouldn't be able to take out the resources, because there were just too many. Only Tang Xiaofan didn't take these resources seriously. After all, the total amount of resources he had stored had already exceeded 10 billion units. How could he feel bad about taking out 200% of the materials to build a level 9 angel reincarnation pool? Tang Xiaofan didn't hesitate and immediately chose a vacant lot nearby to build the angel reincarnation pool. The illusory light and shadow fell to the ground, and with a rumble, the earth trembled. Then the illusory light and shadow gradually began to solidify, and gradually turned into a physical angel reincarnation pool. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaofen's angel reincarnation pool was completely materialized, and its energy was very abundant. Because it was built in the future, the energy of the angel reincarnation pool was also built together, which could directly breed a full 1,000 angel holy spirits. Yes, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. Tang Xiaofen immediately clicked on the breeding information prompt of this angel reincarnation pool. The current reincarnation pool has abundant energy. Do you want to breed angel holy spirits? No. Tang Xiaofan thought for a moment and chose no. He was going to give the first breeding of this new angel reincarnation pool to the fully grown adult angel to see if the first breeding could bring him good luck. He now has 3 14-winged angels, namely the 14-winged Seraphim Caddis, the 14-winged angel of destiny Claire, and the 14-winged zodiac Virgo angel Gladys. The only regret is that he does not have a 16-winged archangel. He is looking forward to breeding it. In addition to the 16-winged archangel, he is more looking forward to the appearance of the angel of creation, because the angel of creation can directly build the angel reincarnation pool with the angel of destiny. In the future, he will be able to have a large number of reincarnation pools without the need for drawings. An angel reincarnation pool, the first time to breed, hoping to have a big explosion of luck. Tang Xiaofan secretly made a wish, and at the same time, a new message prompt appeared. Do you want to breed a complete angel? Yes, grow. As soon as Tang Xiaofan finished speaking, his first angel reincarnation pool bloomed with dazzling light, and melodious hymns echoed. Countless palm-sized little angels danced in the light, sometimes flying up and down, sometimes spinning in the air, and sometimes waving the magic wand in their hands to sprinkle a rain of light, which was extremely beautiful. Tang Xiaofanzi looked at the gestation time. The current gestation time for a fully grown adult angel is 86 days, 3 hours and 49 minutes. When he saw the gestation time, Tang Xiaofan was stunned, because the longer the time, the stronger the angel gestated. The last wave of adult angels gestated a 14-winged zodiac Virgo angel Gladys, whose strength was as high as the early stage of the upper god. Her divine power was so strong that even the tiger god Gabriel was easily defeated by her, and chose to escape. But the gestation time of that wave was only 37 days. This time, it is also to breed 1,000 adult angels, but the gestation time has reached more than 86 days. What does this mean? It means that among the 1,000 adult angels bred this time, there is a high probability that there are 16-winged archangels, and a small probability that there are multiple 14-winged angels. The first breeding of the new reincarnation pool is really a big explosion of luck. Tang Xiaofan was extremely excited. Whether it was a 16-winged archangel or multiple 14-winged angels, they were very important to him. Because they all have the status of a higher god, the only difference is that the 16-winged archangel is at the peak of the higher god, while the 14-winged first-level angel is at the early stage of the higher god. Their growth potential limits are different, and the ranks of the complete bodies they naturally nurture are also different, but no matter what, they are all higher gods, and none of them is weak. The question now is, how can we nurture them as quickly as possible? This time the gestation time is more than 86 days, and Tang Xiaofan certainly can't wait that long. It's been nearly 3 months, and the God War might have already come. How could he keep waiting? So he had to use the God Power Crystal to speed up the breeding of this batch of adult angels, so that they could be bred as quickly as possible. Tang Xiaofan roughly calculated that 1 God Power Crystal could reduce the breeding time by 2 hours. 12 God Power Crystals were needed in 24 hours a day, and 86 days would consume 1,032 God Power Crystals. For Tang Xiaofan now, this was a very large number. After the last batch of adult angels nurtured and consumed the divine power crystals he had, there were only 404 left, which was less than half of the requirement. He had to find a way to get more divine power crystals. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan looked at the 2 artifacts that Stark gave him, a sword and a ring. Both artifacts were spoils of war after killing the tiger god Gabriel. The name of the sword was the Sword of Eternal Decay, which was the tiger god Gabriel's natal artifact. It was of the middle grade of the upper artifact, with terrifying power and amazing value. The most important thing is that it is complete, not damaged in the battle, and the spirituality of the artifact is not lost. At this time, even under the suppression of Stark's divine power law, the sword was tightly held in Tang Xiaofan's hand, and it was still shaking and struggling, trying to escape from Tang Xiaofan's control. If the intermediate level upper artifact can be sold to those gods, a small amount of divine power crystals can be obtained, but who should it be sold to? The gods of the phase system, except for the dragon god from the dragon realm, are all paupers. Even the main god-level goddess of fate Anisdora is also very poor. If I want to sell it, I have to sell it to the dragon god of the dragon realm, or to the truth gods in the central area. The truth gods, who have ruled the god and demon continent for so many years, must have obtained countless crystals of divine power from the laws of the world. They may be richer than the dragon gods. It's a pity that the truth god system regards my castle forces as enemies, and I don't have any relevant channels. After thinking for a long time, Tang Xiaofan still couldn't find a suitable buyer. Finally, he suddenly had an idea and said to himself, otherwise he would continue to sell it to the Dark Elf Queen, but he didn't know if he could afford it. The Dark Elf Queen Pernis was a white, rich, and beautiful woman. She took out hundreds of millions of soul stones without blinking an eye. She must be very wealthy, but the eternal blade in his hand was still a mid-grade upper-level artifact. Its power was extremely powerful, and its value was bound to be very amazing. Without tens of billions of soul stones, Tang Xiaofan would feel bad if he sold it himself. Can the Dark Elf Queen take out so many soul stones? Tang Xiaofan expressed doubts. After all, these were soul stones, not food. After a moment of silence, Tang Xiaofan handed the upper-level artifact to Stark and asked him to seal it up to prevent it from running away. And he looked at another artifact, a ring. Chapter 502. Obviously, this is another space-related artifact. It belongs to the storage equipment of Tiger God Gabriel. In fact, Tiger God Gabriel has a third artifact, which is his personal artifact defense armor. However, this artifact defense armor was broken into pieces by the Stark team during the battle. Those armor fragments were recovered, but they were of no use. They could only be handed over to the beautiful elf blacksmith Igetta for remelting and remaking to see if a new artifact can be created with the help of those artifact fragments. When Igetta received the armor fragments, her beautiful cheeks flushed with excitement. As an equipment master of the elves, her dream was to create a divine weapon for His Majesty the King. Now she is one step closer to her dream. God's Secret Ring. Rank: Middle Level True Divine Artifact, Top Grade. Description: It is a space artifact created by a pure-blooded titan in ancient times. Its internal space is large enough to hold a planet. Condition: Intact. Divine Power Strength: None. Inner Space: A small dimensional world. Special reminder: this artifact is a gift from a powerful thunder titan to Gabriel, the god of faith of the tiger people, and represents the light of friendship. Once you equip this artifact, you will get the hatred value of the thunder titan Unos. You can choose to return this artifact to the thunder titan Uros, and Uros will likely forgive you for what you did to Gabriel. Return? How is it possible? Tang Xiaofan didn't have to think about returning it. After all, this was a top-grade space artifact with a small dimensional world. Its internal space was large enough to hold a planet, far exceeding the space artifact he was wearing now, the Ring of Divine Green Shade. Looking at this space artifact called the Ring of Divine Hidden Secrets, Tang Xiaofan felt that he could change his clothes. So he forcibly destroyed the divine imprint left by Gabriel on the artifact without hesitation, and then left his own divine imprint on it, and dripped a drop of golden divine blood, and the recognition of the master was completed. Tang Xiaofan became the master of the secret ring. At the same time, his divine consciousness also easily penetrated into the inner space of the ring. Just as the official description of the game, the inner space of the secret ring is a small dimensional world, which is very large and can accommodate a planet with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. For example, the Earth can be directly put in it. Of course, it is not easy to put the Earth in. First, it is necessary to completely cover the Earth with divine power, isolate the gravity of the solar system, and make the Earth an independent celestial body that is not affected by gravity. Only then can it be packed into the secret ring and take it away. Anyway, the secret ring has a lot of space. With it, Tang Xiaofan no longer has to worry about insufficient space. Alas, at this time Tang Xiaofan suddenly exclaimed, and Stark asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Tang Xiaofan looked at the secret ring in his hand, and said with some disdain, "Gabriel, after all, is a superior god. I didn't expect him to be as poor as Bulk." As he said, Tang Xiaofan opened the authority, and Stark's divine consciousness followed to explore the way in. Then Tang Xiaofan, the steward of the Black Technology Castle, was also stunned for a few seconds, as if he felt incredible. A dignified superior god is so poor, there is no divine equipment, no divine objects, not even a crystal of divine power, only this. Tang Xiaofan's mind moved, and a golden token flew out. This token was exactly the same as the golden token Tang Xiaofan had obtained from the beast god Bulk before. Both sides were engraved with the divine language of the ancient times, the words gods. This is another token of the gods. Tang Xiaofan flipped his right hand, and 2 tokens of the gods appeared at the same time. They were exactly the same in size, material, and engraved patterns. As if they were pressed out of the same mold, there is no difference at all. Order of the gods. Stark was surprised and said, the beast god Balk and the tiger god Gabriel both have the order of the gods. Although it is not special, it must have a very special function. Tang Xiaofan nodded. He also believed that the order of the gods would not be an ordinary thing. Otherwise, gods like Balk and Gabriel would not have reason to store it, and be reluctant to throw it away. Tang Xiaofan pondered for a moment. You can ask the goddess of fate Anastora. As a powerful main god of the faith system, she should know what the order of the gods is. Stark immediately said, Lord, I go to the underground world. That's fine. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and said, if the goddess of fate doesn't want to answer, then forget it, don't conflict with her. When you step into the level of the main god, we won't have to be so cautious. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, ask the goddess of fate to help, say hello to those gods of faith and truth, and say that I have Gabriel's natal artifact for sale. See who wants to buy it, come to my black technology castle. As you command, Almighty Lord. Stark saluted respectfully, and at the same time, he was more eager to recover to the realm of the Lord God. He was now in the late stage of the upper god, and was only 2 small realms away from the Lord God. Stark believed that he would be able to be promoted to the Lord God soon. At that time, he and the Lord would not have to be afraid of the goddess of fate, Anastora. When he recovered to the peak of the Lord God, he could even suppress the entire god and demon continent, and even the world of thousands of planes, and rule this real universe for the Lord. After Stark left, Tang Xiaofan had come to the vicinity of his farmer factory, and started to breed a new batch of angels. Since there were not enough divine crystals, he chose to use his farmer factory to breed angels. When there were more divine crystals in the future, he might consider breeding adult angels at the same time. The farmer factory is full of energy. Should I breed angels? Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate and chose yes. The farmer factory was shining brightly. It was a very novel feeling because Tang Xiaofan now had an angel reincarnation pool and a farmer factory. The angel reincarnation pool had just bred a wave of adult angels. Now the farmer factory was breeding angels. It was the first time for him to breed 2 angels on the same day. It was quite generous. If this matter were to be spread, it would surely shake the entire castle power. Countless castle lords and wanderers would be shocked, and those top castle lords, who regarded Tang Xiaofan as a target to surpass, or even wished that Tang Xiaofan would be eliminated immediately, would be terrified. Tang Xiaofan, who owns the farmer factory, has 2 million steel demons under his command, which is already powerful enough to be invincible. Now that Tang Xiaofan has an angel reincarnation pool, how powerful will his castle be? Chapter 503. Invincible plus invincible equals unsolvable, but they won't know this, because those top castle masters can't enter Tang Xiaofan's capital, and they don't even dare to approach the territory of the Black Technology Castle. Naturally, they can't see the new angel reincarnation pool in Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Castle, and this secret is destined to be kept for a long time. In the farmer's factory, the light is dazzling, and after a moment, bright balls of light fly out from the light. Compared with nurturing adult angels, nurturing angel holy spirits does not take too long. Just wait for 1 or 2 minutes, and the light ball wrapped with the angel holy spirit will fly out of the farmer's factory. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 light balls appeared in the air in front of Tang Xiaofan. After a while, all these light balls broke apart, and 1,000 fair, tender, beautiful and cute little angels appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. Tang Xiaofan checked the wings behind them as usual, and easily obtained them with a divine mind. 3 10-winged angel holy spirits, 15 8-winged angel holy spirits, 37 6-winged angel holy spirits, and more than 600 4-winged angel holy spirits. The remaining about 300 angel holy spirits have 2 wings, which is indeed a 70% probability. Tang Xiaofan said to himself, it's a pity that there is no big lucky explosion event. Not only did no 14-winged angel holy spirit appear, but there was not even a 12-winged angel holy spirit. Could it be that the birth of an adult angel just now has exhausted my luck? Luck is a very mysterious thing, which is related to one's own destiny. Tang Xiaofan felt that his luck this time was not very good. The highest angel holy spirit he bred was only 10-winged. Even if a 12-winged angel holy spirit appeared, it could barely give him some comfort. But unfortunately, there is not a single 12-winged angel holy spirit. But it's okay, it's just a small problem, because among the 1,000 adult angels being nurtured, there is a high probability that there will be 16 winged archangels or multiple 14 winged angels, which is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan smiled again. Praise your almighty Lord. Led by 3 10-winged angels, 1,000 fair and tender angel holy spirits flew to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, then roughly checked their information and found that among all the upper angels, there were 5 special angels. 1 was the angel of love, 2 were guardian angels, and 2 were paradise angels. They were 6-winged, and 5 special angels appeared at once, which was not bad. It was a pity that the creation angel that Tang Xiaofan had been thinking about did not come. He had no choice but to look forward to the next breeding. Then he named the 3 10-winged angels in front of him, Polly, Sheila, and Haida, and appointed one of the 10-winged main angels as the legion leader to lead these little angels in front of him. Praise you, Lord. May the holy light always be there, and may you be eternal. The 3 10-winged angels were very excited and bowed to Tang Xiaofan with reverence. Their pale golden pupils revealed their supreme faith in Tang Xiaofan. At the same time, they were grateful to the Almighty Lord. Not only did he give them life, but he also gave them real names. For the 3 beautiful and lovely 10-winged angels, Polly, Jira, and Haida, this was the highest honor. Nothing else could be more important than the names given to them by the Lord. Go, the 10 wings said to them, take your legions to the distant battlefield and eliminate all the heretics who refuse to bow their heads to the holy light, yes, Almighty Lord. The 3 10-winged angels immediately took the other angels into the teleportation array, and then teleported to the City of Radiance, where they met up with an angel legion and went to clear the enemies on the grassland together. Tang Xiaofan took out a godhead that exuded powerful divine power. This godhead was the last trophy godhead. Grade, upper god object. Description: this is the godhead from the Faith Beast artifact, the Tiger Man tribe's god of faith, Gabriel, and it contains a very terrifying divine power. Contains divine power, more than 2,795,000 drops. Contains laws, 99 laws of power. Usage restrictions: middle level gods. Special reminder, please do not use this godhood before refining it, otherwise, the powerful divine power and laws contained in it may cause irreversible damage to your body. This godhood contains nearly 2.8 million drops of divine power. Although it is not as good as the upper godhood given by the goddess of fate, Anastora, it is already very good. What's more, it also contains 99 laws of power. The godhead given by the goddess of fate has no mysterious laws, but only divine power. Tang Xiaofan guessed that the divine power law in the godhead should have been taken away by the goddess of fate. Of course, this is not important. After all, the godhead has been refined and absorbed by Stark, and he has been promoted to the late stage of the upper god, easily suppressing the tiger god Gabriel. The godhead in his hand now comes from the tiger god Gabriel. 99 laws of power, this is useful to me. Tang Xiaofan thought to himself, when Stark comes back, I will give him this godhead and let him extract the power laws from it. It is very simple to extract the laws from the godhead with Stark's power, but it would take Tang Xiaofan a long time. He never likes trouble, and is good at handing such things over to his butler. As for the power laws in the godhead, why are they useful to Tang Xiaofan? The reason is very simple. Although he is not a god of power, his godhead is a natural godhead without attributes, which can integrate all the mysterious laws without any conflict of laws. If it were other gods, if they did not master the laws of power, absorbing such laws would cause conflicts of laws, which would cause the divine body to be injured at best, or even the divine personality to be shattered and the soul to be destroyed. Tang Xiaofan did not have such worries. On the contrary, the more mysterious laws he integrated, the stronger his own divine power would be, and the more terrifying his combat power would be. Although Tang Xiaofan was not happy to personally participate in the battle of gods and fight with other gods, he was still very happy to improve his own strength. Who would dislike becoming stronger? He was looking forward to absorbing tens of thousands of different divine laws, and becoming the king of all laws. At that time, even if he did not get the throne of the God King, the divine power he mastered could completely rival the God King, or even suppress the God King. Next, Tang Xiaofan recruited other troops one after another. The 9th level elf magic mother tree bred 3,000 elf troops, among which 65 elemental elves appeared, mastering various elemental magic. The 8th level light monastery recruited 2,000 light troops, among which more than 100 paladins, more than 50 cardinals, and more than 30 holy light Pegasus appeared. The 8th level dragon island recruited 1,000 dragons, most of which were elemental dragons, a few were metal dragons, gem dragons, etc. As for the god-level dragons such as space dragons, time dragons, and logs of fate, they did not appear in this recruitment. However, Tang Xiaofan was not disappointed. For him now, dragons with god-level growth potential were not worth paying too much attention to. If he could recruit them, he would be very happy. If he could not recruit them, he would not be disappointed. In short, he had a more powerful angel army, so he was not eager to expect god-level dragons. Chapter 504. A new day, all the recruitment of soldiers is completed. The newly recruited soldiers are also teleported to the distant battlefield with the help of the teleportation array. They will grow rapidly on the battlefield of blood and fire under the protection of other legions. It doesn't matter if they fall, because Tang Xiaofan can use the angel reincarnation pool to revive all the fallen soldiers at the cost of consuming soul stones. For the soldiers of the Black Technology Castle, death is not the end. After all, Tang Xiaofan had plenty of soul stones. Although exchanging them for divine power crystals was difficult, it was no problem to use them to revive the fallen soldiers. At this moment, a group of beautiful upper angels descended from the sky. They were led by the 14-winged seraphim Caddis, Shirley, Claire, and the Virgo angel Gladys. There were about 50 of them in total. In addition, Olivia was among them. "My lord, your majesty," the women saluted Tang Xiaofan one after another, and Tang Xiaofan responded with a smile. So far, there are a total of 67 gods in his Black Technology Castle, including 2 upper gods, 11 middle gods, and the rest are lower gods. All the participants in the siege of Tiger God Gabriel were lower gods, and they also advanced and gained great benefits. Especially Katie, Olivia, Shirley, and the angel of fate Claire, all of them, like Tang Xiaofan, achieved a breakthrough in the great realm and were promoted to the realm of middle gods. As for the upper angels such as Nina, Dale, Angelica, and Irene, they were promoted to the peak of lower gods, only one step away from middle gods. Other upper angels also entered the late stage of lower gods. It can be said that they gained a lot from this battle. After the battle, the gods and angels under Tang Xiaofan, including Olivia, all increased their strength. "Congratulations," Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. Caddis, Olivia and others also smiled brightly. Once they were promoted to middle gods, they were finally not weak gods. As long as they took another step and were promoted to upper gods, they could be called powerful gods, mastering powerful divine power and suppressing a plain world. Tang Xiaofan said, "You guys should go to the battlefield too." After a pause, he continued, "But you don't have to join the war, hide in the void. If you encounter a god from the enemy camp coming and attacking my kingdom's army, then you must kill him. Generally speaking, gods will not take action in wars in the mortal world, and demigods are the strongest fighting force in mortal wars. The battlefield of gods is a war between gods, but there is no guarantee that there will not be gods who break the rules and attack his kingdom's army. Once such a thing happens, his kingdom's army is bound to suffer huge casualties. So he sent Katie, Olivia and other kingdom gods to protect his kingdom army, and see if he can hunt down 1 or 2 ignorant beast gods. If he can, it will be an unexpected gain." As he said that, Tang Xiaofan turned his eyes to the angel god, who was emitting dazzling golden light. Gladys said, "Gladys, you go with us." With Gladys, the upper god, in charge, Tang Xiaofan can rest assured about the safety of Katie and the others. "Yes, Lord Almighty." The god angel Gladys bowed respectfully. Standing beside her was the Aries god-favored one, Estella. Estella has now been promoted to the realm of true god, and is in the late stage of lower true god. Compared with Gladys, she is countless times weaker, but as a god-favored one who has grown up step by step from a farmer, her promotion speed is already very fast. Not to mention that she is now pestering Stark to make armor for her. Maybe it won't be long before she can catch up with the Virgo god angel Gladys. After a while, Tang Xiaofan's beautiful angels and elves left the capital. Some went to the Karami Prairie, and some went to the Boliri Highlands. Nearly 70 gods descended on the battlefields of the 2 regions. That was absolutely terrifying, and could easily sweep away all the dynasty forces in the 2 regions. However, Tang Xiaofan did not let them step onto the battlefield, but only let them hide in the void. After all, they were all gods, and killing mortal-level soldiers, even if they killed demigods, would not gain much experience and could not be promoted to the position of god. Those mortal-level enemies were all experienced tanks for the kingdom's army. He had to rely on the dynasty forces in the 2 regions, and their demigod level 21 warriors, to train a large number of demigod soldiers, and even god soldiers. After Katie and the others left, Tang Xiaofan felt that he had nothing to do, so he opened the trading channel to see if there was anything worth buying. After browsing around, Tang Xiaofan bought a few pretty good special building blueprints, and then built them directly in his king map. As for the blueprints, equipment and other items he put on the trading area, they were also bought one after another. Up to now, his stockpiled materials have reached 13 billion units, including about 6 billion units of wood, about 4 billion units of stone, and about 3 billion units of refined iron. The more than 20 billion units of resources needed to upgrade the high-level royal capital to the imperial capital seem to be very far away, but they are not out of reach. Tang Xiaofan believes that after he eliminates all the dynasty forces and castle forces in the Kurami Prairie and the Balai Highlands, the resources he harvests will definitely be enough to upgrade the high-level royal capital to the imperial capital. Then Tang Xiaofan opened the world chat channel again and checked the chat records between the castle lord and the wanderer. Soon he found that the whole world had known about his killing of the tiger god Gabriel. Yes, the whole world, not only the local forces around the world, but also the castle lords in various regions, all knew about it. Gabriel, the tiger god who had the initial position of the upper god, died in his kingdom. Tang Xiaofan even suspected that the gods, who believed in the pantheon, had also learned about this matter. After all, they are all gods, and it is very easy to find out information. This is not friendly. Tang Xiaofan wants to complain about the game officials. As soon as the tiger god Gabriel died, he was given a big name, causing a stir all over the world. He originally wanted to do another trick and kill Morris, the god of destruction, and Oshid, the god of killing, together. Now it seems that this plan is difficult to achieve. Because after the gods of destruction and killing know this news, they will definitely become very cautious. He even worried that the two ancient evil gods standing behind the dynasty alliance would choose to withdraw from the war, which would directly lead to the failure of his plan to open up the kingdom of God. At that time, his loss would be huge. But there was no way. After all, the tiger god Gabriel was a higher god, and killing him would inevitably gain a huge amount of reputation points. The increase in reputation level was inevitable. Now I can only hope that the two gods of destruction and killing have no intention of evacuating, and are ready to fight me again. Tang Xiaofan is now extremely powerful. His self-confidence also swelled, and he was no longer worried about not being able to defeat the god of destruction Morris, and the god of killing Oshid. On the contrary, he was worried that they would slip away. Chapter 505. In the World Chat channel, there is a castle lord who claims that the Grassland Paradise Alliance did not evacuate the Kurami Grassland again, and they chose to stay. It seems that the top leaders of the Grassland Paradise Alliance are also very confident and ready to fight to the death with me. And behind them, in addition to the dynasty alliances in the two regions, there must be a large number of gods giving them confidence. Maybe. The two gods of destruction and killing are two of them. Tang Xiaofan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. If the outside world knew that he was not afraid of the destruction of the black technology heaven, but was worried that the god of destruction Morris and the god of killing Oshid would withdraw from the battlefield, they would probably be wide-eyed. After all, except Tang Xiaofan himself, no one knew how powerful the black technology heaven was now. When Tang Xiaofan was browsing the World Chat channel, his butler Stark came back from the underground world. Tang Xiaofan soon found that there was a smile on Stark's cheek. Tang Xiaofan asked, "Have you found out the origin of the god's order?" "Yes, my lord." Stark said respectfully, "The goddess of destiny told me that the order of the gods came from an era older than the ancient times. It is the entrance certificate to the pantheon." "Pantheon?" Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "What is that?" Stark shook his head and said, "The goddess of destiny just said that the pantheon was built by 9 ancient gods in ancient times, and is the supreme temple of the gods. In addition, the goddess of destiny also said," Stark looked up at Tang Xiaofan, "the throne of the god king is inside the pantheon." Pantheon, the supreme palace of the gods. Tang Xiaofan had never thought that there was such a thing as the pantheon in the gods and demons continent. Its origin was before the ancient war of gods, and it was built by 9 unknown ancient gods. And the throne of the king of gods claimed by the game officials is located in the pantheon. If the top castle lords of the castle forces want to compete for the throne of the king of gods, they must have the order of the gods and enter the pantheon. Of course, you can also look forward to the throne of the king of gods flying out of the pantheon by itself. After all, the throne of the king of gods is the supreme artifact and has spirituality. If it wants to fly out of the pantheon for a stroll, it is not impossible. What era is older than the ancient god war era? Tang Xiaofan was puzzled. He originally thought that the end of the history of the god and demon continent was the ancient times. The world was ruled by countless gods of faith until the throne of the god king was born. The abyss demons of the dimensional world invaded the god and demon continent, and used war and killing to drive the ancient gods of the faith system out of the god and demon continent. The ancient era officially came to an end. After that, it was the Dark Ages. The races of the gods and demons continent fought against the abyss demons. Countless lives perished in this era, and the races were almost slaughtered by the demons. It was also in this era that new divine powers emerged among the races of the world. They gave up their faith and pursued the truth. In the end, the abyss demons were expelled by the races of the world, thus opening up the age of truth, which was more glorious than the ancient faith age. In the age of truth, every race flourished. Whether it was the God of truth or the mortals of the world, they were stronger than in the ancient faith age. This is also one of the reasons why all creatures are unwilling to return to the path of faith. They despise and hate the gods of faith, which is only one of the reasons. The main reason is that they are now stronger than in ancient times. No race is willing to give up the current glory and reshape the cowardice of the old times. Even the weak races such as goblins, etc., shouted to reject faith and claimed that truth is the only way to eternal life. Even they are unwilling to believe in those gods of faith, let alone other powerful races. It can be said that there is really no living space for the gods of faith in the current land of gods and demons. The castle lords, who have embarked on the path of faith, have only turned their own soldiers into believers. It is very difficult to gain the faith of the local intelligent races. That is, Tang Xiufan's initial soldiers are farmers, and he is not worried about the problem of faith at all. The main force of the army, the angels, were good at spreading faith, which allowed some local intelligent creatures to become his believers. It would be difficult for other castle lords. Before the ancient times, it should be the age of the ancient gods. Stark said, I asked the goddess of fate, Anastora, and learned that at that time, the gods and demons continent and many planes were ruled by the ancient gods. They built the pantheon and even created the pure Thunder Titan clan. In addition, many races in the gods and demons continent were also created by the ancient gods of the pantheon. They ruled this world for hundreds of millions of years. It was just unknown what caused the ancient gods of the pantheon to disappear one after another, until the god of faith was born, and those ancient gods, who ruled the continent of gods and demons, were gradually forgotten by all races. Stark's expression was a little serious, because he felt that the strength of those ancient gods should be very strong. Although they were not as strong as their founding master, they should be comparable to her. If those ancient gods did not fall, but were only temporarily away, or sleeping in the pantheon, once they returned and revived, they would pose a great threat to the Lord. He was thinking about a question. When he recovered to his prime, stepped into the peak of the Lord God, mastered the God King law that he had realized at the beginning, and became a half-step God King, should he directly destroy the pantheon to eliminate the threat brought by the ancient gods to the Lord? Tang Xiufan on the side didn't think too much. He was just very surprised. He didn't expect that before the ancient faith era, there was an ancient god era in the god and demon continent, and those ancient gods in the pantheon ruled the god and demon continent for hundreds of millions of years. This made him feel very surprised. From this point of view, the historical era of the gods and demons continent can be divided into 4 eras. The first is the ancient god era, when the ancient gods of the pantheon ruled the world. The following is the faith era, when the goddess of light, the goddess of elves, and countless other gods of faith controlled time. Then, there is the dark age, when the gods of faith were expelled by the demons of the abyss, and the creatures of all races in the world were slaughtered by the demons. Countless creatures fell, and their blood dyed the earth red. Finally, there is the current truth era, when all races in the world are thriving. The demons disappeared, and the world returned to peace. All races pursue the truth. Hearing Tang Xiufan's words, Stark immediately nodded in agreement and said, "My lord is wise." Tang Xiufan's mouth twitched slightly. He just made a simple summary. There was no such thing as wise or not wise, but he was used to it. The farmer was his believer. He regarded his words as oracles, and was happy to praise him. At this time, Tang Xiufan's mind moved, and 2 dark golden gods' orders suddenly appeared in his hands. Tang Xiufan played with the gods' orders in his hand and said, "Did the goddess of fate say how to enter the pantheon after having the gods' orders?" Reporting to my lord, Stark said, "The goddess of fate told me that when the pantheon falls from the void, the order of the gods will be revived. Anyone who has the order of the gods can choose whether to enter the pantheon. However, one order of the gods can only allow one person to enter the pantheon. This is not a big problem," Tang Xiufan said. "When the pantheon descends in the future, if he really wants to enter the pantheon in a big way and compete for the throne of the God King, it is nothing more than killing a few more gods and grabbing a few more orders of the gods. The key question is, what kind of danger is there in the pantheon? Chapter 506. Stark could see what Tang Xiaofan was thinking and said, "The goddess of fate claimed that although the pantheon has the hope of becoming the God King, it is also full of dangers and is known as the tomb of the gods. In ancient times, the gods of faith and the abyss gods entered the pantheon with the help of the order of the gods to compete for the throne of the God King, but in the end." At this point, Stark looked at Tang Xiaofan with a twinkling eye and said, "Almost half of the gods of faith and the abyss gods fell in the pantheon. What's more, after a lot of fighting, the gods of both camps were unable to obtain the throne of the God King. They could only watch the throne of the God King re-enter the pantheon and follow the pantheon into the void world again and disappear." After a pause, Stark continued, "The goddess of fate told me that the pantheon will appear every 10,000 years, and then more or less release some orders of the gods for the gods to fight for, and this supreme artifact, the treasure of the King of Gods, will appear every 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Tang Xiaofan nodded. That is to say, 100,000 years have passed since the ancient war of gods. Yeah. Stark nodded. It is because of this that the goddess of fate observed the figure of the dimensional demon from the long river of fate. This time, the demons of the abyss world will come back again, and their power is far greater than 100,000 years ago. In the ancient times 100,000 years ago, the Abyss Demon Clan invaded the God and Demon continent with only 8 demon lords and their army of demon gods and demons. This time, the goddess of fate predicted that the Abyss Demons would invade with their entire clan. Not only would all the 12 Abyss Demon Lords descend, but even the Demon King might appear. It can be seen that the Abyss Chaos Demon Clan is determined to obtain the throne of the God King this time. Even if they cannot obtain the throne of the God King, the Abyss Demon Clan will completely capture the God and Demon continent, remove all obstacles, and kill all the races in the world. At that time, every time the pantheon descends, no one will compete with the Abyss Demons. They can slowly conspire for the throne of the God King. Anyway, for the gods, time is just a concept. Let alone 10,000 years, even 1,000,000 years is nothing to the gods. In the eyes of the Abyss Demons, as long as they occupy the God and Demon continent, the throne of the God King will be there sooner or later, and even the pantheon will be dominated by them. Of course, this is Tang Xiaofan's speculation. However, he believes that this should be the plan of the Abyss Demons, because if he were the Abyss Demon King, he would do the same. Fighting with others is not as good as monopolizing it. Now that we know what the order of the gods is, it will be easy. Tang Xiaofan said with a smile, "Look for more opportunities in the future, kill more gods who are hostile to us, and get more orders of the gods. In short, the coming of the pantheon, our black technology heaven cannot miss it. To compete for the throne of the God King, it is obviously about strength. If you want to snatch the throne of the God King from the hands of the Faith God system, the Truth God system, and the Abyss Demon God system, you must be strong enough." So he needed more orders of the gods, to get more gods in the kingdom to participate in this war. In this way, the chances of competing for the throne of the God King would be greater. Let's put the pantheon aside for now. Tang Xiaofan put away the 2 orders of the gods and said, "We must develop and expand the power of our kingdom as soon as possible before the army of the Abyss Demons descends on the God and Demon continent. We must cultivate more gods, especially upper gods, main gods. The more top gods of this kind, the better." Tang Xiaofan said, "You know, the Faith Pantheon has many main gods, but in the ancient war of gods, they were still defeated and expelled by the Abyss Demons. Obviously, the power of the Abyss Demons is very terrifying. If we don't have enough upper gods, it will be difficult for us to gain an absolute advantage in the face of the 3 camps of Faith, Truth, and Abyss." In Tang Xiaofan's view, when the War of Gods begins, regardless of the strength of his kingdom, if he wants to suppress these 3 camps, he must at least not be the last. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to compete for the throne of the God King. Stark said, "My lord, don't worry. When I recover to the peak of the Lord God and master the divine law that I realized at the beginning, my strength can be promoted to the level of a half-step God King. With my power, I am enough to suppress a bunch of Abyss Lords." Stark is quite confident about this. In the virtual world, he was called the incarnation of the Lord, ruling thousands of planes and suppressing one powerful god system after another. It doesn't make sense that when he comes to the real world, he can't suppress a few Abyss Lords. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded. He also had great confidence in Stark. Then he took out the godhead of the beast god Gabriel, handed it to Stark, and said, "Take this godhead and refine and absorb it, and strive to be promoted to the level of the main god as soon as possible. In addition, you should extract the power and divine law contained in the Godhead and give them to me. I want to integrate those power and divine law into my Godhead. Yes, my lord. Stark respectfully took the Godhead, and Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on his first angel reincarnation pool. At this time, it was shrouded in rich holy light, and melodious hymns were always ringing. This means that it is breeding angels, and at least 1,000 divine crystals are needed to breed this batch of adult angels in a short period of time. Unfortunately, I only have more than 400 divine crystals. Even if I exchange all the soul stones for divine crystals, I can't get enough for breeding. I can only wait. What are I waiting for? Of course, I am not waiting for the two gods of destruction and killing, and those who believe in beast gods to come to me. Those who believe in gods are poor as hell. In comparison, he would rather place his hopes on Miss Joanna. If all his gems, gold and silver wares, antiques, artworks, and other goods were sold, he could get about 1 billion soul stones. 1 billion soul stones could also be exchanged for 1,000 divine power crystals, which could directly breed this wave of adult angels. At this time, Tang Xiaofan suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Stark and asked, "Have you told the goddess of fate about the artifact sword?" Stark said respectfully, "My lord, I asked the goddess of fate, and she said she was willing to help. Before I returned to the kingdom, she contacted some gods of faith and truth. If any gods are interested in the sword, they should come to our kingdom." "Yeah." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. Through this incident, he felt that the goddess of fate was a goddess with whom he could get along well. Time passed, and the war in the distance never stopped. Tang Xiaofan's 3 million troops, led by various warrior corps, angel corps, natural elf corps, dragon corps and light corps, continuously attacked the hostile forces in the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands. However, compared with the war in the previous 2 days, today's gains were not great. In addition to the wild monsters, the local forces and castle forces in the two regions were all shrinking their defenses. Only some weak and slow-running local forces were picked up by Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army. The large local forces, including the castle forces, had already retreated to the rear. They did not fight with Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army, because they knew they could not defeat Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army, so they could only gather. They gathered all their forces, and prepared to have a final decisive battle with Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army at some point to determine the ownership of the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands. Chapter 507. If they win, everything will remain the same. If they lose, these two areas will become the territory of the Black Technology Heaven. However, although the spoils harvested today are not much, the area occupied by Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army has expanded several times. The reason is very simple. The kingdom army did not encounter any obstacles at all. Wherever the army passed, it was unstoppable. The 20 armies kept advancing forward, constantly expanding the territory of the Black Technology Heaven. If Tang Xiaofan had drawn a magic map, he would know that he had now occupied almost half of the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands. The remaining half of the area is filled with a large number of local forces and castle forces. They are gathering their forces and waiting for the oracle to come, then they will launch an attack on the kingdom of Black Technology. At this moment, the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands are shrouded in war clouds, and the final decisive battle may break out at any time. Even many local forces and castle lords can't wait. They want to gather their troops immediately and fight to the death with the legions of the kingdom of Black Technology. However, before the gods behind them send down the oracle, they can only be anxious and dare not take action. Because they don't have the fighting power of gods, they are worried that the gods of the Black Technology Heaven will come and destroy them all. The internal group of the Grassland Paradise Alliance is already in chaos at this time, and many alliance members are asking when to launch a general attack. Many of them have already wasted 2 days of development time, and don't want to continue to bear it. After all, for the Lord of the Castle, time is power. The lords of the castles in other areas are always developing and improving their strength, while they can only gather together to compete for some wild monsters to kill. As for the local forces nearby, they dared not take action. Why? Because they are allies now. How can one person fight against another? If one angers those who believe in the beast god and destroys them directly, it will be a big loss. Boss, when will the decisive battle come? I am so impatient waiting. After such a long delay, our castle forces are all standing still and not growing. On the contrary, the castle lords in other areas are constantly developing. It's a big loss. Don't worry, the war will come soon. When the time comes, there will be plenty of enemies for you to kill. Boss, after destroying Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Kingdom, what should we do? continue to maintain peaceful relations with the Dynasty Alliance of the Grassland. How is that possible? Once the Black Technology Kingdom is destroyed, we will counterattack the Dynasty Alliance. We are only temporary allies. For this, not only we know, but the Dynasty Alliance also understands that even if we don't take action at that time, the Dynasty Alliance will take the initiative to attack us. Boss is right, but what if those who believe in the beast gods also join the war? We don't have gods. Don't worry, the gods won't attack mortals, and their target is only the gods of the Black Technology Heaven. That's good. The members of the Grassland Paradise Alliance breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they were looking forward to it. They hoped that the decisive battle would come soon, so that they could kill everyone, and finally kill the Black Technology Heaven and the Dynasty Alliance together, and become the only winner of the decisive battle. Black Technology Heaven, the capital. Tang Xiaofan did not wait for the return of the angels Gladys, Katie, and Shirley, but instead waited for an uninvited guest. At this time, Tang Xiaofan was eating the dinner made by his butler Stark, and heard a voice like thunder resounding through the world. The ruler of the Black Technology Heaven, come out to see me quickly. The voice was too loud, like thunder. Tang Xiaofan's ears were a little stunned by the shock, and he was slightly stunned. Who was so awesome that he dared to shout outside his palace? The terrifying divine might enveloped the capital of the kingdom of Black Technology, causing the holy angel shield that could resist the attack of the middle-level divine power to tremble. It seemed that as long as the divine might burst out, the holy angel shield would instantly collapse. It can be predicted that the strength of the uninvited guest is very terrifying, and is definitely many times stronger than the tiger god Gabriel. My lord, don't worry. Stark said to Tang Xiaofan respectfully with a calm expression. A late-stage upper god beast god is not worthy of your attention. Wait for me to go out and send him away. No hurry, Tang Xiaofan said. Let's go see what he wants to do. After that, his figure flashed, and he instantly crossed more than 2,000 kilometers and appeared on the northern wall of the capital. Stark followed closely beside him. Outside, the divine power was vast and stirred up the wind and clouds. Hundreds of thousands of high-altitude clouds were directly shattered by the terrifying divine power, and the war fortress originally suspended in the clouds, the Sky City, was also exposed. It can be seen how strong the divine power is. If Tang Xiaofan's capital was not covered by the holy angel shield to isolate the damage caused by the divine power, the millions of people in the capital would probably suffer heavy casualties. For mortals, even the breath of gods is enough to suppress them. At the same time, it can also be seen that the visitor is not kind. After all, if he came with good intentions, how could he release his divine power for no reason? Tang Xiaofan saw through the holy angel shield with white light, and found that there was a very tall figure standing in the sky 10,000 meters outside the capital. Although he was not as tall as the nearly 100 meters tiger god Gabriel, the height of the visitor was about 40 or 50 meters. Moreover, Tang Xiaofan believed that this was not the body of the visitor. His body must be even larger, and it is very likely to be larger than the tiger god Gabriel. Because the person coming is a golden behemoth. The golden behemoth itself is a huge race, belonging to the large intelligent creatures in the beast tribe. In terms of size, only the Komodo giant in the beast tribe can compete with the golden behemoth. As for other beastmen, they are all younger brothers in front of the golden behemoth. So don't look at the golden behemoth in front of you, which is only a few dozen meters tall. Once it releases its body, its size will become very terrifying. Just like the tiger god Gabriel, when he first descended, the tiger god Gabriel was about 10 meters tall. During the battle, he released his body and directly reached nearly 100 meters tall, like a giant. However, after entering the realm of gods, body size does not mean anything. Divine power and laws are the only two standards for strength. So, even if the body of this golden behemoth may be hundreds of meters high, comparable to the ancient titan, Tang Xiaofan is not inferior at all. Of course, he is not inferior because he is Stark, the butler. With his own strength, if he wants to confront the terrifying golden behemoth in front of him, he will definitely be in trouble. After all, he has just entered the realm of middle-level gods, and the golden behemoth in front of him is an ancient god of faith, who has lived for countless tens of thousands of years, and has the power of a late upper god. Is it finally out? The golden behemoth Clarin stood at an altitude of 10,000 meters, staring at Tang Xiaofan with a slightly cold expression. He saw at a glance that Tang Xiaofan was the ruler of the Black Technology Heaven. Chapter 508. Because the Black Technology Heaven is a castle power, and the masters of the castle power are all humans from another world, Tang Xiaofan clearly exudes a strong aura of another world, and he is also a middle-level god. Middle-level god? Golden Behemoth Clarin was stunned, shocked, and somewhat unbelievable. A castle lord who descended on the god and demon continent, and only 1 month ago, was able to be promoted from a mortal to the realm of a middle-level god. How terrifying! Such a promotion speed was so fast that even he felt extremely shocked and could not believe it. Most importantly, the golden behemoth Clarin found that there was an iron warrior standing next to Tang Xiaofan. His red and yellow iron armor made him look like a threat of death from a distance. Was that the iron demon unique to the black technology heaven in the rumors? As the rumors said, it was indeed very ferocious, but this was not the key point. The key point was that the divine power emanating from the iron demon was comparable to his, indicating that he also possessed the status of a late-stage upper god. How is this possible? The Black Technology Kingdom, a mere castle power, actually possesses such a powerful existence. The golden behemoth Clarin was very surprised, and at the same time felt that the death of the tiger god Gabriel was not unjust. He took a deep breath and became alert. He dared not underestimate the Black Technology Kingdom again. Then he cast his eyes on Tang Xiaofan again, and said coldly, "You are the ruler of the Black Technology Kingdom. Did you kill Gabriel?" "Bold heretic!" Stark shouted angrily. He was ready to rush out of the capital, and kill the golden behemoth Clarin directly. To the farmer, the Lord is supreme and sacred. No one can blaspheme or disrespect the Lord, not even the God King. No hurry. Tang Xiaofan waved his hand, and looked at the golden behemoth god Clarin and said, "Gabriel did die in my capital. Why, do you want to avenge him?" The golden behemoth god Clarin glanced at Stark. For some reason, he felt a hint of danger from this steel demon. He said to Tang Xiaofan, "Gabriel is a god of the beast god system I believe in. He took the initiative to offend your kingdom, and his death is not a pity, but his godhood and artifacts belong to the beast god system I believe in, the ruler of the Black Technology Heaven. As long as you hand over these 2 things, and let me hand them over to Her Majesty the Medusa Goddess Christine, this matter will be settled. As for Gabriel's death, we believe in the beast godhood and will not pursue it. From now on, my belief in the beast god system and your Black Technology Heaven will coexist in harmony, and not invade each other." "That's a nice thought." Tang Xiaofan smiled faintly. "Does the Medusa Goddess Christine know that you are coming to my Black Technology Heaven?" Golden Behemoth God Clarin said, "I will report to Her Majesty Christine later. You just need to hand over Gabriel's godhood and artifacts to me." "Then I don't know." Tang Xiaofan said, "Look, you beast gods are not so loyal to the Medusa Goddess Christine, but it's normal. Christine does not belong to the Beastman tribe." Golden Behemoth God Clarin frowned and said, "Ruler of the Black Technology Heaven, don't drag the matter into Her Majesty Christine. We are talking to each other now." "Really?" Tang Xiaofan's smile gradually faded, and he said coldly, "Just for lying on you alone, you want me to hand over my spoils?" Golden Behemoth God Clarin said, "I alone am enough, and don't forget that behind me stands the entire faith god system." "So what?" Tang Xiaofan said, "I killed the beast god Balk and the tiger god Gabriel, and it's nothing to kill one more faith beast god." "You want to kill me too?" Golden Behemoth God Clarin was stunned. You know, he is a powerful upper god, and his godhood has reached the late upper god. He is many times more powerful than Gabriel. In the entire beast god system, there are no more than 5 gods who can suppress him. Even if the Medusa Goddess Christine wants to kill him, it is not easy. How can this castle lord from another world be so confident, just relying on the steel demon who is at the same level as him? Although he is not confident that he can defeat the steel demon of the same level, he thinks it is not a problem for him to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, the golden behemoth god Clarin also became angry and said, "Human, are you despising a powerful ancient golden behemoth god? You should apologize to me, otherwise don't blame me for standing on the side of Morris and Osvid." Tang Xiaofan knew that the Morris and Osvid mentioned by Clarin should refer to the 2 gods of destruction and killing, which are their real names. It seems that many gods know that the god of destruction Morris, and the god of killing Osvid are the masterminds behind the Dynasty Alliance. They did not show up to interfere, probably because they wanted to watch a good show. For the gods of faith, they have been bored for a long time, and need some fun to adjust their mood. Moreover, as gods of the same faith system, they have no reason to stand up and help Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Kingdom without involving their interests. Not joining the Dynasty Alliance is already very good. Now the golden behemoth god Clarin is using this to threaten Tang Xiaofan. If Tang Xiaofan refuses to hand over the godhood and artifacts of the tiger god Gabriel, then he will help the god of destruction Morris, and the god of killing Osvid to destroy the Black Technology Heaven. Unfortunately, such threats are useless to Tang Xiaofan. If Tang Xiaofan is alone, he will most likely compromise. After all, he is not the opponent of the golden behemoth god Clarin, but he has the butler Stark. What is he afraid of? Since this golden behemoth wants to become the enemy of my black technology heaven, we should take the initiative. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan nodded to Stark beside him. Stark understood the Lord's meaning, and he rushed out of the capital without hesitation. A terrifying divine sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the golden behemoth god Kramen without saying a word. Moreover, 2 missile launchers popped out from his shoulders, and hundreds of air-to-air missiles were fired. Damn it, how can you just start fighting like that? Golden behemoth god Clarin was shocked and angry. He actually didn't come to fight with Tang Xiaofan. He just coveted the godhood and artifact of tiger god Gabriel. The goddess of fate Anastora passed the news that Black Technology Heaven wanted to sell Gabriel's artifact to the entire Faith system, and the Truth system in the central area. After learning this news, he immediately had the idea of getting the artifact for free. He tried to obtain this artifact by threatening Black Technology Heaven. As a fellow beast god, he had been with the tiger god Gabriel for so many years, so he naturally knew what Gabriel's artifact was. The sword called the Everlasting Sword was an intermediate upper artifact with great power. Although it was not as powerful as his own artifact, its value was also amazing. He planned to get the artifact, and then sell it to some wealthy truth gods in the central area in exchange for some divine power crystals to deal with the god war in the near future. Chapter 509. He never expected that Tang Xiaofan would not fear his threats, and would not only not hand over his godhood and artifact, but would actually attack him. This was beyond his expectations, and he even felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Stop, I'm not your enemy. Golden behemoth god Clarin roared as he took out his own natal artifact, a huge heavy sword that radiated golden light and had terrifying divine power. One strike of the sword could easily destroy a planet. For gods, stars are just toys, and it is normal to blow them up with one blow. Only a vast world like the god and demon continent, which is a supergiant life planet and is protected by the laws of the world, can withstand the power of gods. If it were a star with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, it would not be able to withstand the power of gods. With a loud bang, the divine sword and the heavy sword intersected, and a terrifying storm of divine power erupted in an instant. All the missiles hit Clarin's cheek, leaving a huge wound. The space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters collapsed directly. Even the holy angel shield that covered the capital of the Black Technology Heavenly Kingdom had countless cracks. Tang Xiaofan did not hesitate, and immediately released his divine power to reinforce the holy angel shield. At this time, a large amount of divine power poured in. It was Katie, Shirley and others who had just rushed back. Seeing that the holy angel shield was attacked by the divine power storm, they also immediately released divine power to maintain the defense of the holy angel shield. After all, once the holy angel shield is broken, they may be able to survive, but millions of believers in the kingdom will all perish, and no one will be spared. For mortals, the war between gods is a devastating doomsday war. Even if it is just the aftermath, it is not something they can bear. However, the people in the kingdom are not afraid. Each of them kneels on the ground with great piety, reciting the Lord's 7 days of creation in a low voice, and praying to the Lord. As believers of the Lord, they have no fear of death. Death is eternal life, so they are naturally fearless of death. Outside the capital, the golden behemoth god Clarin was repelled by a blow, and the divine power in his body rolled, and he was almost injured. He was immediately horrified and couldn't believe it. As both were in the late stage of the upper god, the strength of the steel demon in front of him was far greater than his. He even suspected that even the Medusa goddess Christine was no match for this steel demon. What kind of monster was this? It was obviously a god in the late stage of the upper god, but it burst out with the power of the invincible realm of the upper god, which shocked him to the point of doubting his life. He even felt like he came here specially to give himself up. Seeing that Stark had no intention of stopping, the golden behemoth god Clarin roared, "If you don't stop, I will forcibly destroy the defense shield of your Black Technology Heaven and kill all the creatures inside, including the Lord you believe in." Huh? Stark's movement suddenly froze, but before the golden behemoth god Clarin could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Stark say, "You reminded me that although Gladys is protecting my Lord, there is no guarantee that the Lord's believers will not have accidents. Believers are very important to the Lord." As soon as the words fell, the sword in Stark's hand instantly burst into a star-like light. Seeing this scene, the golden behemoth god Clarin turned around and fled without saying a word. But at this moment, endless divine light enveloped the surrounding space, and then the space collapsed. A piece of space with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was forcibly cut out from the real universe by Stark with the power of the main artifact, and then moved to the outer world. Time and space transfer? The golden behemoth god Clarence seemed to have discovered something, and could not suppress the fear and horror in his heart, and shouted, "This is the power of the Lord God. How is it possible?" "Nothing is impossible." Stark held the sword in his hand. His red and yellow steel armor shone brightly. He stared at the golden behemoth god Clarence expressionlessly, and said murderously, "You heretics, you always think you are superior. You dare to despise my lord. You all deserve to die. No one can blaspheme my lord. Not even the god king has such qualifications. How can you despise my lord, the highest creator?" Stark waved the sword in his hand, and in an instant, the space and time collapsed and the stars disappeared within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Coming to the vast outer world, he can finally use his full strength. Seeing this scene, the golden behemoth god Clarence's face turned green, and he looked at the sword in Stark's hand with a distorted expression. "How do you have the legendary main artifact? And as a superior god, you can actually release a trace of the power of the main artifact." At this moment, he was already extremely terrified. He wanted to escape but couldn't, because the surrounding time and space had been sealed by Stark's main artifact. His only hope of escaping was to defeat Stark, but it was obvious that he didn't have the strength to do so. "When you become a believer of my lord, you will know." Stark came directly to kill him. The golden behemoth god Clarence regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. He could only bite the bullet and resist Stark's attack. He wanted to contact other gods of faith to come to rescue, but found that time and space were completely imprisoned and no news could be transmitted. He was completely desperate. "No! Even if I die, I will not become a subordinate god of that human." "Subordinate god? You are not worthy." Boom! Golden behemoth god Clarence was about to speak when the dazzling divine light completely submerged him. "My lord, don't worry." Gladys, the Virgo god angel, said respectfully, "With his majesty Stark's strength, he can easily kill that heretic. Even as an early upper god, she has the confidence to fight against golden behemoth god Clarence, not to mention his majesty Stark, who is countless times stronger than her." Tang Xiaofan nodded. He also has absolute confidence in Stark. As long as the Lord God does not take action, golden behemoth god Clarence will definitely die. Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "I didn't expect that another one would come so soon to give himself up, and he's a god in the late stage of the upper god. It seems that my black technology heaven is destined to sweep the battlefield of gods." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a figure appear in the distance. The owner of the figure seemed to hear his words, and his body froze. God of truth? Tang Xiaofan found that the figure also exuded a powerful divine power fluctuation, but the divine power aura was obviously different from that of the god of faith. It was obviously the god of truth from the central area. "Your Majesty, the king of black technology heaven, don't misunderstand. I am not an enemy." The figure that flew over was a burly middle-aged man, whose divine power fluctuations reached the early stage of the upper god. The middle-aged man looked at the angel Gladys beside Tang Xiaofan with some caution, and then said to Tang Xiaofan, "I heard that your black technology heaven has a higher divine weapon for sale. Can you take it out for me to see? If possible, I want to buy it." Business came to the door. Tang Xiaofan's face was full of smiles. "Of course, but you can wait a moment. I will get a more powerful upper divine weapon later. You can compare the two divine weapons." "There is a more powerful divine weapon." Sword God Ron was stunned. Chapter 510. Sword God Ron knew about Tiger God Gabriel, and he was quite familiar with him. Gabriel was a high god who believed in the beast god system, and possessed powerful divine power. He had killed a large number of demons, and countless demons in the ancient God War era. His natal divine weapon was naturally powerful. Although Sword God Ron was also a high god, he could only be regarded as a rising star. Compared with ancient gods such as Tiger God Gabriel, he was still too young. It took him less than 30,000 years to advance from a mortal to the realm of a high god. His talent was terrifying. He could almost be said to be one of the strongest geniuses in the Truth God camp. However, his flaw is also obvious, that is, he has not found a natal artifact that can match his god position. The natal artifact he has now is just a high-level middle-level divine sword, which is not enough to exert its strongest divine power, and it is difficult to improve its combat power to the peak state. So when he learned that the Black Technology Heaven had a high-level artifact for sale, he rushed over from the central area. Although the castle forces and their local forces are destined enemies, after all, the castle forces have not declared war on the central area yet, and only the surrounding areas are in trouble. For the forces and gods in the central area, the surrounding areas are not important. It doesn't matter if they are occupied by the castle forces. At this stage, the castle forces and the central area still maintain a peaceful attitude of not interacting with each other. Naturally, it is nothing for him to come to the Black Technology Kingdom to buy a divine weapon. What Sword God Ron didn't expect was that the king of the Black Technology Kingdom actually had more than one superior divine weapon. In addition to the natal divine weapon of Tiger God Gabriel, the king claimed that he had a more powerful divine weapon, which surprised him very much. Since when did there become so many treasures, like the upper divine artifacts, that you can choose from? You have to know that he has been promoted to the upper god for thousands of years, but he has never seen the shadow of the upper divine artifact. And the Black Technology Heaven, a castle force that descended on the god and demon continent in just 1 month, actually got more than one upper divine artifact. It must be said that he is quite jealous. I wonder what type of more powerful divine artifact will be. Sword God Ron is looking forward to it. That is a divine sword. After all, he is a sword god, and he is used to using swords. The natal artifact of the Tiger God Gabriel is a sword called the Everlasting Blade, which is said to be made by an ancient titan and is very powerful. But for him, the sword god, the Everlasting Blade is not very suitable. If he could not find a suitable natal sword for himself, he would not have descended to the Black Technology Heaven. So he hoped that the stronger artifact mentioned by Tang Xiaofan could be a sword artifact, so that he would not have to consider buying the Everlasting Blade. Your Majesty, the King of the Black Technology Heaven, Sword God Ron looked at Tang Xiaofan and asked, "How long do we have to wait?" As a god, he was very patient, but now he was in a hurry. After all, he had been waiting for a sword that suited him for thousands of years. So even with his state of mind, he was a little impatient. Tang Xiaofan stood on the wall of the capital, with the dazzling angel Gladys standing beside him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't take long, the battle should be over soon." Fight? Sword God Ron was stunned, and then he seemed to feel something. He looked up at the sky. The blood moon descended, and darkness enveloped the world, but his eyes still penetrated the darkness, and saw the scene happening in the outer world. Although it was not clear, he could still guess that a war of gods was going on in the outer world, and gods with powerful divine power were fighting. Sword God Ron had a serious expression. Their truth god system divided divine power into 5 types based on the strength of divine power, namely weak divine power, medium divine power, strong divine power, great divine power, and supreme divine power. These 5 kinds of divine power correspond to the lower god level, the middle god level, the upper god level, the main god, and the god king. Through the perception of the strength of divine power, Sword God Ron soon discovered that there were 2 upper gods fighting in the green outer world. This is a rare scene. He has not seen a war between upper gods for many years. Sword God Ron did not hesitate. His figure turned into a sword light, and instantly flew out of the god and demon continent, and descended into the outer world. "You go and see it too," Tang Xiaofan said to the angel Gladys beside him. "If this god of truth is not willing to be lonely, then send him off." "As you command, Almighty Lord." Gladys obeyed respectfully, and then entered the outer world holding a golden spear and shield. When she came to the outer world, Gladys did not pay attention to the battle of gods in the distance, but cast her eyes on the sword god Ron, who was standing in another star field watching the battle. Feeling the hostility from Gladys' eyes, Sword God Ron immediately said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just here to watch the battle, I have no other intentions." He had to explain this, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure that the beautiful golden angel in front of him would burn the flames of war to him, which would be a big loss. Besides, the 2 sides fighting in the distant star field, one is an iron warrior and the other is a beast god, which has nothing to do with him, so he will naturally not participate in the war. As for taking advantage, he did not have such an idea, because the 2 powerful gods fighting each other both have the status of the late upper gods, which is much stronger than him. He is only in the early stage of the upper god realm. How dare he provoke 2 late upper gods? It's better to be like this. The angel Gladys stared at the sword god Ron, and her cold voice, wrapped in divine power, shook the 4-sided star field, and also made the sword god Ron feel a strong threat. He soon discovered that this golden angel, who was at the same level as him, seemed to be more powerful than him. He was a little confused. What kind of perverted castle power is the Black Technology Heaven? Not only does it have 2 upper gods, but they can also be called invincible at the same level. It's simply terrible, especially under the distant star field, the Iron Warrior who burst out with terrifying combat power. The fluctuation of divine power is so strong that it makes him feel terrified. It seems that the opponent only needs a few rounds to kill him. He stared at the battlefield in the distant star field, and soon his face showed surprise. The opponent of the Iron Warrior turned out to be the famous golden behemoth god Clarin in the Faith Beast god system. He was once the supreme god of faith of the Behemoth clan. Among all the Behemoth gods, his divine power was the most powerful. And among the faith beast gods, the divine power he possessed could also be ranked in the top 5. Even if the Medusa goddess Christine, who was at the peak of the upper god, wanted to suppress him, it would not be easy. Now facing the Iron Warrior of the Black Technology Heaven, he could only passively defend, and judging from the situation, he seemed to be defeated soon. What a terrifying divine power. The space and time within hundreds of thousands of kilometers around the battlefield were all sealed, and the golden behemoth god Clarin could not escape even if he wanted to, and could only be forced to respond. The heart of the sword god Luo trembled. If nothing unexpected happened, the golden behemoth god Clarin was about to fall. Chapter 511. You know, Clarin is a late-stage upper god, and he was famous in the ancient war of gods. Having killed countless demon gods, he is now going to die here. Ron's mood is indeed quite complicated and horrified. He has an urge to leave here immediately, because he is worried that after Clarin dies, the powerful Iron Warrior will also regard him as an enemy, and then it will be too late for him to escape. But he is reluctant to leave, because he noticed the artifact in the hand of the golden behemoth god Clarin, which is a magic sword. Although it is a heavy sword, it is at least a sword artifact. It's much better than the everlasting sword of the tiger god Gabriel. I have a feeling that this sword belongs to me. It's calling me. Sword god Ron muttered to himself, staring at the battlefield under the distant starry sky. He hoped that the golden behemoth god Clarin would die quickly, so that he could buy this sword from the king of the Black Technology Heaven, and then return to the central area with satisfaction. Thinking of this, he was not going to leave, but he still took out a scroll called the Time and Space Great Teleportation Scroll, which could teleport him hundreds of millions of kilometers away in an instant. He has already decided to stay and make a deal. If something unexpected happens, he will teleport away immediately, without stopping for even a second. Because half a second is enough time for the Iron Warrior on the battlefield to seal time and space, and even the great space-time shifting scroll can't save him. Take a gamble. I hope that the king is really doing business. Moreover, if I die, the Black Technology Heaven will be equivalent to declaring war on my Truth God system. At that time, the constraints will be lifted, and my Truth God system will be able to directly kill out of the central area and destroy the Black Technology Heaven. In the eyes of Sword God Ron, this is also one of his safeguards. He believes that the ruler of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom is not ready to go to war with the central area. Time passed quickly, and the battle of gods under the distant starry sky came to an end. Don't kill me. Golden behemoth god Clarin shouted in despair, but it was useless. Stark did not hesitate at all, waving the main artifact in his hand, and directly chopped the body of golden behemoth god Clarin. After a while, when Clarin's body was reorganized by itself, it entered the weakest stage. Stark pierced his forehead with a sword again, and then directly grabbed his soul out of his body and held it in his hand. No! The soul of the golden behemoth god Clarin kept struggling, desperate. I surrender. Don't kill me. I am willing to become a subordinate god of the Lord of your faith. Your heart is not firm enough. Stark glanced at him coldly, and then destroyed the forbidden space-time battlefield. At the same time, his eyes fell on the sword god Ron, frowning and said, the god of truth in the central area? Looking at the soul of Clarin in his hand, sword god Ron was so scared that his face turned green, and he immediately explained, I'm here to do business with your king, not an enemy. Really? Stark looked at him for a long time with a scrutinizing gaze, until sword god Ron had an urge to turn around and run away. He nodded slightly, and retracted his gaze. Stark casually handed the soul of golden behemoth god Clarin to the angel Gladys and said, take it back and put it in the Holy Grail, so that he can understand what faith is. As you command, your majesty Stark. The angel Gladys took it respectfully. Ignoring the struggle and screams of the golden behemoth god Clarin, she returned directly to the holy light temple of the Black Technology Heaven, and put his soul into the Holy Grail. After entering the Holy Grail, Clarin roared, let me out, what the hell is this place? At this time, the soul of the beast god Balk floated over and explained kindly, don't be afraid, your majesty Trarin, this is the baptism hall of the soul, the starting point of faith. You are Balk, you are not dead? Golden behemoth god Clarin widened his eyes, and after he finished speaking, he suddenly screamed again, Gabriel, why are you here too? Gabriel curled up in the corner of the Holy Grail, his soul was shrouded in holy white light. He looked up at Clarin, Clarin, it's you my friend, I haven't seen you for a long time, but please don't disturb me from praying to the Almighty. Are you crazy? Golden behemoth god Clarin was surprised, but tiger god Gabriel said in a gentle voice, I'm not crazy, I finally understand the true meaning of faith now. Claren, I am very happy to meet you here. I am not happy at all. Golden Behemoth God Claren cursed back. He wanted to escape from here, but the Holy Grail was indestructible. No matter how he attacked, he could not break the Holy Grail. A moment later, the Holy Grail burst into a dazzling light, and endless sacred power surged towards the soul of Golden Behemoth God Claren. At the same time, there was a melodious hymn, echoing in the Holy Grail space. Claren was even more terrified, because he knew what he would face next. This is not what I want, let me out. He was yelling and roaring, but no one could hear his voice except the souls in the Holy Grail, and he was eventually drowned in the endless holy light. Under Stark's gaze, Sword God Ron also gritted his teeth and returned to the Black Technology Heaven, but he did not dare to enter Tang Xiufan's capital, and still stood in the sky outside the capital. At this time, his heart was shaken because he saw with his own eyes a god with the late stage of the upper god died in front of him. The Golden Behemoth God Claren was much stronger than him, but his ending was that his divine body was imprisoned and his divine soul was captured. His desperate screams were still echoing in his mind. This had a great impact on him. When he looked at Tang Xiufan again, the Sword God Ron's eyes no longer had the contempt of the upper gods for the middle gods. On the contrary, his expression was solemn and very polite. Respected King of the Black Technology Heaven, do you want to sell the Golden Behemoth God Claren's natal artifact, the Storm Sword? If so, I would like to buy it very much. Wait a moment. Tang Xiufan always responded with a smile. Facing the truth god who could bring him a lot of divine power crystals, his attitude was very good. Hearing this, God Ron had no choice but to wait quietly. After waiting for about a few hours, he suddenly felt that Tang Xiufan's divine power suddenly surged dozens of times. The divine power fluctuation was directly promoted from the primary level of the middle god to the peak level of the middle god, and only one step away from being promoted to the level of the upper god. How is this possible? Sword God Ron was shocked. He had never seen anyone's realm improve so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the middle and late stages of the middle god and entered the peak level. This was simply a fantasy, and made him unbelievable. But the problem was that this was the fact because he saw it with his own eyes. If he hadn't clearly sensed that Tang Xiufan's position was the early stage of the middle god, he would have suspected that Tang Xiufan deliberately concealed his strength. Chapter 512. As rumored, the Lord of the Castle can quickly improve his strength by killing enemies. The Sword God Ron could sense the breath of the Golden Behemoth God Claren just now, located in the capital of the Black Technology Heaven. Now the breath has disappeared, indicating that the vitality of the divine body of Claren has been extinguished, which also means that Claren has truly fallen. Even if his soul escapes and ascends to heaven, he cannot return to his body to be resurrected. Claren was killed. The King of the Black Technology Heaven has gained great benefits and achieved a realm explosion. This must be the case. Sword God Luo Shan took a breath. He was extremely afraid of the way the Lord of the Castle was promoted. Although their local forces could get some rewards by killing the soldiers of the castle forces, or even killing the Lord of the Castle. However, it was definitely not so perverted. If he was allowed to kill one or two more powerful gods, wouldn't he be able to directly be promoted to the realm of the upper god? Sword God Luo An was trembling in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Tang Xiufan's promotion speed was so terrifying. Because the castle soldiers under his command killed too many enemies, including upper gods, like Tiger God Gabriel and Golden Behemoth God Craven. The upper gods have killed too, how can they not improve quickly? Compared to the Black Technology Heaven, other castle forces are better. The castle lords in other areas are generally weaker, and the development speed is not fast. Only the Black Technology Heaven is the biggest threat to my central area. Sword God Ron feels that according to the current development speed of the Black Technology Heaven, if the local empire in their central area does not take action sooner, it will be difficult to suppress it in the future. Unfortunately, there are constraints limiting us. Before the Black Technology Heaven takes the initiative to start a war with the central area, we, the gods of truth, cannot intervene, otherwise we will be directly wiped out by the world's laws. Sword God Ron couldn't understand why the world's laws of the gods and demons continent didn't stand on their side in this war, but instead took care of the castle masters from other worlds. It wasn't just him. Many gods of truth couldn't understand this. In their opinion, compared to the myriad races of the gods and demons continent, the castle forces were completely enemies that could rival the dimensional demons. Logically, the world's laws should suppress the castle forces from all aspects, rather than suppressing them, the local intelligent races. At this moment, a figure appeared, interrupting the Sword God Ron's wild thoughts. Sword God Ron found that the figure was the Iron Warrior, who had suppressed the golden behemoth god Clarin in the outer world before, wearing yellow and red glazed armor. Soon Ron's breathing became rapid, because in the hand of the Iron Warrior was the life weapon of the golden behemoth god Clarin, the Storm Sword. I want this sword. No matter how much it costs, I will buy it. In fact, Sword God Ron preferred Stark's sword, but he knew that if he revealed his inner thoughts, he would be suppressed and killed by the other party without hesitation, so he could only choose the Storm Sword as the second best choice. Storm Sword. Owner, Golden Behemoth God Clarin, the strongest god of faith of the ancient Golden Behemoth clan. Rank, Upper True Artifact, High Level. Description: it is the natal artifact of Golden Behemoth god Clarin, made by the pure-blooded Titan Godcrafter in the ancient God War era, and has a very terrifying power. Status: intact. Divine Power Strength, 400,000 points. Special Reminder 1. Equip this artifact, you will gain hatred value from the Faith Beast God system. Special Reminder 2. If you are willing to return this artifact to the Thunder Titan clan, then you will get the friendship value from the Titan artifact. Another Titan artifact. Tang Xiaofan looked at the attributes of the Storm Sword and couldn't help but sigh. The space artifact he wore on his left hand, the Ring of God's Hidden Ring, originally belonged to the space artifact of Tiger God Gabriel, and was made by Unos, the master craftsman of the Titan clan. According to the special reminder of the game official, if he is willing to return the Ring of God's Hidden Ring to Titan God General Unos, then he can get Unos' favor. And Unos will also forgive him for what he did to Tiger God Gabriel. Of course, Tang Xiaofan did not take this reminder seriously. Not only did he not return it, he had already equipped the Ring of God's Hidden Ring. Even if he gained hatred from the Titan Godcrafter Unos, he didn't care. Moreover, he didn't plan to return the upper-level true artifact, the Storm Sword, to the Titans. Instead, he planned to sell it to the Sword God Ron. It was impossible to return it, not in this life. With a divine power strength of 400,000 points, it was indeed a higher-level true artifact, much stronger than my King's Scepter. Tang Xiaofan sighed. Compared with his King's Scepter, the power of the Storm Sword was terrifying. After all, the divine power strength of his King's Scepter was only 100 points, while the divine power strength of the Storm Sword was as high as 400,000 points. The power of the two artifacts differed by a full 4,000 times. Such a gap was very scary, but Tang Xiaofan would not dislike his King's Scepter. The reason is very simple. Although his King's Scepter is weak, and its current grade is only a lower-level true artifact, you should know that the King's Scepter is a growing artifact. As long as he is willing to give up the crystallization of divine power, it will not be a problem to upgrade the King's Scepter to a higher-level true artifact, or even a main artifact or a supreme artifact in the future. The actual value of the King's Scepter is far greater than the Storm Sword. Tang Xiaofan handed the Storm Sword to Stark on the side and said to him, "Give this sword and the Tiger God Gabriel's eternal blade to our client, and let him see which artifact he wants." "Yes, my lord." Stark obeyed respectfully, and then his figure flashed, and he came to the sky outside the city, and appeared in front of Sword God Ron. Sword God Ron was startled, and took a few steps back reflexively. Stark glanced at him and said, "What are you afraid of?" Sword God Ron smiled awkwardly. As a high-ranking minister with powerful divine power, he was actually scared and retreated. Once this matter was reported back to the central area, it would definitely be ridiculed by many people in secret. But this was his instinct. The powerful Iron Warrior in front of him had just killed the golden behemoth god Clarin, who was much more powerful than him. How could he not be afraid? Moreover, he was from the Truth God system of the local forces, and was an enemy of the castle forces, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Stark held up the Storm Sword and the Everlasting Blade expressionlessly, and said, "You should know these two artifacts and know their origins." "My lord, I want to know which one you are going to buy." "Storm Sword." Sword God Ron made his choice without hesitation. Compared with the sword, he wanted the sword more. After checking the properties of the two artifacts, he was more certain of his choice. Chapter 513. As for the hatred value from the Titans for equipping the Storm Sword, he didn't care. After all, he was the God of Truth, and he was in the opposite camp of the Faith system like the Titan God system. Would the Titan God of the Titan God system rush into the central area to cause trouble for him because of a divine weapon? If he really dared to come, even the Titan God would die. The Truth God system has ruled the God and Demon continent for so many years, and it's not made of clay. Stark nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared beside him. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Lord." Seeing this scene, Sword God Ron sighed inwardly. A high-level god who was powerful enough to suppress the golden behemoth god Clarin was so respectful to a middle-level god, and his eyes were fanatical. Is this the power of faith? In their truth god system, all gods are equal, at least there is no difference in position. The weak truth gods only show respect when facing the powerful truth gods. Tang Xiaofan smiled, looked at Sword God Ron, and said, "Don't you know your friend's real name yet?" Sword God Ron did not dare to neglect him. He did not dare to treat Tang Xiaofan as an ordinary middle-level god. He quickly introduced himself, "Your Majesty, the King of Black Technology Heaven, I am Ron, the God of Truth from the Ice and Snow Kingdom, and the title of Glazed Sword God. It is an honor to meet you here." Tang Xiaofan nodded and said, "So you are Sword God Ron, I have heard of your name for a long time." Glass Sword God Ron was stunned. Has the king from the Castle Power heard of his title? However, before he could think about it, Tang Xiaofan spoke again, "I don't know about this storm sword. How many divine crystals does Sword God Ron want to use to buy it? The transactions between gods are all made with divine crystals. If you use soul stones to trade, it can only be said that your vision is too narrow. For gods, soul stones are ordinary things and have no use at all. Only divine crystals are the hard currency of the world of gods. Because after absorbing and refining divine crystals, they can increase the divine power in the body of gods, which is very important to gods, and is equivalent to an alternative small godhood." Sword God Ron considered the needs, and then fanned out 3 fingers. Tang Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat, and then he frowned and said, 3 million divine crystals is a bit low." Hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, Sword God Ron almost turned around and left. He suspected that Tang Xiaofan was playing a trick on him. How could a superior artifact be worth 3 million divine crystals? Do you really think that the gods of truth are nouveau riche? However, Sword God Ron was reluctant to part with it. Storm God Sword smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, even if it is a main artifact, it can't be sold at the sky-high price of 3 million divine crystals. Then how much do you say?" Tang Xiaofan asked with a smile. He had indeed asked for an exorbitant price just now. At least no matter how rich Sword God Ron was, he couldn't spend 3 million divine crystals to buy a divine weapon. At this moment, Sword God Ron said, 30,000 divine crystals. Hearing this offer, Tang Xiaofan's smile froze. This time he really frowned. After all, it was a real divine weapon of the upper level, and it was a high-level grade. It could only be sold for 30,000 divine crystals. He suspected that Sword God Ron was trying to trick him, because he didn't know the market. Sword God Ron explained, "Your Majesty, the King of Black Technology Heaven, the Age of Truth is different from the ancient times. In this era, divine crystals have become very rare. This is because the divine power that overflows from the laws of the world is getting less and less, and the divine crystals that are condensed are also getting less and less. It is becoming more and more difficult to collect divine crystals." Sword God Ron said, "If it was in the ancient times, let alone 30,000 divine crystals, I believe that even 300,000 divine crystals would not be enough to buy the storm sword. But now the price of 30,000 divine crystals is already very high. Too low." Tang Xiaofan gave a very straightforward answer, he said. "Sword God Ron, a mere 30,000 divine power crystals are far from my psychological standard. And I doubt that you are deliberately quoting a low price." "How could that be?" Sword God Ron said with a wry smile, "Goddess of Destiny, Her Majesty Alastora is a friend of His Majesty the King. I can deceive other gods, but I will never deceive you. Due to the relationship between the Goddess of Destiny Alastora and the Black Technology Heaven, he would not deceive Tang Xiaofan on this matter, so his price was very honest." Tang Xiaofan looked at the expression on his face, and it seemed that he really wasn't lying to him. Could it be that the artifacts of the Age of Truth have really become so cheap? Of course, it's not that the artifacts are cheap, but the value of the divine power crystals has become higher and higher. Compared with the ancient times, the divine power crystals are now more precious. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan frowned. He thought that he could get at least hundreds of thousands of divine power crystals with the storm sword, but he didn't expect that he could only get 1/10 of his psychological price. If he really succeeds in this deal, he will feel that he has lost a lot. Tang Xiaofan asked, "What if it is soul stones? How much is the storm sword worth?" "Soul stones?" Sword God Ron was stunned. He didn't understand what Tang Xiaofan, who had already entered the peak realm of the middle god, would do with the soul stones. Soul stones are useless to gods, after all, they are things from the mortal world. Even if a mountain made of countless soul stones was placed in front of him, he would not even look at it. This can't be calculated. Sword God Ron said that in the mortal world, a superior true artifact like the storm sword is priceless. Tang Xiaofan said, Since I want to use the storm sword to exchange for the tiger god, it has a price. Tell me how many soul stones you can give me. This sword god, Ron said hesitantly. 10 billion? 10 billion soul stones. According to the official exchange rate of the game, 100,000 soul stones can be exchanged for 1 divine power crystal stone. 10 billion soul stones can be exchanged for 100,000 divine power crystals. Okay. The harvest instantly increased several times. Tang Xiaofan said, give me 50 billion soul stones, and this storm sword will be yours. Hearing this, sword god Ron's breathing suddenly stagnated. For him, this was almost a deal without any cost. After all, what Tang Xiaofan wanted was soul stones, not the crystal of divine power that was very important to him. With his status in the Ice and Snow Kingdom, it was almost not a big problem to collect 50 billion soul stones. As for whether collecting this batch of soul stones would cause the value of soul stones in the Ice and Snow Kingdom to soar, he would not care. That was a matter of the mortal world and had nothing to do with him. Besides, with the top leaders of the Ice and Snow Kingdom to regulate the Empire's economy, he didn't need to worry about anything. Sure. Chapter 514. So, Sword God Ron agreed without hesitation. He immediately said to Tang Xiaofan, Your Majesty, please give me a day. After all, 50 billion soul stones is not a small amount. I need time to raise it. Tang Xiaofan nodded. Seeing this, Sword God Ron's figure flashed and turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. It can be seen that he was very anxious. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark beside him and said, Do you think my offer is too low? Stark said respectfully, You are a merciful lord. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched. He didn't want to be merciful, if time could go back. He wanted to directly bid 100 billion soul stones, so that he could exchange them for 1 million divine power crystals from the game officials. 1 million divine power crystals, how many adult angels would be born from this, and how high the quality of his king's scepter could be raised to. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's a pity that he still overestimated the value of soul stones in the eyes of gods. After all, it's hard to take back what I said, otherwise it would be difficult to do business if it was spread out. Tang Xiaofan did not think about it anymore and returned to the capital with Stark. In the square of the core city, there stood a golden behemoth nearly 500 meters tall. It was the real body of the golden behemoth god Clarin, which was indeed several times taller than the body of the tiger god Gabriel. At this time, the vitality of Clarin's body had been completely destroyed, and in the nearby square, there were many angels covered by golden light, such as the 12 angels Angelia, the Ares goddess Stella, the death angel Dale, the guardian angel Mia, etc. After killing the golden behemoth god Clarin, they all obtained the promotion of the godhood, from the peak of the late lower god to the realm of the middle god. The 14-winged seraphim Caddis, Shirley, Olivia and others, who had been promoted to the early stage of the middle god, now, like Tang Xiaofan, have been directly promoted to the peak of the middle god. It can be seen that the experience of killing the golden behemoth god Clarin is terrifying, and once again, these god-level angels and elves under Tang Xiaofan have been promoted as a whole. At the same time, what made Tang Xiaofan relieved was that after killing Clarin, the game officials did not issue a regional announcement, nor did they make it known to the whole world. This can well cover up the killing of the golden behemoth god Clarin. Tang Xiaofan is not worried about the collective resistance from the beast gods if the news is spread, but he is worried that the god of destruction Morris and the god of killing Osvid will be scared and leave the Karami Prairie after hearing the news, which will cause him great losses. He also wants to kill these two evil gods. Then he may be able to directly ascend to the level of the upper god. The improvement in the past 2 days is too great, Tang Xiaofan sighed inexplicably. Originally, he had just entered the realm of the lower true god, but after killing the tiger god Gabriel, who was in the early stage of the upper god, his godhood directly broke through a major realm and entered the early stage of the middle god. Now he has killed the golden behemoth god Clarin, who was in the late stage of the upper god, and his godhood has soared again, entering the peak of the middle god. He is only one step away from being promoted to the upper god. It must be said that the ability of the castle lord to improve his rank by killing enemies is really too abnormal. Of course, it's not just him, other castle lords also have this ability. If you give those castle lords a chance to kill the gods, their strength will skyrocket instantly. Now, they are just developing slower than Tang Xiaofan's black technology heaven. Now, all the castle lords are waiting for opportunities. Accumulating their own strength, waiting for the opportunity to soar. Just like Tang Xiaofan said, as long as the castle lords of the castle forces grow up as a whole, their threat to the local forces of the god and demon continent will exceed that of the demon clan in the resource world. Tang Xiaofan collected the corpse of the golden behemoth god Trolin in the square. He now has 3 corpses, from the golden behemoth god Clarin, the tiger god Gabriel, and the beast god Bulk, 2 upper corpses, and 1 lower peak corpse. Corpses are good things. I believe those gods of the evil gods will like them very much. He collected them, and sold these 3 corpses to those evil gods when he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan suddenly laughed at himself. He was the lord of the castle who intended to dominate all races, fight for the throne of the god king, and then rule the god and demon continent, but he actually started doing business again and again. Later, he deviated from the right path and became more literary. However, everything he did was to quickly improve the strength of the Black Technology Kingdom. Whether it was war or business, the core purpose remained unchanged. He didn't think much about it, and took the items handed over by Stark, a blueprint, a godhead, and a space artifact. These were the spoils of war that exploded after killing the golden behemoth god Clarin. In addition, there were a full 10 million soul stones, which he collected in the space artifact ring god's secret ring. God, take it, and this space artifact ring. Tang Xiaofan handed the 2 items to Stark and said, "You should also absorb and refine the divine power in this godhead, and strive to be promoted to the main god, as soon as possible. Praise you, Almighty Lord." Stark took it respectfully. As for the space artifact ring, there were not many things in it. Tang Xiaofan is now completely disappointed with the gods of faith, and does not expect to meet a rich god of faith. Similarly, in the space artifact ring of the golden cold god Clarin, there is also a dark golden order of the gods that he collected. In this way, he now has 3 gods' orders. He can bring 2 gods from the Black Technology Heaven into the Pantheon. Tang Xiaofan identified the last blueprint, and checked its attribute information. Perfect Evolution Blueprint, Soldier Evolution. Grade, Top. Effect, can help castle soldiers achieve blood purification and improve growth potential. Special Effect 1, there is a very high probability of achieving super evolution of blood. Special Reminder 2, the higher the blood level of the soldier, the lower the success rate of evolution. The lord of the castle must consider carefully before using the soldier evolution blueprint. It turned out to be a top soldier evolution blueprint. Tang Xiaofan was surprised. Many troop evolution blueprints have been revealed, but this is the first time that a top-level perfect purification blueprint like this has been revealed. If Caddis uses this blueprint, once her bloodline super evolution is achieved, will she be able to directly advance to the level of an 18-winged archangel? Even if she cannot achieve super evolution, as long as the evolution is successful, Caddis can also become a 16-winged archangel. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaofan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 515. Tang Xiaofan has decided to give this rare top-level perfect evolution blueprint to Caddis. He does not expect her to achieve super evolution of bloodline and be promoted to 18-winged archangel, but as long as she can successfully evolve and be promoted to 16-winged archangel, it will be fine. 16-winged archangels also have the growth potential limit of the peak of the upper god. At this time, Tang Xiaofan's eyes fell on the 12-winged angel of wisdom, Shirley, the angel of love, Nina, the angel of death, Dale, and other upper angels. Their godhood promotion has ended, or they have been directly promoted to the peak of the middle god or promoted to the early, middle, and late stages of the middle god. In short, this time, Tang Xiaofan made a big profit by killing the golden behemoth god Clarin, who has the late stage of the upper god. Each of these upper angels under his command has gained a huge increase in strength. Even those 8-winged angels have stepped into the peak of the lower gods, and the 11-winged and 12-winged angels have basically all been promoted to the level of middle gods. It can be said that Tang Xiaofan's kingdom strength exploded tenfold in the blink of an eye. Even if there are multiple upper gods from hostile forces coming to kill him, he is not afraid at all. After all, in addition to Stark and Gladys, who are upper gods, he now has nearly 10 peak middle god angels. Even if 6 or 7 of the general upper gods descend, they cannot conquer his Black Technology Heaven, and will be surrounded and killed by his angels. I will have a say in the world of gods when Stark is promoted to the main god. Tang Xiaofan secretly said to himself that the rulers of the major gods are basically at the level of main gods, such as the goddess of light Pandora, the goddess of elves Isabel, the goddess of fate Anastora, the main god of destruction, the main god of killing, etc. All of them are powerful existences at the level of main gods. Tang Xiaofan even suspected that the queen of the natural elf empire might have reached the level of the Lord God, so if he didn't have the Lord God under his command, then he would naturally be one level lower in front of these god system rulers and empire rulers. After having the Lord God, he can say that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Tang Xiaofan placed this hope on Stark. He is now in the late stage of the upper god, and has these two upper godheads. As long as he refines and absorbs the two godheads, he will definitely be able to be promoted to the peak of the upper god. At that time, Stark would be only a hair's breadth away from the Lord. Not far away, he could sense the Lord's gaze. 14-winged angel Caddis, 12-winged angel of wisdom Shirley, angel of love Nina, angel of death Dale, Angelia, Irene and other high-ranking angels gathered. They bowed to Tang Xiaofan with great reverence. Praise you, Almighty Lord. Yes. Tang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, looking at these extremely beautiful angels. He also felt a sense of pride in his heart. Like Caddis, Shirley, Nina and others when they were conceived, they were not complete adult angels. When they first came, they were only in the state of angel holy spirits. Their initial levels were very weak, and their growth potential was also very small. For example, Shirley was just an archangel at the beginning, with an initial level of 5. The limit of her adult potential was only the peak of demigod. It was Tang Xiaofan who cultivated her and Katie, and others step by step. If Tang Xiaofan had not used a large number of evolutionary drawings to cultivate them, even Katie would now be just a 6-winged angel. Seeing them grow up step by step, Tang Xiaofan was of course proud. It was also for this reason that Katie, Shirley, Nina, Dale and others occupied an extremely important position in Tang Xiaofan's heart, just like the adult angels born later, such as the 4 Austin sisters, Tiffany, Natalie, Dina, and Nancy. They were born in their perfect form, with the strength of the peak of the middle god, and the early middle god respectively. Although their strength was also very strong, their position in Tang Xiaofan's heart was completely inferior to Katie, Shirley, Nina and others. This was a feeling cultivated step by step in actual combat, which could not be changed by one's own strength, even for the Virgo god angel Gladys. Tang Xiaofan handed the top perfect evolution blueprint in his hand to Katie, and then looked at Shirley, Nina and other upper angels, and said to them, "You will use the purification blueprints in your hands later, and strive to achieve blood purification and improve growth potential." "Yes, my lord." Caddis, Shirley, Nina and other high-ranking angels all obeyed the order respectfully. Their strength increased too fast, and they could no longer store more evolutionary blueprints. Take Shirley for example. As a 12-winged cherubim, her growth potential limit is the peak of the middle god. Now her godhood has also entered this level, which is considered to have reached the limit of her growth potential. If she does not use the army evolution blueprint to achieve bloodline evolution and raise her growth potential limit to the level of the upper god, then she will find it difficult to gain experience by killing enemies, and her strength will stop at the peak of the middle god. That's why Tang Xiaofan asked them to use up the evolution blueprints of the troops in their hands. However, the 14-winged Seraph Katais and the Angel of Fate Claire can still hold on for a while, because their growth potential as 14-winged angels is at the early stage of the upper god. Now they are only at the level of the middle god, and there is still a long way to go before they can become the upper god. However, Tang Xiaofan still hopes that they can try to evolve. It would be even better if they can be promoted to the 16-winged angel city. And if the evolution fails, they can continue next time. In short, Tang Xiaofan was determined to train them into 16-winged archangels, so that they all had the potential and strength of the peak of the upper gods. When the 5 armies god war started in the future, he waved his hand, and a group of angels at the peak of the upper gods rushed to the camp of the enemy gods. The scene was shocking. I am afraid that countless castle masters, gods of faith, gods of truth, and even the abyss demons would be scared silly on the spot. Thinking of this, the smile on Tang Xiaofan's face became more brilliant. He was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Tang Xiaofan looked at the beautiful 14-winged Seraphim Caddis and asked, "Can you sense the success rate of this top evolution blueprint?" The success rate of the army evolution blueprint is not fixed. The higher the bloodline level of the army, the lower the success rate. That's why Caddis, Cheryl, Nina and others reserve evolution blueprints to make up for the low success rate with quantity. After hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, Caddis quickly probed the top army evolution blueprint in her hand and quickly said to Tang Xiaofan, "Reporting to my lord, the evolution success rate of this blueprint has increased several times compared to the advanced blueprint, reaching about 20%. 20% is not bad." Tang Xiaofan nodded. Chapter 516. With the advanced evolutionary drawings in Katie's hand, Katie's chances of achieving bloodline evolution are still high. As for super evolution, it really depends on luck. Tang Xiaofan said, "You will evolve together later to see if there will be an evolutionary mutation like last time." "Yes, Lord Almighty." Katais, Cheryl and other high-ranking angels saluted respectfully. Among the women, there was only one person who did not need bloodline evolution, and that was Olivia, because her body was a military building. The mother tree of the elves had been bound to Tang Xiaofan's castle power, and some incredible changes occurred in the process of transforming into a military building, which made Olivia become like the lord of the castle, with no limit to her growth potential. In other words, as long as she killed enough strong enemies, she could even be promoted to the Lord God or the God King. In this aspect, Olivia is better than Stark. After all, Stark's previous experience was the peak of the main god. If he wants to have the growth potential of the God King, he has to have another bloodline evolution. Not long after, all the angels in the square finished the promotion of their ranks. Then, under the leadership of the 14-winged Seraph Caddis, they went back to the angel reincarnation pool to take out the evolution drawings and began to evolve. Soon, dozens of god-level angels were all shrouded in the dazzling ball of light. I hope there will be evolution mutation this time. Tang Xiaofan looked at the evolutionary light balls floating in the air. He whispered to himself. Beside him, Stark and the angel Gladys stood on his left and right. Gladys asked in confusion, "Lord, what does evolutionary mutation mean?" At this time, she had put away her golden spear and golden shield, and only wore the golden armor that made her look dazzling and beautiful. Tang Xiaofan explained, "A long time ago, Nina, an angel of Angelia's level, mutated during the evolution process, and their evolutionary light balls merged together very magically. That time, Angel of Love Nina, Angel of Wisdom Angelica with 12 wings, and 3 sisters of Sea and Blue Angel, all 5 of them, evolved successfully, and Nina and Angelica, who had used the advanced evolutionary drawings, also achieved super evolution of their bloodline, and were directly promoted from 8-winged angels to 12-winged angels. I remember that such evolutionary mutation of angels only occurred once." Hearing these words, Gladys was immediately very surprised. She didn't expect the effect of evolutionary mutation to be so amazing. On the other hand, Stark said, "My lord, when I was in charge of the illusory farmer's world, I also encountered angels that had mutations during the evolution process, but—" Stark's expression suddenly darkened. Tang Xiaofan asked in confusion, "But what?" Stark said, "I ordered all those angels who had evolutionary mutations to be thrown into the reincarnation pool and reborn." Tang Xiaofan was even more puzzled. "Why?" Stark explained, "Evolutionary mutations have both advantages and disadvantages for angels. The advantage is that they can greatly enhance their growth potential and their own strength. The disadvantage is that angels who have evolutionary mutations are very likely to become fallen angels." Fallen angel? Tang Xiaofan was shocked. He was very familiar with this title. In Western mythology, Lucifer, the famous king of hell and the leader of the 7 demons, was a fallen angel who betrayed God. He never thought that there were fallen angels in the illusory farmer's world. Stark nodded and said, "Fallen angels are aliens in the farmer's world. They no longer have a firm belief in the Lord. What they pursue is freedom and power. In the illusory farmer's world, there was a rebellion once, led by a 16-winged fallen angel. Although I suppressed that rebellion by force, in order to prevent such a thing from happening again, I will order any angels to be sent to the reincarnation pool if they mutate during the evolution process." "Is that so?" Tang Xiaofan frowned, thinking, what should he do if a fallen angel appeared under his command? Send them to the reincarnation pool for recreation like Stark. Suddenly, Tang Xiaofan had an idea. Why should he bother about this problem? Just ask the game official directly. He communicated with the game official without hesitation. "If I train fallen angels, will they betray their faith in me, and will they be as firm as other angels?" Soon, a message came. "Please rest assured, Lord of the Castle, angels are your troops. No matter what kind of angel they are, their loyalty to you is always 100 points. In the eyes of fallen angels, you are still their god of faith. The difference is that fallen angels and orthodox angels pursue different things. Fallen angels are mainly for the pursuit of power, killing and destruction, while the angels of the orthodox faction represent kindness, light and justice." "That's fine." Tang Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. The official response of the game made him no longer worry about the crisis of fallen angels. Instead, he was looking forward to the arrival of fallen angels. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark and said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if fallen angels appear, their faith in me will remain unwavering." "My lord," Stark said quickly, "fallen angels are dark spirits. They are more evil than demons." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "The evil of the fallen angels is for the enemies. In my eyes, the fallen angels are my believers just like you." Seeing that Stark still wanted to persuade him, Tang Xiaofan directly used his ultimate move. "This is because I saw the future with the help of the Supreme Creation Law." Hearing this, Stark was stunned. He said with a dull expression, "So, Was it really my fault at the beginning? Those fallen angels did not want to betray the Lord, but just wanted to create a new angel faction to capture a larger place of faith for the Lord. Tang Xiufan's mouth twitched slightly, and then he comforted Stark, "Don't blame yourself, you are also trying to maintain the order of the farmer god realm, not to mention that it is an illusory farmer god realm, and now we are in reality, and there are always differences. Almighty Lord, thank you for your kindness and understanding." Stark slowly breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "If fallen angels also appear in the real universe, then I will look at them in a different way and will no longer regard them as aliens." "That's right," Tang Xiufan said with a smile, "these angels are all angels, and they are all my believers. There is no difference in essence." Stark said respectfully, "Praise you, merciful Lord." Tang Xiufan nodded slightly. His butler succeeded in persuading him, but there was no sign of the fallen angels. It was unknown whether he could breed fallen angels in the future. If he could, after he destroyed the demon army that invaded the god and demon continent and conquered the abyss world, he would let the fallen angels rule that world and turn it into the hell demon world. Was he thinking too much? The evolution of the angels would not end in a short time, and the evolution mutation that Tang Xiufan expected had not appeared yet. He didn't know if he would be disappointed again this time, but Tang Xiufan didn't think much about it. Even if there was no evolution mutation, as long as most angels achieved evolution, he would be satisfied. Then he took out a large number of drawings, all of which were drawings of the number of arms, a total of more than 300, which were all the war gains during this period. He didn't hesitate, and chose to use them all. Chapter 517. At this moment, the army number blueprints in his hand scattered into countless golden lights, and gathered into golden clouds in the air in front of him. The golden clouds were divided into 3 levels, namely, low level, medium level, and high level army number blueprints. There were 357 army number blueprints, of which 269 were low level blueprints, 73 were medium level blueprints, and 15 were high level blueprints. "I wonder how many angels I can get for free this time?" Tang Xiufan expressed his expectation. The only pity was that the angels he got for free would only be in the initial Holy Spirit state. They would not be fully grown adult angels, and would not be at the peak of their powers as soon as they were born. As Tang Xiufan muttered to himself, bright balls of light flew out from the golden clouds, filling the entire sky in a short period of time. There were thousands of them, and it lasted for about half an hour. All the balls of light flew out, and the golden clouds dissipated. Tang Xiufan swept his mind, and easily calculated that the total number of angels and holy spirits he got for free this time was 9,570. Although the number was not as large as the previous large-scale free, the number of angels and holy spirits he got for free this time was 10,000. Not bad. Tang Xiufan was quite satisfied. After all, what else could he expect for free? After a moment, all the light balls broke and scattered, and nearly 10,000 fair-skinned and tender little angels appeared in Tang Xiufan's field of vision. As usual, Tang Xiufan checked the number of wings behind the little angels to judge their growth potential limit. Soon his face was full of smiles. 13 12-winged angels, more than 180 10-winged angels, and more than 1,300 6-winged angels. Take this wave of huge profits for example. Although there was no lucky explosion event that directly gave birth to a 14-winged angel or a 16-winged archangel, there were more than 10 12-winged angels, which was already very rare. After all, he only had a total of a few dozen 12-winged angels, which was really not a lot. This time, she was naturally happy to get more than a dozen 12-winged angels for free. Then he handed these little angels to Stark and asked him to distribute the angel army more reasonably, so that the little angels could grow faster. Tang Xiufan didn't have high expectations for them. He only hoped that they could all be promoted to gods before the War of Gods came, so that he could get greater benefits in actual combat. "My lord, look." At this time, the Virgo angel Gladys suddenly exclaimed. Following her gaze, Tang Xiufan looked at the evolutionary light balls floating above the angel reincarnation pool in the distance. Suddenly, his expression became stunned. As the evolutionary mutation finally appeared, Tang Xiufan's expression was stunned. His eyes were cast at the dazzling evolutionary light balls in the distance. There was astonishment in his eyes. So much time had passed, and his free angels had ended. He originally had no hope for evolutionary mutations, but he didn't expect it to appear. But soon, he discovered something different. It was different from the last evolution mutation. During the last mutation, all the evolutionary light balls merged together to form a larger light ball, covering Angelica and others who were evolving. But this time, There were 60 or 70 brilliant evolutionary light balls suspended in the air above the angel reincarnation pool, but they were not all merged together. About 2/3 of the evolutionary light balls merged with each other, and the other 1/3 of the evolutionary light balls were still in a static state, and did not merge with the nearby light balls. What's going on? Tang Xiaofan was a little confused. Does evolutionary mutation still require the selection of angels? Unqualified angels cannot enter the mutation state? Under the gaze of Tang Xiaofan, Stark and Gladys, about 2/3 of the evolutionary light balls finally gathered together, and soon merged into a very large light ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters, which was amazingly large. At this time, this giant evolutionary light ball was floating above the reincarnation pool, and the light was bright and soft like a small golden sun. Tang Xiaofan looked at Stark beside him and asked, "Can you see the scene inside the giant light ball?" Stark shook his head and said, "There is a very powerful force blocking it. No matter whether it is the eyesight or the divine power, it is impossible to see the scene inside the light ball. Then we can only wait." Tang Xiaofan has no other way. For now, he can only wait. Time passed quickly. The blood moon had appeared in the sky above his head. The night was getting deeper and deeper. At some point, a figure suddenly appeared in the space teleportation magic circle in the distance. It was Monica, the great elf, who had been promoted to the peak of demigod. As a natural elf, Monica's growth potential limit was originally only the peak of level 21. After using multiple low-level soldier evolution drawings, her growth potential has entered the realm of the peak of the lower god. It can be compared to an 8-winged angel. "Your Majesty." The great elf Monica quickly came to Tang Xiaofan and saluted respectfully. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Monica. The aura on her body reached the peak level of demigods. She was not far from condensing the godhood and being promoted to a true god. Perhaps she only needed to kill 1 or 2 more demigods of the same level to be promoted directly. Tang Xiaofan asked, "You are in such a hurry to come back. Is there something wrong in the branch city?" The great elf Monica said respectfully, "Reporting to your Majesty, half an hour ago, a legion from the dynasty attacked the city of Radiance and was repelled by us." "They actually dared to take the initiative to attack?" Tang Xiaofan was very surprised. During the day, the dynasty forces and castle forces on the Karami grassland were chased thousands of kilometers away by his kingdom army. Wherever the kingdom army passed, no local forces and castle forces dared to resist, and all retreated desperately. As a result, at night, the Dynasty Alliance dared to send a legion to attack his Yoguang city. At this time, an angel used the power of faith to convey a message to him that the Kingdom Branch city where their legion was located was also attacked by the Dynasty Alliance legion. Before Tang Xiaofan could think about it, the branch cities on the Balalai Highlands had the same experience. Tang Xiaofan's 9 branch cities were attacked almost at the same time. His army was very strong and repelled all the enemy forces that attacked the major branch cities. However, this also gave him a signal that the Dynasty Alliance and castle forces in the 2 regions were ready to fight a decisive battle with him. The enemy army that appeared to attack the branch cities this time should be just a vanguard force, with weak strength and small scale, and the purpose of their attack on the major branch cities was obviously to find out the specific strength of Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army. Prepare for the final decisive battle. It seems they are ready to fight, Tang Xiaofan said with a smile. The great elf Monica asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" Tang Xiaofan said to her, "Just guard the branch city, no need to do anything else. If the enemy is weak, then destroy it. If the enemy is strong, use the teleportation array to withdraw to the capital." Chapter 518. He thought for a moment, and then continued, "Tomorrow's clearing operation will be terminated, and all the legions will be stationed in the major cities." Compared to the army assembled by the Dynasty Alliance and the castle forces, Tang Xiaofan's kingdom army is very small, with only 3 million. According to Tang Xiaofan's speculation, the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the castle forces may be as large as hundreds of millions. It is not the best plan to fight head-on. It is best to defend and counterattack, use the 9 cities of the kingdom to consume the strength of the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the castle forces, and then retreat to the capital for the final decisive battle. Anyway, the castle masters of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance want to completely destroy his black technology heaven. Even if he retreats to the dynasty, they will come to kill him, so Tang Xiaofan does not need to send out his kingdom army to fight them head-on. He can use the capital to defend and counterattack. For Tang Xiaofan, the final victory will definitely belong to him. He is very confident about this point, but if the troops under his command can lose less, he will still be very happy. After all, Resurrecting troops also requires energy consumption, and the strength of the troops after resurrection will plummet to the initial level, which is not worth the loss. Another advantage of fighting near the capital is that it can directly resurrect the fallen soldiers. Anyway, the resurrection is absolutely fast. In this way, his kingdom's army is endless, and can never be killed. I can also wipe out the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the castle forces. As for the gods behind them, Tang Xiaofan doesn't have to worry about them. He only needs to send Stark, Gladys, Katie, Shirley and other 60 or 70 gods to the battlefield, and he will win. As long as there is no true god-level existence joining this war, he will not lose. Of course, if he has the perfect attacking opportunity, he does not mind fighting the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the castle forces in the wild. I will obey your will, your majesty. The great elf Monica said respectfully, and Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, looking at your current realm, I think you are close to condensing the godhood. Work hard and strive to have a higher god position before the war of gods comes. The great elf Monica nodded, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She was very glad that she had made the most correct choice in her life. If she had not chosen to join the Black Technology Castle with the elf tribe, she would not have been promoted to the peak of demigod so quickly, and she would not have the potential to become a god. The elf tribe would not be as powerful as it is now. Today, the elf tribe has more than 20,000 natural elves, and the number of elemental elves has increased from 0 to more than 100. Such a powerful elf tribe only appeared in his imagination. It was the king they chose who made such a fantasy come true. She was very grateful to Tang Xiaofan for this. Without staying for long, after saying goodbye to Tang Xiaofan, the great elf Monica used the teleportation array to teleport to the city of Radiance thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, Tang Xiaofan's order was also transmitted to the other 8 branch cities. Soon a large number of demigod angel elves appeared and arranged magic defense shields for their respective branch cities. At the same time, they used the drawings to build a large number of magic cannons, giant male and female crossbows, and other defensive weapons on the walls of each large branch city to consume the strength of the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance. What the Kingdom Army has to do now is to meditate and practice, and then wait for the Alliance army to come. After Monica left the capital, Tang Xiaofan once again turned his attention to the giant evolutionary light ball. As for the other evolutionary light balls, Tang Xiaofan did not pay too much attention. What he was most concerned about was this sudden evolutionary mutation. He wanted to see how far the 2/3 of the angels would grow after the evolutionary mutation. Time passed quickly. I don't know how long it had passed. Finally, those individual evolutionary light balls began to tremble, and then they all broke and collapsed at the same time. Then, dazzling and beautiful angels appeared in Tang Xiaofan's vision. Huh? Tang Xiaofan suddenly showed a surprised expression on his face. Katie, Shirley, Nina, Irene, Angelica, Estella, all the beautiful angels who appeared were familiar to Tang Xiaofan, including the guardian angel, Mia, Mila, and the 3 sisters of the sea and blue angels, etc. They have one thing in common, that is, they are all angels who have grown up step by step from the Holy Spirit state. None of them was a fully adult angel when they were conceived, which means that this evolution mutation is aimed at adult angels? Tang Xiaofan looked at the giant ball of light that had not yet broken open. It was obvious that all the gods and adult angels he had bred twice were shrouded in it. This was very strange. Tang Xiaofan did not think for too long, and cast his eyes on Katie, Shirley and others. Under Tang Xiaofan's gaze, they flapped their angel wings, flew over, and saluted respectfully saying, "My lord." Tang Xiaofan nodded, sensing their aura while checking the number of wings behind them. Soon, he showed an extremely bright smile on his face. There were about 20 angels in total. Although not all of them successfully evolved, there were not many failures. The most eye-catching ones were Katie, Shirley and Claire, 3 beautiful angels. The number of wings behind them was as many as 16 wings. Yes, 16 wings. All 3 of them were promoted to 16-winged archangels. Among them, Katie and the angel of destiny Claire were originally 14-winged angels. After their successful evolution, they successfully entered the level of 16-winged archangels. As for Shirley, she was lucky enough to achieve super evolution of her bloodline, and gain 2 pairs of wings at one time, which made her directly change from a 12-winged angel to a 16-winged archangel. This was a big surprise for Tang Xiaofan. You should know that Tang Xiaofan gave the top-level perfect evolution blueprint to the 14-winged seraphim Katie, but Katie failed to successfully super evolve. Instead, Shirley got a super strong improvement, with the help of a mere advanced evolution blueprint. The reason why it is called a super improvement is that Shirley not only achieved super evolution, but also obtained an extremely huge special energy, which made her god position directly break through the peak of the middle god and enter the level of the upper god. The only pity is that among all the angels, Shirley is the only angel who achieved super evolution of bloodline. Other angels either failed or evolved normally. Shirley, you gave me a surprise. Tang Xiaofan looked at his 16-winged archangel Shirley with a smile on his face. Chapter 519. Among them, Katie and the angel of destiny Claire were originally 14-winged angels. After successfully evolving, they successfully entered the level of 16-winged archangels. As for Shirley, she was lucky enough to achieve super evolution of her bloodline, and gain 2 pairs of wings at once, which made her directly change from a 12-winged angel to a 16-winged archangel. This was a big surprise for Tang Xiaofan. You should know that Tang Xiaofan gave the top-level perfect evolution blueprint to the 14-winged seraphim Katie, but Katie failed to successfully evolve. Instead, Shirley got a super strong improvement with the help of a mere advanced evolution blueprint. The reason why it is called a super strong improvement is that Shirley, while achieving super evolution, also obtained an extremely huge special energy, which made her god position directly break through the peak of the middle god and enter the level of the upper god. The only pity is that among all the angels, Shirley is the only one who has achieved super evolution of bloodline, while other angels either failed or evolved normally. Shirley, you gave me a surprise. Tang Xiaofan looked at his 16-winged archangel Shirley with a smile on his face, and Shirley said with great respect, "This is your favor." Tang Xiaofan laughed and was incomparably happy, while Katie, who was also promoted to the 16-winged angel city, felt infinite loss and self-blame. She received the Lord's gift and used the perfect evolutionary blueprint, but she failed to super evolve into an 18-winged archangel, which made her very upset. If he could successfully super evolve like Shirley, then she would now be comparable to His Majesty Stark and become an 18-winged archangel, the end of the angel family, and also her dream. Unfortunately, she failed. Tang Xiaofan saw what she was thinking and comforted her, although you failed to super evolve. But at least you have successfully evolved and become a 16-winged archangel, so don't be disappointed. Caddis lowered her head and said, "I failed the Lord's expectations." Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, "My expectation for you is to become a 16-winged archangel, with the potential to grow to the peak of the upper gods. As for the 18-winged archangels at the main god level, it depends on your own destiny." At the 16-wing level, Tang Xiaofan suspected that the advanced evolutionary blueprints were no longer useful, and even the rare top-level perfect evolutionary blueprints would have a pitifully low success rate, so if you want to become an 18-winged archangel, you can only rely on your fate. As he spoke, Tang Xiaofan turned his gaze to the other angels and said, "Don't feel bad if you fail to evolve. There will be another chance. I believe you will all become 16-winged archangels in the future." "Praise you, Almighty Lord." The angels immediately bowed in gratitude. Tang Xiaofan nodded, and then counted the angels who had successfully evolved. Katie, Shirley, and the angel of fate Claire became 16-winged archangels, the angel of love Mina, the angel of wisdom Angelia, the angel of 12 wings Irene, the guardian angel Mia, became a 14-winged angel, the angel of peace Alice, the angel of paradise Delia, and Hylan Winnie were promoted to 12-winged angels. As for the other angels, such as the angel of power Josie, Lisa, Hylan Vita, Hylan Agatha, the guardian angel Mira, etc., their evolution failed. In short, this evolution had successes and failures, but generally speaking, Tang Xiaofan was very satisfied. After all, he had 3 16-winged archangels at once. What else could he not be satisfied with? You know, even the Virgo angel Gladys, who is a superior god, is only a 14-winged angel now. As for the angels who have successfully evolved, their ranks have not been improved. Only Shirley has been promoted to the realm of a superior god because of super evolution. Now that Shirley has also been promoted to a high god, the Black Technology Kingdom has 3 high gods. 3 high gods are already a very powerful force. As long as there is another main god, Tang Xiaofan will have the confidence to go to war with the local empire in the central area and directly attack the Huiyao Empire 200,000 kilometers away. Tang Xiaofan's eyes were once again cast on the giant evolutionary light ball. Until now, it has not shown any signs of breaking, but Tang Xiaofan still vaguely sensed a different breath, and this breath became stronger and stronger with the passage of time, and it was easier to be perceived. Evil, darkness, full of killing and destruction. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, which showed his inner restlessness. Could it be that Stark was right? the evolutionary mutation led to the birth of the fallen angel. Seeing Tang Xiaofan looking over, Stark was silent for half a second, and then said, "My lord, if I am not mistaken, it should be the breath of the fallen angel. In that giant evolutionary light ball, there are angels who have also become fallen angels." Since Tang Xiaofan could sense those auras, he could also feel them, and he remembered them clearly. After all, he had suppressed a group of fallen angels in the illusory farmer's world, and threw them into the angel reincarnation pool for recreation. He would not forget it. The fallen angels actually came. Tang Xiaofan was shocked. He had just talked about the fallen angels with Stark not long ago. He did not expect that the fallen angels would come. He suspected that this was the work of the game officials. Of course, he was still looking forward to the appearance of the fallen angels. Although the fallen angels represented darkness and evil, even killing and destruction, this would not affect the fallen angel's loyalty and faith in him, nor would it cause the problem of faction conflict in his black technology kingdom. On this basis, Tang Xiaofan naturally had no reason to gather the famous hell creatures such as the fallen angels outside the door. In other words, if the fallen angels had no loyalty and faith in him, then he would not hesitate to learn from Stark and throw the born fallen angels directly into the reincarnation pool. After all, he was the lord of the castle, and loyalty and faith were the most important. I don't know how long it took, until the sky was completely dark, the world was shrouded in darkness, and the giant light ball finally began to tremble. After a long time, the light ball broke, and a stronger evil breath emanated. This made Katie, Shirley and other angels show vigilance, staring at the cracking light ball with full of defense. After a while, the light ball was completely broken, annihilated, and disappeared. In an instant, a black-winged angel nearly 10 meters tall appeared in Tang Xiaofan's field of vision, which made Tang Xiaofan's eyes widen. Chapter 520. All my adult angels have turned into fallen angels. And, are fallen angels so tall? At this moment, he saw a familiar figure among the black-winged angels. Wasn't that his angel of death Dale? In a blink of an eye, she ran to the camp of fully grown adult angels, and turned into a fallen angel. When Tang Xiaofan was counting Katie, Shirley, Nina and other high-ranking angels, he didn't notice whether the angel of death Dale was among them. It was because the presence of the angel of death Dyer was too low. Her favorite thing to do was to walk in the boundary between the void and the metaverse. Even Tang Xiaofan could not see her without summoning her. She had just forgotten about the angel of death Dyer. What she did not expect was that the angel of death Dyer actually entered the camp of those adult angels, merged into the giant light ball, and finally turned into a black-winged angel. Before, the angel of death Dyer's angel wings were light gray, and the energy wings were only emitting black light. Now her angel wings and energy wings have all turned into pure black. Combined with her beautiful and cold appearance, she looks even more worrying, and has an extreme sense of charm. I have to say that Tang Xiaofan was very excited. What was most unexpected to Tang Xiaofan was that all the other adult angels, without exception, were transformed into black-winged angels, exuding the aura of darkness, evil, and even destruction and killing. They gave Tang Xiaofan the feeling that they were better than the creatures in the dark, evil, and undead camps, and were pure hell-level creatures. No wonder Lucifer in Western mythology is called the King of Hell. Just looking at these fallen angels in front of me, I can imagine what Lucifer looks like. The difference is that Lucifer really betrayed God, while the loyalty of these fallen angels to me is still a constant 100 points. For this reason, Tang Xiaofan checked their information and observed their loyalty at the first time, and soon found that their loyalty had not changed at all, which made him completely relieved. In addition to the unchanged loyalty, Tang Xiaofan also felt the connection of faith from those fallen angels, including the newly born fallen angel Dyer. They were still fanatical about his faith, loyal and firm in faith. What else did Tang Xiaofan have to worry about? What puzzled me most was why such a change occurred. All the angels that merged into the giant light ball were transformed into fallen angels, without exception. Tang Xiaofan counted the number of fallen angels, and there were 43 of them, which was more than the number of angels of the Orthodox faction and special angels, referring to the angels of the god level. Tang Xiaofan was very confused and didn't understand why such a mutation suddenly occurred. You know, in the last evolution mutation, whether it was Angelia, Angel of Love Nina, or the three sisters of the Hylon Angel, none of them mutated into fallen angels, but this time, they all mutated. 43 adult angels, including the Angel of Death Dale, all transformed into fallen angels that were nearly 10 meters tall and exuded the breath of hell. Tang Xiaofan was really unbelievable. Even Stark, who was standing next to him, showed a surprised expression. He used to be in charge of the illusory farmer's world, and had seen more fallen angels, and even suppressed the fallen angel army, but it was the first time he saw so many angels collectively transformed into fallen angels. If Tang Xiaofan hadn't enlightened him before and changed his mentality, he would not hesitate to suppress these fallen angels in front of him and throw them into the reincarnation pool for remelting. After all, this was how he dealt with the fallen angels in the past. Dire 16-winged fallen archangel. Current growth status, growth period. Strength level, early stage of upper god. Loyalty 100, die hard. Complete form, 16-winged fallen archangel at the peak of upper god. Special reminder, fallen angels are the most evil hell-level demon creatures. Only the god of their faith can suppress the hell magic in their bodies. Austin Tiffany, 16-winged fallen archangel. Current growth status, growth period. Strength level, early stage of upper god. Loyalty 100, die hard. Complete form, 16-winged fallen archangel at the peak of upper god. Special reminder, fallen angel. As the most evil hell-level demon creatures, only their gods of faith can suppress the hell magic in their bodies. Mimi 14-winged fallen angel. Current growth status, growth period. Strength level, peak of middle level god. Loyalty 100, die hard. Complete form, 14-winged fallen angel in the early stage of upper god. Special reminder, fallen angels are the most evil hell-level demon creatures, and only their gods of faith can suppress the hell magic in their bodies. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath and looked at those fallen angels. Compared with the angels of the orthodox faction, these fallen angels are like giants. Each of them is nearly 10 meters tall, and the angel wings and energy wings behind them are all pitch black like black ink. Coupled with the hellish aura emanating from them, even Tang Xiaofan can't help but feel trembling, let alone the enemies who will face them in the future. Tang Xiaofan believes that once these fallen angels of his set foot on the battlefield, they will surely shake the entire world and all the gods. Those gods will instinctively feel terrified. These fallen angels can be said to be the big killer in his hands. The angels of the orthodox faction and the special angels can spread faith for him, but these fallen angels are born purely for killing, born for the upcoming war of gods. Tang Xiaofan has a hunch that his fallen angels will kill people everywhere in the war of gods. Whether they are gods of the hostile pantheon or demons of the natural world, they will be shot by them. As expected, the evolutionary mutation brought great improvement to them. All 43 angels successfully evolved. Among them, Dale and Tiffany, the eldest sister of the 4 angel sisters Austin, achieved super evolution of their bloodline, directly evolving from 12-winged angels to 16-winged fallen archangels. Moreover, Dale and Tiffany's strength also skyrocketed, and they were promoted to the early stage of upper god, which was one level higher than the 16-winged archangel Katie. Tang Xiaofan's heart was unsettled. With Dale and Austin entering the early stage of upper god, he now had 5 upper gods under his command, namely Stark, Gladys, Shirley, Dale, and Tiffany. Among them, Shirley belonged to the angel of the orthodox faction, Gladys belonged to the special god angel, and Dale and Tiffany were even more special fallen angels. The 5 upper gods, led by Stark, have extremely terrifying fighting power. Even if 3 or 5 of the late upper gods, such as the golden behemoth god Clarin, descend, they will be suppressed by them. And if it were an early upper god like the tiger god Gabriel, even if there were more than a dozen of them, they would not be a match for Stark and his 5 companions. Tang Xiaofan even felt that with the current strength of his kingdom and the number of gods, it could be called a pantheon, a black technology pantheon. Chapter 521. Although it is not as strong as those pantheons ruled by the main gods, it is not a problem to be comparable to the pantheons of the beast gods. Tang Xiaofan suddenly had such an idea about the black technology pantheon. He asked the game official, "Can the lord of the castle establish a pantheon?" Soon there was a message prompt reply, "The lord of the castle can establish a pantheon of the empire system." Requirement Restriction 1, have an empire-level castle power. 2 country lords must at least master the power of the peak of the upper gods. 3 country lords need to have their own kingdom of god. Tang Xiaofan's mouth twitched. Okay, he didn't meet any of the 3 requirements, but he thought about it. These 3 requirements, it seems not too far away from him. His castle is a high-level royal capital, and it will be an imperial capital if it is upgraded to the next level, so he can establish an empire-level castle power. His current position is at the peak of the middle god, which is still a big realm away from the peak of the upper god, but as long as he kills more powerful gods, it is not difficult to ascend to the peak of the upper god. As for the kingdom of God, it is even simpler. Once he has enough divine power and divine power crystals, he can open up the kingdom of God whenever he wants. However, he has to think carefully about the name of the pantheon. This is a title that will last for endless years, and cannot be decided hastily. Lord, praise you. Fallen angel, swear allegiance to you until death. Led by the 16-winged fallen angels Dale and Tiffany, dozens of fallen angels flapped their huge black wings and flew over. They knelt on one knee in front of Tang Xiaofan with great reverence, and swore their loyalty to him. Like other angels, they were also extremely fanatical in their belief in Tang Xiaofan. They did not lose their reverence and loyalty to the Lord, who created them just because they became fallen angels. Behind the fallen angel Tang Xiaofan, the 16-winged archangel Cadus, Shirley, Claire and other high-ranking angels once again deepened their vigilance against Dale and Tiffany. Unlike Stark, they did not have the memory of the illusory farmer god realm, so they did not know what the fallen angels were, but this did not prevent them from resisting the breath of hell in their hearts. The darkness, evil, killing and destruction emanating from the fallen angels made them feel very uncomfortable, as if they were facing a natural enemy. From their performance, it was normal for Stark to suppress the fallen angels in the illusory farmer god realm. Orthodox angels have an instinctive hostility towards the fallen angels. Tang Xiaofan turned to Katie, Shirley and others and said, "They are angels like you, and they are also my believers with firm beliefs." Lord. Katie and Shirley lowered their heads immediately. They were both 16-winged archangels. As long as their attitude was correct, other angels would not have any friction with the fallen angels. At most, they would not have any contact with them. Tang Xiaofan did not say anything more. It was probably impossible to make the orthodox angels and the fallen angels live in harmony. Perhaps, he really had to consider giving the fallen angels a new home in the future. For example, he had thought of destroying the dimensional demon army that invaded the god and demon continent, and then conquering the demon's hometown, the Abyss world, and handing the Abyss over to the fallen angels to manage. Before, he just thought about it casually, but he didn't expect the fallen angel to appear so soon, so now he really has to think about it seriously. Tang Xiaofan cast his eyes on Dale and Tiffany. If the orthodox angels have exquisite beauty and devilish figures, then the fallen angels are the combination of angels and demons. They exude an extremely evil hellish breath, but they are also breathtakingly beautiful. This is a very conflicting beauty that makes people tremble. Tang Xiaofan took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and asked the two, "What happened in that giant ball of light? Why did you suddenly change into fallen angels?" Reporting to my lord. The 16-winged fallen angel Daler's voice was cold, but her expression was extremely clear. She explained, "I don't know what happened specifically. I only know that during the evolution, I felt that some kind of power was stimulated in my body, and that power was released, affecting Tiffany, Mimi and others." Tiffany, who is also a 16-winged fallen angel, nodded. "When I was evolving, I felt the power emanating from Archangel Dale's body and merging into my body. We are the same." Other beautiful fallen angels also said the same, which means that the source of the mutation was Dale. Tang Xiaofan looked at Dale with some surprise. He had to say that his angel of death Dale had suddenly become a 16-winged fallen archangel nearly 10 meters tall. He was still a little uncomfortable. However, he believed that under certain special circumstances, Dale's fallen angel body could return to its previous form, just like an angel's wings could be retracted into the body. No wonder among all the Holy Spirit angels, only Dale was an angel in the Holy Spirit state when it was first conceived, and merged into the giant evolutionary light ball. The fundamental reason is that dire is the only factor that caused the appearance of fallen angels. I just don't know whether this is a unique talent, or all death angels have the power that can lead angels to fall. If it is the latter, then as long as I breed death angels in the future, I can breed fallen angels in batches. Tang Xiaofan hopes it is the latter, so that he can build an army of fallen angels, and then cooperate with the angel army of the Orthodox faction to fight into the battlefield of gods together. The two armies of angels, one white and one black, will definitely become a nightmare-like existence in the War of Gods. Tang Xiaofan asked Dyer, "Do you still have that kind of power in your body?" Dyer shook her head. No, after transforming other adult angels into fallen angels, her power had been completely exhausted. Tang Xiaofan sighed secretly. It seems that if he wants to cultivate more fallen angels, he really has to focus on other angels of death. Now it depends on when a new angel of death can be bred. It's a pity that compared with the angel of love, the angel of peace, the angel of guardian, and the angel of paradise, the probability of the angel of death appearing is lower. So far, he has more than 100 special angels, but only one angel of death. And the only angel of death, Dale, has now turned into a fallen angel. In terms of rarity, the angel of death is comparable to the angel of fate, and the angel of creation is even rarer. Among the nearly 10,000 angels that Tang Xiaofan just got for free, there are dozens of special angels, but there are no angels of creation or death, which is exactly what Tang Xiaofan regrets. The creation angel never appeared, so his dream of building his own troop-building angel reincarnation pool will have to be postponed indefinitely. I really don't know when he can realize this dream. Tang Xiaofan asked Dire again, will the holy light and divine power affect you? Don't worry, my lord, it won't. Dire, the 16-winged fallen angel, said respectfully. Chapter 522. When the holy light and divine power merge into our bodies, they will automatically transform into the power of fallen angels. In addition to the holy light and divine power, we can also absorb the power of darkness and evil. Neither light nor darkness will reject us fallen angels. Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh that fallen angels seem to be stronger than orthodox angels. It's okay that they can absorb the power of darkness and evil, but they can also merge the holy light and divine power. This angel race is really perverted. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Stark chose to suppress the fallen angels when he was in the illusory angel world, because their appearance would cause a huge impact on the angels of the Orthodox faction, and even threaten the supreme ruler of the Orthodox angels. Stark, the administrator of the God realm, naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. Even now, Stark gave up the idea of hostility to the fallen angels under Tang Xiaofan's intervention, and did not take action again to suppress Dale and Tiffany and others. What about the combat power bonus of the Holy Light Temple? Tang Xiaofan asked again, and Dire said respectfully, my lord, the Holy Light Temple still protects us fallen angels like you do. This is good news, and Tang Xiaofan smiled, which shows that the game officials have not fooled him, because it seems that there is indeed no problem of faction conflict now. If the combat power bonus of the Holy Light Temple has no effect on the fallen angels, it will be a big loss. After all, as the exclusive top-level building of the Light faction, the Holy Light Temple can increase the attack and defense power of all the arms of its kingdom by 20%. If it loses this 20% combat power, then the impact on the fallen angels will be great. Okay, then let's all go. Tang Xiaofan said, the final battle with the Dynasty Alliance will come soon. You should also have a good rest. Yes, Almighty Lord. The angels retreated one after another. Unlike the Orthodox angels, the fallen angels such as Dale and Tiffany turned into dark balls of light and floated in the sky above the capital. They were like black stars guarding Tang Xiaofan's kingdom. Tang Xiaofan also used the connection of faith to convey his orders. The arms in the kingdom, whether it was the angel elves or the Legion of Light, and other arms must not conflict with the fallen angels, and must coexist in harmony. This is a must. Tang Xiaofan couldn't let his kingdom have civil strife. As for the farmers and soldiers, they had no resistance to these beautiful creatures that appeared in the city, just like chasing stars in later generations. Many angels and elves became the topic of conversation for farmers after dinner. As for the fallen angels, as for the future separation, we will talk about it later. After doing all this, Tang Xiaofan also went to rest. Now I just have to wait until tomorrow, when Sword God Ron brings the soul stone I want. With that soul stone, I can directly exchange it for a full 500,000 divine power crystals from the game official, and all of them will be used to breed adult angels. He now has his own angel reincarnation pool. With sufficient divine power crystals, he can breed 2,000 complete adult angels every day. This is very terrifying. Tang Xiaofan believes that soon, he will gather a large number of true gods and demigod angels under his command, and it will not be a problem to sweep across the army of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance. For him now, only the local empire in the central area can make him take it seriously. In the Karami Prairie, late at night, the Ice Flame City was attacked again. Outside the city wall that was hundreds of meters high, countless figures suddenly appeared and besieged Tang Xiaofan's high-level main city. Among those figures, the largest number was the orcs, who were native intelligent creatures in the Karami grasslands, including fox people, lion people, pig people, bear people, etc., as well as cavalry such as wolf cavalry, tiger leopard cavalry, Kodo giant beast cavalry, etc. And there were also a large number of figures appearing in the sky, such as swan people, butterfly people, harpy banshees, etc. In addition to the local intelligent orcs, there were also many soldiers from the castle forces besieging the Ice Flame City. Compared with the orc army of the Dynasty Alliance, the castle forces have a variety of troops, including troops from all camps, and even the undead. In the past, the local Dynasty Alliance would definitely go to war with the Prairie Paradise Alliance. After all, the local forces and the castle forces are hostile. However, facing the threat from the Black Technology Heaven, They gave up fighting each other, and united to form a larger army. The purpose of the two camps is very pure, that is, to destroy the Black Technology Heaven. When the Black Technology Heaven is destroyed, they can solve the problems between the two camps. Kill! Roar, roar, roar! Countless shouts and roars shook the entire field, and countless figures rushed towards the walls of the Ice Flame City. At the same time, behind the army, there were a large number of magic cannons bombarding the walls, causing the walls of the Ice Flame City to tremble constantly, and it seemed that they might collapse at any time. In the sky, there were also a large number of soldiers attacking the magic defense shield of the Ice Flame City, including some level 20, or even level 21 warriors. Judging from the coalition's posture, it seems that they are ready to capture the Ice Flame City tonight. In the city, there are hundreds of thousands of kingdom soldiers, led by an angel army. Compared with the millions of coalition forces outside the city, their number can be said to be very small, and the scale is only 1/20th of the coalition. With the strength of the Ice Flame City defenders, if they fight out, they can't say that they can destroy the coalition, but the losses will definitely be very large. Lord Mecha. On the south wall, a 6-winged angel flew over and saluted respectfully to a 10-winged main angel, as expected by my lord. The army of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance came to attack our city again. This is the 4th night attack. In fact, it was not an attack. After a while, countless figures would emerge from the darkness in the distance to besiege the Ice Flame City. Moreover, it was not just the Ice Flame City that was attacked, but the other 8 sub-cities also suffered the same fate. The armies of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance seemed to be tireless, and continued to attack Tangsiofan's 9 sub-cities located in the Karami Grassland and the Balalai Highlands. The offensive came one after another. Not to mention the types of soldiers of the Castle Lord. As long as their loyalty was high enough, they would absolutely not fear sacrifice. But the orcs of the local forces were the same. They stepped on the corpses of their tribesmen and killed them. They were very crazy. Don't worry. The Archangel Mecha waved his hand, with an indifferent expression on his beautiful face. The shouting and killing outside the city seemed to have produced a good sound. Order the defense troops everywhere to continue to use all defensive weapons such as magic cannons, strong crossbows, and crossbows. All the soldiers with long-range attack capabilities should also be dispatched. In short, consume the strength of the enemy army. Yes, Lord Mecha. Chapter 523. The 6-winged angels withdrew respectfully, and soon, the walls of the Ice Flame City were filled with artillery fire. There were also countless crossbows, arrows, and magic that flew into the enemy camp outside the city. In a short period of time, the coalition forces suffered great casualties. On the other hand, the defenders of the Ice Flame City suffered no losses, because all the attacks from the coalition forces were blocked by the magic defense shield covering the Ice Flame City. But even so, the situation of the war was not optimistic, because the scale of the coalition forces was too large, and the defense value of the magic defense shield was constantly falling. Once the defense falls to the limit, the magic defense shield will collapse instantly, and those enemy soldiers with flying ability can also directly kill into the city. Ice Flame City is the city I was ordered to guard, but I can't let you take it down so quickly. The main angel Miranda said to herself, and then she flew out of the protection range of the magic defense shield with a flash of her figure holding the angel's holy sword. At the same time, a large number of figures in the city also took off into the air and followed behind the main angel Miranda. Among them were angels, natural elves, and other types of top soldiers. The weakest among them were all level 21 strongmen. The most powerful one is the demigod. The Lord said, "Killing and redemption, death is eternal life, kill." The Archangel Mecha and others were very powerful, and they directly killed the 20-level strong men and demigods in the enemy camp. Wherever they passed, all the enemies blocking the way were killed. No one could stop them, and at the same time, a large number of soul stones, equipment, and even blueprints were exploded. This fight lasted for less than 10 minutes, and suddenly a thunderous sound sounded in the darkness in the distance. The enemy camp retreated across the board, and the huge coalition army retreated like a tide in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the darkness in the distance. Return to the city. The 10-winged Archangel Mecha snorted coldly. Looking at the enemy army going away, she gave the order to return to the defense of the Ice Flame City with an expressionless face. She had not yet figured out the intention of the coalition forces. In addition, the Lord had issued an oracle, so he would naturally not lead the Legion to pursue rashly. If she encountered an ambush, the consequences would not be something she could afford. Even if the merciful Lord would not punish her, Lord John E would remove her from the position of Legion leader, so she was very cautious and did not interfere. A six-winged angel came to report, Lord Malenka, the Legion we sent out to clean up the battlefield has gained very little. Most of the soul stones, equipment, blueprints and other spoils that exploded from killing the enemy have been taken away by others. I know. The main angel Malenka was not surprised, because in the previous waves of war, they also killed a large number of enemies, but each time the gains were very small. It can be seen that there are people in the enemy camp who are responsible for cleaning up the spoils, most likely the lords of the castles. They ordered the castle troops under their command to collect all the spoils on the battlefield while evacuating. The six-winged angel also guessed this and said angrily, My lord, aren't we indirectly working for those castle lords? Those cunning castle lords all hid in the rear of the battlefield, and when they retreated, they ordered the spoils of war to be taken away. It was really abominable. It is indeed abominable. The angel Malenka nodded, because she found that the fastest ones were basically the orcs of the Dynasty Alliance, and the castle lord's troops followed behind. Only when the war was about to end, those castle troops would speed up, not to destroy the walls of the city of soldiers, but to snatch the spoils of war on the battlefield. After several wars, the most dead were the intelligent orcs of the Dynasty Alliance, and the most profitable were the castle lords. The kingdom army, apart from gaining some special energy points, basically worked for nothing. This is very annoying. The Archangel Malenka stood on the city wall and said coldly, Let those castle lords be happy for a while, and then kill them all when the final decisive battle comes. Whatever they take now, they will spit back 10 times in the future, including their lives. No one can snatch the spoils that belong to our angel clan. That is what we dedicate to the Lord. Your Excellency is wise. The six-winged angel agreed, with a cold light in his eyes. Tonight is destined to be an unfair night. All 9 branch cities under Tang Xiufan's command have been attacked by the army from the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance, and they have been attacked more than once. On average, basically every branch city has been attacked at least 3 times. Relatively speaking, Tang Xiufan's kingdom army suffered almost no losses, while the armies of the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance lost nearly 10 million soldiers. However, Tang Xiufan was not the biggest beneficiary of this night battle. The biggest beneficiaries were the castle lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance. When they attacked Tang Xiufan's branch city at night, their castle legions followed behind the Dynasty Alliance army and suffered little loss. However, when they evacuated, they took away most of the spoils on the battlefield, which was a great advantage. But no matter what, Tang Xiufan still made a profit. After all, killing enemies can earn experience. After this night of war, the kingdom troops under Tang Xiufan have more or less improved their strength. Some troops have been promoted to a new level because they killed too many enemies. This is the biggest gain. Compared with those spoils of war, strength is the foundation. Moreover, as long as Tang Xiufan's Black Technology Kingdom wins the final decisive battle, the spoils taken away by the castle lords will still belong to him, and even their castle supplies will be taken by Tang Xiufan. Finally, the night passed, the blood moon set in the west, and the clear morning light illuminated the world. The Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands seemed to be covered with a layer of gold. The armies of the Dynasty Alliance and the Prairie Paradise Alliance did not continue to attack Tang Xiufan's 9 branch cities. They might be preparing for a larger-scale offensive. After all, the decisive battle is not far away. After all, the rulers of the kingdoms of the Dynasty Alliance are not stupid. They will not continue the attack last night. In that case, only they will lose, and their allied castle forces will stand on the corpses of their people to take advantage. If they were not worried about affecting the final decisive battle, the rulers of the Dynasty Alliance would have turned against the castle lords of the Prairie Paradise Alliance. They were waiting to die in front, and the castle lords didn't fight, but they followed behind to snatch the spoils. How could they feel happy? The insidious castle lords. After destroying the Black Technology Heaven, we will start with them. I swear to clean up all the castle lords in the Karami Prairie and the Boliri Highlands, leaving no one behind. This was the roar of the ruler of the Behemoth Dynasty, and it was quickly echoed by other dynasty forces, such as the Fox Kingdom, the Swan Kingdom, the Silver Wolf Kingdom, the Savage Dynasty, the Mermaid Kingdom, the Black Demon Kingdom, etc. These dynasty-level forces have long been dissatisfied with the castle lords of the Prairie Heaven Alliance. After destroying the Black Technology Heaven, the Prairie Heaven Alliance is their next target. Chapter 524. In comparison, the castle lords of the Grassland Paradise Alliance were very happy. Most of the castle lords, who participated in the battle last night, made a lot of money. In the 4-night raids last night, my castle troops collected more than 30,000 soul stones, more than 200 pieces of equipment, and more than a dozen blueprints. Fuck, you really made a fortune. I also made some money. Although not much, it is far more than the daily hunting. Haha, I grabbed a building blueprint for the troops that can recruit tiger people. Army construction blueprints? Brother Wajie, you've made a fortune. A Tigerman army construction blueprint can be sold for at least 100,000 soul stones now. More than that, Tigermen are advanced troops. Envy, I'm so angry. Why didn't I go to the battle last night? I regret it. Why don't we have another night attack tonight? Anyway, our castle troops have not been lost, and we can get the spoils of the battlefield for free. There are only benefits and no harm to us. Don't think about it. The Dynasty Alliance is not stupid. How could they send their heads? A night attack is impossible. The Dynasty Alliance has already figured out the strength of the Black Technology Kingdom's army. The next step is a decisive battle. No one can expect to take advantage of it. Of course, our goal is to destroy the Black Technology Kingdom. If we lose the war because of greed for spoils, our losses will be huge. We might even lose our lives. Having said that, we still have to be careful of the Dynasty Alliance. Even if there was no incident last night, the native creatures of the Dynasty Alliance hate us. After the war, they can't coexist peacefully with us. What are you afraid of? It's nothing more than another battle to kill the Dynasty Alliance. We have more than 200 castle lords, and an army of 300 million. Are you afraid that we can't kill those native creatures? That's right. There is only one winner in this war, and that is our Prairie Paradise. The castle lords of the Prairie Paradise Alliance are very motivated and confident. They not only want to eat up Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven, but also the entire Dynasty Alliance, and unify the entire Karami Prairie. In addition, there are also a large number of castle lords in the Boliri Highlands, more than 100 of them. The castle lords of the Boliri Highlands are equivalent to their natural allies. They believe that when the war begins, the castle lords of the two regions will unite, and sweep across the Black Technology Heaven and the Dynasty Alliance. It's no problem at all. In the words of the castle lord of the Prairie Paradise, at that time, they would kill gods and Buddhas. The World Chat channel at this time was also quite lively. Many castle lords and wanderers were discussing last night's banquet. I heard that the castle lord of the Prairie Paradise Alliance made a lot of money last night. During the night raid last night, the Dynasty Alliance lost tens of millions of people. The loot such as soul stones, equipment drawings, etc. that were dropped were basically taken away by the castle lords on the battlefield. Boss Tang Xiaofan suffered a huge loss. I have to say, the Prairie Angel Alliance is really bold. They dared to fleece Boss Tang Xiaofan. They have already joined the battlefield. What's the big deal about fleecing a little? If I were Boss Tang Xiaofan, I would definitely be so angry that I would vomit blood. How much loot would tens of millions of enemies drop? Ah, TSK, the brother above is too narrow-minded. Does Big Boss Tang Xiaofan still care about that? That's true. Is there any confirmed news? When will the final decisive battle come? Just wait. Anyway, it will be either today or tomorrow. My intuition tells me that the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance will start a war tonight at the latest. First capture Tang Xiaofan's 9 sub-cities, and then besiege his capital. Big Boss Tang Xiaofan's 9 sub-cities are all at the level of high-level main cities. It would be a pity if they were destroyed. What's so sad? For us, it's a dream to build a high-level main city, but for Tang Xiaofan, it's just a small city. If it's destroyed, it can be rebuilt at any time. Who will win the war? It's hard to say, let's wait and see. Not only the World Chat channel is discussing, but also the major alliances of the castle forces are discussing. While discussing last night's night attack, they are also estimating who has a higher chance of winning in the decisive battle between the Black Technology Kingdom and the Dynasty Alliance Grassland Paradise Alliance. However, in the end, no one could come to a conclusion. After all, the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise Alliance seemed powerful, but Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Kingdom was not weak either, and even killed the tiger god Gabriel, who had the status of a superior god. It was uncertain who would win the war. Of course, if they knew that Tang Xiaofan had 5 superior gods, 60 or 70 gods, including dozens of fallen angels, they would probably be able to analyze the outcome of the war immediately. As long as the Lord God does not come to help the Dynasty Alliance and the Grassland Paradise, the outcome of this war will not change. In the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, Tang Xiaofan and Olivia left the bedroom together. After eating the breakfast carefully prepared by the angels, Tang Xiaofan came to the square. The first thing he did was to come to the vicinity of the first angel reincarnation pool to breed adult angels. Originally, he planned to have a farmer factory, an angel reincarnation pool, one for breeding adult angels, and once for breeding angel holy spirits. But now, he is about to obtain a large amount of divine power crystals. Naturally, he no longer needs to consider the matter of nurturing the Holy Spirit of angels. Soon, the farmer's factory bloomed with dazzling holy light, and like his first angel reincarnation pool, it began to nurture adult angels. The gestation time of this angel reincarnation pool. It is 17 days and 9 hours. It seems that there will be no surprises. But it's okay. The total gestation time of the other reincarnation pool is more than 30 days. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be able to nurture a 14-winged or even 16-winged archangel. And they will be complete as soon as they are born, with peak combat power. Now, just wait for the arrival of Sword God Ron. This wait lasted until the afternoon, and finally, a figure appeared in the distant sky. However, there were two figures, one of which was Sword God Ron, and the other was a woman wearing an ice blue dress and a platinum crown. Your Majesty, that is the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, as you said. The beautiful woman, who was called Her Majesty by Sword God Ron, raised her eyes and looked at Tang Xiufan's capital. In this castle force, there is indeed a very powerful existence. Even I have to be afraid of it. Hearing this, Sword God Ron's eyes widened. Chapter 525. Even Her Majesty the Queen has to be afraid? Sword God Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. He came from the Ice and Snow Kingdom, and was the God of Truth in the Ice and Snow Kingdom camp. The beautiful woman next to him was the ruler of the Ice and Snow Kingdom, Dolores, who is titled the Ice and Snow Queen. Ice and Snow Queen, Dolores, one of the only two queens in the God and Demon continent. The other queen was the ruler of the Natural Elf Empire, the Elf Queen Amirida. These two queens are well known in the entire central area, and even in the God of Truth. They can be said to be at the top of the God of Truth. At this time, Sword God Ron was very surprised. With the strength of the Ice Queen Dolores, she was actually afraid of the castle power of the Black Technology Heaven. This was something he had not expected. Originally, he thought that the Ice Queen Dolores could suppress the Black Technology Heaven with force, but he did not expect that even she was not sure. You know, the Ice Queen Dolores has the peak of the upper god, plus the national artifact in her hand. She can mobilize the national destiny of the entire Ice and Snow Kingdom, and her real strength can be comparable to the main god. Even the power of the Lord God cannot suppress the Black Technology Heaven. Sword God Ron took a deep breath. After hearing the words of the Ice Queen Dolores, he realized that he had underestimated the power of the Black Technology Heaven. At the same time, he was somewhat fortunate that their purpose of coming here was not to make enemies with the Black Technology Heaven. Otherwise, they might get into trouble. Ice Queen Dolores nodded slightly. Her voice was like a cold ice rain, making people feel inexplicably refreshed. She said, in the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, there are 60 or 70 gods. The most powerful one is practicing in seclusion, and it seems that he is about to be promoted to the peak of the upper god. This god poses the greatest threat to me. Hearing this, Sword God Ron immediately thought of the Iron Warrior Stark and said, the strongest existence since by Her Majesty the Queen should be the Iron Warrior, who strongly suppressed the golden behemoth god Clarin. His divine power is so strong that it can seal the time and space within millions of kilometers. I suspect that the divine sword in his hand is a powerful main artifact. Sword God Ron's words. There was a strong envy. As a superior god, his natal artifact was only a middle-level true artifact. Even if he wanted a good superior true artifact, he had to come to the Black Technology Heaven to buy it, not to mention the main artifact. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and he had never seen what the main artifact looked like. If he could get a main artifact, his strength would definitely increase by dozens of times. It was a pity that such a treasure was not something he could own. What's more, even if he was lucky enough to get a main artifact, he would not dare to take it out openly. He had to hide it, otherwise he might be robbed one day. The main artifact? Ice Queen Dolores was also a little surprised. A castle force that had only been in the God and Demon continent for a month actually had a main artifact. This was incredible. She thought about it, and couldn't figure out where the main artifact in the Iron Warrior's hand came from. Could it be the official reward from the game mentioned by the castle lord? She knew a lot about the castle force. It could even be said that the local empires in the central area were secretly investigating the secrets of the castle force. Although the local empire cannot attack the castle forces due to some terrible restrictions, it is still okay to investigate secretly. The Ice Queen Dolores knew that some castle lords called themselves players, and the vast land of gods and demons was regarded as a game world by them, and the local intelligent creatures were huntable intelligent monsters in the eyes of those castle lords. By killing local creatures, you can improve your strength and get items. To be honest, when she found out about this news, the Ice Queen Dolores was quite angry, because even these gods of truth were targets that could be conquered in the eyes of the castle lords, who regarded them as big bosses. How could she not be angry? However, behind the castle power, there is a very terrifying game official. And this game official is the world law of their god and demon continent. Under the constraints of the world law, their native empire naturally does not have the courage to attack the castle power without authorization, and can only suppress the indignation in their hearts unless the constraints are lifted. Until now, the Ice Queen Dolores can't figure out why the world law of the god and demon continent does not protect them, the native creatures, but instead protects the castle lord and other foreign forces. Isn't this just turning your elbow outward? However, no matter how much they don't understand, they must obey the will of the world's laws. Otherwise, even the rulers of their native empires will not be able to withstand the wrath of the world's laws, and will be forcibly wiped out. The Ice Queen Dolores suspected that the black technology heaven was favored by the world's laws, and the main artifact in the hands of the Iron Warrior also benefited from the gift of the world's laws. At this time, the Ice Queen Dolores suddenly had a flash of inspiration, because she thought of something. The world law summoned the castle force to the god and demon continent, protected them, gave them great help, and enhanced their strength. There must be a purpose. The purpose of the world law is obviously not to let the castle force deal with our local forces. After all, the power of the world law is enough to destroy us, and there is no need to summon outsiders. Could it be that the spirit of the world law feels a great crisis, and has to need the help of the castle force to survive the disaster? Then this crisis. The Ice Queen Dolores thought of the Dimensional Demon Clan. At present, the only ones who can threaten the spirit of the laws of the events in the god and demon continent are the demons from the Abyss world. Because the biggest hobby of the Abyss demons is to destroy a world and eliminate the spirit of the world's laws. This allows them to gain more powerful power from it. It is likely that this is the reason. After all, this time, the demons from the Abyss world are coming as a whole clan, the Abyss Demon Emperor, the 12 Abyss Demon Lords, as well as countless demon gods and billions of demons, all will come. The spirit of the world's law and land is worried that our local forces can't stop it. Then it was annihilated by the Abyss demons in the God War, so it summoned the castle forces. The Ice Queen Dolores took a deep breath. Through various signs, she speculated that this God War would be more tragic than the God War in ancient times. If we are not careful, the god and demon continent will fall into a doomsday disaster. Countless races and creatures were bloodbathed by the Abyss demons. After all, even the spirit of the world's law is afraid. Chapter 526. Sword God Ron's eyes were cast towards the capital of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom in the distance. He did not notice the worry in the expression of His Majesty the Queen, and asked, "Your Majesty, should we enter the capital of the Black Technology Heaven Kingdom now, and meet with His Majesty the King to trade?" His purpose was to trade the Storm Sword, the upper-level true artifact, and the reason why the Ice Queen Dolores went with him was to meet with His Majesty the King to communicate. As for what they were communicating about, he didn't know and didn't care. He just needed to get the Storm Sword. Wait a minute. The Ice Queen, Dolores, shook her head, and Sword God Ron was immediately puzzled. Did Her Majesty change her mind? The Ice Queen Dolores said, "The strong man from the Black Technology Heaven is being promoted to the peak upper god realm. We can't rush in, lest we be regarded as an enemy." After a pause, the Ice Queen said again, "Wait until he is promoted, then we will go over." Sword God Ron immediately worried, "Your Majesty, when he is promoted to the peak of the upper god, his strength will be even more terrifying. What if the king wants to harm you?" No problem. Ice Queen Dolores waved her hand and said, "If this happens, I can also take you away safely. If you want to keep me, a main artifact is not enough." Hearing this, Sword God Ron was relieved. He still trusted his queen very much. Her Majesty actually said that she could retreat safely, so it must be possible. Sword God Ron sighed. I don't know how long his promotion will take. He was very anxious. He had brought 50 billion soul stones, and wanted to get the storm artifact as soon as possible. The Ice Queen Dolores said, "The people in the castle camp are not like our local creatures. They are promoted very quickly. Even the promotion of gods does not take long." Sword God Ron also expressed envy and jealousy. He had similar experiences. "I once saw a castle lord who was promoted from the peak of level 21 to the level of demigod in less than half an hour. If it was a local creature, the promotion process might take several days. The most terrifying thing is that the castle masters are not bound by their realms. As long as they gain enough experience, they can be promoted. If they were the native creatures of the gods and demons continent, they would have to comprehend the mysteries of truth if they wanted to be promoted. If their realms are not up to standard, they may never move forward. Just like him, it has taken 1,000 years to be promoted to the upper god. In the world of gods, this time is nothing. His promotion speed is so fast that he can even call himself one of the strongest geniuses in the God of Truth. But in the camp of the castle forces, it is as slow as a turtle. What hinders his progress is the restriction of realm. And the gods in the kingdom of black technology are like taking the most precious magic medicine, and their godhood is rising rapidly. In a short period of time, he can be promoted to a level that he looks up to. Alas, Sword Saint Ron sighed with envy, if I also have such ability, maybe I will have the hope of being promoted to the main god in the future. Hearing this, the Ice Queen Dolores immediately glanced at him with her eyes slanted, and she said calmly, as far as I know, as long as you join the castle forces, you can improve your strength by killing enemies. In the castle forces, there are also soldiers' evolution drawings that can strengthen talents. If you want to try, I won't stop you. Hearing this, Sword God Ron's expression froze, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, calm down. I, Ron, swear by the truth that I will always be loyal to the Ice and Snow Kingdom, and my loyalty to your Majesty will last until death. He didn't dare to answer according to the words of the Ice Queen. Because if he did, he would most likely be slapped to death by the Ice Queen, and the family he founded would be destroyed. After all, the castle power and the local empire are hostile. No matter how generous the Ice Queen Dolores is, she will not allow him to join the camp of the castle power. The Ice Queen snorted coldly. Seeing that Sword God Ron was sweating, she didn't say anything more. One warning is enough. In the capital of the Black Technology Heaven, the Virgo god Angel Gladys stood behind Tang Xiaofan and said respectfully, My lord, Glazed Sword God Ron has arrived, and beside him is a goddess with the peak position of the upper god. Tang Xiaofan was surprised. Another goddess? He found that the gods in the gods and demons continent seemed to be mostly goddesses, and each of them was extremely powerful, such as the goddess Medusa, Christine, the elf goddess Isabel, the goddess of fate Anastora, the goddess of light Pandora, and so on. As for male gods, he had not heard of many. The only war god Adrian he had heard of was captured alive by the gods of that big world, because he led thousands of gods to attack the fairyland and fairy court. It was a miserable death. Tang Xiaofan asked, Where are they now? Gladys, the angel of the Virgo Palace, said respectfully, They stayed 2,000 kilometers north of our capital, and did not move closer. Tang Xiaofan frowned and said, What are you officially going to do? He was still looking forward to getting the 50 billion soul stones from the Sword Saint Ron, but he arrived, but stopped 2,000 kilometers away. Gladys thought for a moment and said, They must have sensed the aura of His Majesty Stark and dared not approach rashly. We will wait until His Majesty Stark's promotion is completed before coming to our kingdom. Yes. Tang Xiaofan's favorability towards Sword God Ron has increased a lot. For him, considering that Stark is at the critical moment of being promoted to the peak of the upper god, he will not let Sword God Ron and the goddess of unknown origin enter the kingdom. Even if they want to trade, it will only be outside the city. Soon, when Stark is promoted, it will be different. With his position and his main artifact, he should be able to suppress Sword God Ron and the goddess. What's more, in addition to Stark, there are 4 upper gods in his kingdom. 5 upper gods. Can't they deal with 2 enemies of the same level? The goddess should be one of the strongest gods in the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan knows that the gods of the Truth System are divided into different empire camps, such as the Ice and Snow Kingdom, the Natural Elf Empire, the Shining Empire, the Dragon Empire, etc., all have the Truth System belonging to their own empire camps. Unlike the gods of the Faith System, who are divided into camps, maybe the goddess is the ruler of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Tang Xiaofan guessed this, but he was not sure. After all, how could the ruler of an empire come to his black technology paradise in person? Wouldn't he worry about encountering danger if he killed the ruler of the Ice and Snow Kingdom? The system of the Ice and Snow Kingdom would inevitably collapse directly, and the entire empire would be in chaos. Tang Xiaofan didn't think about it anymore, nor did he take the initiative to invite Sword God Ron and the goddess, but quietly waited for Stark's promotion to end. Chapter 527. Stark absorbed the divine nature from the tiger god Gabriel and the golden behemoth god Clarin, and refined more than tens of millions of divine powers, which was enough to help him ascend to the peak realm of the upper god. He was very confident about this. As for ascending to the Lord God, it was almost impossible. At least a few complete upper godheads were needed. Time passed quickly, and it soon came to evening. Not far away, the divine power emanating from the courtyard became stronger and stronger, causing all the people of the kingdom to kneel on the ground, recite the Lord's 7 days of creation, and pray to Tang Xiaofan. At the same time, the angels were praying and absorbing the divine power emanating from the divine might. Even the black balls transformed from fallen angels floating in the sky above the capital were absorbing the powerful divine power from Stark to increase their own strength. Of course, this had no effect on Stark, because the divine power was emitted by himself and would not affect his promotion. Finally, the divine might reached its peak and directly entered another realm, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. Success? Tang Xiaofan had a bright smile on his face. Now, his butler Stark has been promoted to the peak upper god. With his main artifact and the terrifying magic he has mastered, he can probably compete with ordinary main gods. At the level of upper gods, Stark can be said to be invincible. After a moment, the divine power suddenly disappeared, and the entire king's capital returned to peace. Then a powerful figure appeared in front of Tang Xiaofan. It was Stark. After the promotion, Stark seemed to have become more manly and charming. He exuded holy light, and was full of extreme charm. Tang Xiaofan was also excited. Lord. Stark bowed respectfully to Tang Xiaofan. There was no joy after the breakthrough on her resolute face, but only respect for Tang Xiaofan. Indeed, compared with him, who was once a half-step god king, the current peak upper god realm was nothing. He still felt that he was not promoted fast enough. Tang Xiaofan was in a very good mood. When other castle lords did not even have the god army, he had a peak upper god under his command. What else could he be dissatisfied with? Yes. Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly and said, "Our clients have arrived. Go and take them to the small palace in the city." With Stark here, he no longer worries that the 2 true gods from the Ice and Snow Kingdom dare to turn against him in his capital. "Yes, my lord," Stark replied respectfully, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. Not long after, Stark returned to the capital, followed by the solemn sword god Ron and the slightly smiling Ice Queen, Dolores. In the inner city's small palace, Tang Xiaofan held the king's scepter and sat on the throne of the hall. Stark and Shirley stood beside him. In the hall stood many gods of the angel family, including the 16-winged archangel Cadus, the god angel Gladys, the angel of love Mina, the angel of fate Claire, etc. He looked like the king of all gods. Seeing this scene, sword god Ron's eyes were filled with shock, and the Ice Queen Dolores also became serious. With the current strength of the black technology heaven, it was enough to gain her attention. At the same time, his eyes also fell on Shirley, Gladys and others. She was very curious about the angel race. There were many races in the god and demon continent, but there was no such race as angels. The race that looked closest to angels seemed to be the swans of the orcs, but in comparison, angels were more beautiful and more powerful. One of the reasons why she went to the black technology heaven was that she wanted to see what angels looked like with her own eyes. Now she was not disappointed. It was indeed, as the castle lord said, the strength of the angel army was very terrifying, worthy of being the only army in the castle forces, and also the strongest army. There are so many wings. The Ice Queen Dolores looked at Shirley. Behind this powerful angel, there are a total of 16 angel wings, 3 pairs of which are snow-white wings, and 5 pairs are energy-light wings that emit terrifying divine power. She also discovered a pattern, which seems to be that the more wings an angel has, the stronger its strength is. Inexplicably, the Ice Queen Dolores suddenly felt a little envious, not because of the angel's strength, but because of the angel's beauty. She felt that if she also had so many beautiful angel wings, she should become more dazzling and overwhelm the queen of the natural elf empire, Amirida. After all, goddesses also love beauty. Ice Queen? Tang Xiaofan sat on the throne, looking at Dolores in surprise. He didn't expect that this beautiful goddess was actually the ruler of the Ice Kingdom, a powerful empress comparable to the queen of the elf empire. She actually came to his kingdom in her true body instead of the incarnation of a god. Was she really not afraid of any accidents? Tang Xiaofan inferred from this that the Ice Queen Dolores must have something to rely on, and even if she encountered a crisis, she could guarantee that she could retreat safely, so she dared to go out boldly. Hearing Tang Xiaofan's words, the Ice Queen Dolores also retracted her gaze and looked at Tang Xiaofan. Her first feeling was, well, it wasn't too amazing. As the ruler of the Ice Kingdom, she had many powerful gods under her command. She had also seen the majesties of other empires, and the true gods, who mastered great divine power. In comparison, Tang Xiaofan, who was only at the peak of the middle god, was not outstanding. However, with the addition of the identities of the king of the black technology heaven and the strongest castle lord of the castle force, it was different. Tang Xiaofan deserves her attention, and soon her eyes fell on the scepter in Tang Xiaofan's hand. The scepter contained the power of national destiny. This is the national artifact, and the Snow Queen Dolores recognized it at a glance, because she also has a national artifact. As expected of the lord of the strongest castle, he actually got the national artifact now. The Snow Queen Dolores secretly admired that for the ruler of a country, the national artifact is very important, because the national artifact can mobilize the aura of a country to use to enhance their own strength and defeat more powerful enemies, such as her position, the peak of the upper god. With the national artifact in her hand, and the luck of the entire Ice and Snow Kingdom, her true strength can be comparable to that of an ordinary main god. It is easy to suppress a higher god without a main artifact, but it is very difficult to create a national artifact. The Ice Queen Dolores felt that judging from the development time of the Black Technology Heaven, Tang Xiaofan could not have created a national artifact by himself. His national artifact must have been a gift from the laws of their world of gods and demons. Chapter 528. Sure enough, the world's laws favor these castle lords. Dolores put away her strange thoughts, looked at Tang Xiaofan and smiled. It is my honor to meet the strongest castle lord among the castle forces. I look forward to my Ice and Snow Kingdom maintaining friendly relations with your Majesty's Black Technology Heaven. What does this mean? Tang Xiaofan was surprised. The purpose of the Ice and Snow Queen Dolores's visit this time was to establish diplomatic relations with his kingdom. Tang Xiaofan knew that as long as a dynasty-level force recognized by the world's laws was established, it would be qualified to establish diplomatic relations with the local empire in the central area. However, he never took it to heart because he felt that the castle forces and the local empire in the central area would go to war sooner or later, and the two sides were in a hostile relationship. On this basis, it doesn't matter whether to establish diplomatic relations or not, but what he didn't expect is that there are actually imperial forces that are willing to establish diplomatic relations with his kingdom, which is a bit beyond his expectations. Tang Xiaofan said with a smile, "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid of offending other local empires?" Ice Queen Dolores said, "I believe that the hostile relationship between the castle forces and the local empire will end one day, because we have a common enemy, that is, the Abyss Demon." After a slight pause, the Ice Queen continued, "The Faith God system and our Truth God system were both enemies before, but in order to protect the myriad races of the gods and demons continent and the world we live in, we are still willing to take a step back and let the gods of the Faith God system return to this world, so I believe." The Ice Queen looked at Tang Xiaofan and smiled. "The local forces and the castle forces will be able to live in harmony one day in the future, unless..." "Unless what?" Tang Xiaofan asked the Ice Queen. Dolores said with a serious expression, "Unless the castle forces surrender to the Abyss Demon clan, we will be eternal enemies and will never stop fighting." "That shouldn't be the case," Tang Xiaofan responded, but after he finished speaking, he became a little uncertain. Some castle lords have already hooked up with the evil gods in the Faith system, and it seems that it is not incredible to hook up with the Abyss Demon clan in the future. Players are an uncontrollable factor in themselves, and Tang Xiaofan doesn't think it's strange for them to do anything. As for him, he would not join the Abyss Demon clan. After all, angels and demons. How could they coexist? His Black Technology Heaven and the Abyss Demon clan basically had a relationship of either you die or I live. Unless he could conquer the Abyss world and suppress the demons in the future, he might consider letting his fallen angels rule the demons. Since His Majesty the King thinks so. The Ice Queen Dolores smiled, "Then I naturally believe that when the Abyss demons invade the god and demon continent in the future, we will become allies." Tang Xiaofan asked curiously, "Your Majesty, do you really want to establish diplomatic relations with my Black Technology Heaven?" Ice Queen Dolores smiled and said, "Why not?" Without waiting for Tang Xiaofan to speak, she continued, "My Ice and Snow Kingdom is located in the northernmost part of the god and demon continent, tens of millions of kilometers away from your Majesty's Black Technology Heaven, and there are also the Beast Tribe Royal Court and the Dark Empire in between. So even if your Majesty wants to go to war with the Empire in our central area, the target will not be my Ice and Snow Kingdom." Hearing this, Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly. If he wanted to attack the central area, the first target would definitely be the nearby Huiyao Empire. He couldn't cross tens of millions of kilometers to capture the Ice and Snow Kingdom of the Ice Queen Dolores, So there would be basically no war conflict between the Black Technology Heaven and the Ice and Snow Kingdom. At least for a long time in the future, there would be no war. After Tang Xiaofan captured the Huiyao Empire, the Beast King's court, and the Dark Empire, the empire's territory bordered the Ice and Snow Kingdom, and the relationship between the two sides might directly deteriorate. Tang Xiaofan said, "Your Majesty, aren't you worried that after establishing diplomatic relations with my Black Technology Heaven, your empire will become the target of public criticism in the central region?" "Not worried." Ice Queen Dolores said calmly, "My Ice Kingdom is located in the northernmost part of the world, a bitterly cold place, far away from the core area of the central region. It is already unacceptable, so why should I be afraid of being targeted?" "Is that so?" Tang Xiaofan couldn't agree with it either. He suspected that the words of the Ice Queen were half true and half false. He changed the subject and said, "Your Majesty, you are looking forward to establishing diplomatic relations with my Black Technology Heaven. What do you want to get from me, and what are you willing to give?" "Your Majesty is wise," said the Ice Queen Dolores with a smile on her face. "I need blueprints, a large number of troop evolution blueprints. I can buy them from His Majesty at a price 10 times higher." The troop evolution blueprints were her main purpose for coming to the Black Technology Heaven. This kind of blueprint can not only be used on the castle troop, but also on their native intelligent creatures. But the only bad thing is that if the native intelligent creatures do not join the castle forces, they cannot drop blueprints by killing the enemy. Since the blueprints cannot be dropped, the Ice Queen can only buy them from the castle lord. Her first purchase target was Tang Xiaofan's Black Technology Heaven. She believed that as the strongest castle lord among the castle forces, Tang Xiaofan must have a large number of troop evolution blueprints in his hands. She didn't mind spending a huge price to buy it. Didn't Tang Xiaofan want soul stones? She had plenty of soul stones. As long as Tang Xiaofan could produce the troop evolution blueprints, she could afford the price. It turned out that it was for this reason. Tang Xiaofan then understood the real intention of the Ice Queen Dolores. Establishing diplomacy was secondary, and buying troop evolution blueprints from him was the main purpose. Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "If it's other things, it's not a big problem, but the army evolution blueprints. Unfortunately, I don't have enough of them myself." This is absolutely the truth. The evolution blueprints are not enough for the troops under his command, so how can he sell them to the Ice Queen? Dolores was not disappointed. On the contrary, she was very calm. She smiled and said, "I know that the blueprints dropped by the Lord of the Castle are divided into 4 levels: low level, intermediate level, advanced and top level. I am willing to pay 100,000 soul stones to purchase the low-level army evolution blueprints. My bid will increase tenfold for every higher level of the blueprint. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Tang Xiaofan was silent. "What do you think? This is definitely a sky-high price. In the trading channel, the price of a low-level soldier evolution blueprint is about 1,000 soul stones." The Ice Queen Dolores waved her hand and directly raised the price by 100 times. It is definitely a sky-high purchase. As expected of the ruler of an empire, she is arrogant and has no shortage of money. A low-level evolution blueprint, 100,000 soul stones, can be exchanged for a divine power crystal from the game official. Tang Xiaofan had to admit that he was tempted. However, the number of troop evolution blueprints he had dropped was not much, and he didn't have enough for himself, so how could he have any extra to sell to the Ice Queen? So if he wanted to make this deal, he had to go to the trading channel to buy. Tang Xiaofan thought carefully for a moment and decided to do a business with the Ice Queen Dolores. Among the castle forces, there were castle masters and wanderers. Even if only a few people were willing to sell troop evolution blueprints, the number would be as high as hundreds of thousands. The difference he earned from it would be a mountain of gold. He had no reason to turn down such a good thing. And he could see that the Ice Queen Dolores was very eager to get the troop evolution blueprints. Even if he refused, the Ice Queen would still go to other castle lords for cooperation. Rather than letting other castle lords make a fortune, it would be better for him to make money. As for whether the loss of troop evolution blueprints would affect the overall strength of the castle forces, Tang Xiaofan felt it was irrelevant. On the contrary, the castle forces could also obtain a large number of soul stones to upgrade the level of troop buildings, which could help the growth of the castle forces in a short period of time. This was a good thing for all parties. "Sure." Tang Xiaofan nodded, and said to the beautifully smiling Ice Queen Dolores, "But I don't have many army evolution blueprints now. We will complete the transaction after I acquire a batch. In addition, Her Majesty the Queen needs to pay a deposit in advance." "No problem," the Ice Queen Dolores smiled brightly. She seemed to know that Tang Xiaofan would agree, so she had already prepared the soul stones. She took out a space ring and handed it to Tang Xiaofan, saying, "Your Majesty, there are 200 billion soul stones in reserve here, which is considered a prepayment." Stark took it first, and nodded to Tang Xiaofan after checking it. Tang Xiaofan sighed secretly. The Ice Queen was indeed arrogant. The advance payment was 200 billion, which was enough to buy 200,000 low-level soldiers' evolution blueprints. Of course, if it was a higher-level blueprint, the number would definitely not be so much. Tang Xiaofan planned to keep the high-level blueprints he acquired and sell the low-level ones to the Ice Queen. This was really a genius idea. Unfortunately, the Ice Queen Dolores did not give him this opportunity. Her Majesty smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I hope that among the blueprints traded, the ratio of low-level, medium-level, and top-level blueprints can reach 43 to 21. It can be seen that Her Majesty the Queen is very shrewd and difficult to be fooled." Tang Xiaofan shook his head and said, "It is very difficult to get high-level troop evolution blueprints. Even I didn't get many. As for the top-level evolution blueprints, I didn't get any. I can only guarantee that at least 70% of the blueprints traded will not be low-level blueprints." Hearing this, the Ice and Snow Girl Dolores frowned slightly. She wanted high-level and top-level evolution blueprints more, because these two levels of blueprints can increase the growth potential of the true god with a high probability. As for the low-level and medium-level blueprints, the success rate will be very low. But she didn't refute Tang Xiaofan's words after all, because she also understood the market and knew that it was very difficult to obtain advanced evolution drawings. The Snow Queen Dolores asked, "When can the transaction be made?" Tang Xiaofan thought for a while and said, 3 days later. The Snow Queen was surprised. "So soon?" Tang Xiaofan smiled and said, 3 days, but there is no guarantee that the number of drawings purchased will satisfy Her Majesty the Queen. I can only say that I will do my best." The Snow Queen smiled and said, "Then I leave it to you, Your Majesty." Tang Xiaofan nodded slightly, and then turned his eyes to Sword God Ron. Sword God Ron did not hesitate, and immediately handed a space ring to Stark, and said to Tang Xiaofan, "Your Majesty, it contains 50 billion soul stones to buy the storm sword. You can count them." Stark checked again, and then nodded to Tang Xiaofan, indicating that there was no problem. Tang Xiaofan took out the storm sword, stretched out his hand, and cut off the head of the sword Ron. Under the shock of the divine power, the sword Ron had a body of divine power, but could not resist, and the Snow Queen immediately used her life-saving skills, turning into a blue line and disappearing. "Let's end it. I am tired of this world." "Yes, my lord." Stark waved his hand, and a shrill alarm sounded in the Black Technology capital. The buildings of the capital, which covered tens of thousands of kilometers, began to rise into the air, and continued to combine in the air, turning into a giant with a height of tens of thousands of meters. The walls of the Black Technology capital formed a giant sword, and the Sky City was the residence of Tang Xiaofan and his angels and elves. The other farmers were all distributed in the position of the giants, responsible for maintenance and upkeep. Stark was seen wearing steel armor, standing on the giant's head, waving the giant sword in his hand and saying, "Destroy the world." 1 day later, the god and demon continent was dead silent, and all living beings, including the supreme gods, became dead souls under the giant's sword. The peasant army broke through the void and headed for the abyss.